Hello, hello. How's everybody doing tonight? Look at all the people here already. My goodness. Let's see. We got Joe. I see Wayne. Milky Boy. Milky Boy, thank you for becoming a member. Very kind of you to do such a thing. Oh my goodness. Why does it feel like it's been so long? Hey, James, what's up? Why does it feel like it's been so long? It's only been a week, but it feels like it's been longer, doesn't it? Am I going crazy? I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Thank you, Game Rose. I'm good. I'm excited to look at some homebrew tonight. Oh, thank you for the subs. 5. Oof, magoof. Shadow Robot, very kind. Very kind. Guys, I'm excited to look at some homebrew tonight. I'm excited. I'm excited for a couple of reasons. Reason number 1, we enter into the month of May, which is going to be a little hectic. I'm curious how many people were paying attention to that. Because if you didn't know, the month of May, we will be having zero acceptance policy towards incorrect uses of the word may. And I don't even mean incorrect in the proper way anymore. I don't. We've moved past proper grammar. We're in the point of, we've gone past grammar and we've entered into ideology. So we'll see how that goes. The other reason why I'm excited is that very last minute, we got a guest to come on. We have a guest on this stream. SteelySam. SteelySam is going to be coming by, which is crazy. He's like a cool guy. He's a cool guy that I forgot. I did not put him in my most recent video reluctantly. I apologize. I apologize to all of you and to Steely. We're doing it now before he has the opportunity to respond. Speaking of Steely, though, let me see if he's around. Cool. Hop into my general chat on my Discord. Pull you into stream. All right, I'm grabbing him. Let's grab him. Hello.
Hey.
SteelySam.
How are we doing?
Oh my goodness. It's so nice to listen. It's nice to, I'm doing good. How are you doing? It's nice to talk to you. This is the first time we're speaking and we're doing it publicly. I realized that after I messaged you, and I hope that's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Man, I'm
happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Dude, your content's great. For folks that don't know SteelySam, SteelySam is like do you want to learn about every single monster and you just want to see cool art of it and have it described really well? SteelySam is the man of this sort of thing. You are a fucking workhorse. Can I ask you a question before we start talking about Homebrew?
Please. Chat's saying I'm quiet, though.
Oh, well, no, yeah, you are quiet. I may fix that. Talk for a second.
Let's see. I have a puppy with me.
Go. You're good now. You're good now.
He's flabby. Okay.
What's your puppy's name?
Homer.
It's a good
name. He's a basset hound. and he's precious.
Okay. A basset hound named Homer is a wonderful thing. I live with the dog. It's technically not mine. Oh, everybody says everybody's excited by the puppy and they say they can hear you. Wonderful. So how long have you been in the world of making stuff?
In the world of making stuff?
Yeah, like okay, let me rephrase that. You have a very specific style to the content that you put out, and it is very clearly a voice. Like it feels like your stuff. How long have you been doing that style, the structure that you've been doing?
Oh, so talking about for the shorts?
For whatever,
the
man.
style?
Shorts, the videos.
So the shorts I started in 2021, and funny enough, I was inspired to do the shorts after watching a video. You ever heard of? I think it's the Spiffing Brit.
Yeah, I like this.
There's a YouTube channel. There's a YouTube channel. I think his channel is. I think it's Spiffing Brit that does the how to break video games.
Mm-hmm.
He did one on how to break YouTube, and it came up in my feed. And I was like, "What is this?" And it was basically make shorts. They're so broken. So I did a month. It was about a month after that video came out.
Oh, that's so funny.
As far as my style, listen. I recommend. Do you read it all? You read books? I'm assuming you do.
Occasionally, I've read a couple. I've read I've read 3 or 4.
You're a bit of a writer. I know that much. The way you or something because the way you correct the homebrew and your favorite word.
I'm just trying to make myself feel smart, and it's easy to do that by putting people down.
Well, would you believe that building people up is actually more fun and exciting?
Listen, that's probably true. And at the end of the day, I'll never admit that that's my goal, but it might be.
I forgot where I was going.
You were talking about getting started, and your shorts, and you said you asked me about books.
Oh, there's a book. Oh, there's a book I recommend for anybody that wants to create, not just YouTube, just like create artists. And it's called Steal Like an Artist.
Steal Like an Artist? It's a good
It
book.
is for people that are interested in creating art. It is an amazing book. Basically, the rule is like if you steal from one person, you're a copycat and you're plagiarizing. But if you steal from like a bunch of people, you're so original.
Okay, that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. Man, it's just nice to talk to you. Can I tell you, I've only ever really spoken to 3 or 4 people in like the D&D creator space. I think I don't know how much you know other people in the space, but I feel like it's like I feel like it's a world of little islands for now. But it is nice to start talking to people.
Yeah, I'm terrible about reaching out to people. When people reach out to me, I get excited because it's like, oh, sweet, they want to talk to me. But when I reach out to someone else, it's like, oh gosh, I don't know if I'm bothering them. Like,
yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Weird.
It is weird.
Do you have any dice by you by chance?
Always. I have like a whole jar full of dice.
Could you roll me a D100?
D100, a percentile. I've got you,
sir.
Man. Just hearing the word percentile now. I did a short on percentiles recently, and Lord help me.
Dude, you got to be careful when you start talking about things like that. People get so egregious in the comments.
Oh, man, like people are arguing about whether double aught is a 10 or if the die go from 0 to 99 or 1 to 100. It's unreal.
Yeah, man. It's a
okay, so I'm rolling a percentile. Should I be sharing my screen, by the way?
No, you don't have to. They're just looking at my ugly mug. If you want to be on screen, you can, but you definitely don't have to be.
I love my face, but no, I don't want to hog your
okay.
Hog your vibe. I gotta all right, well, I'm gonna share my screen and you do with it whatever you feel like.
All right. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of have to do a little bit of work here to get it pretty, but I can make it happen. Oh my goodness, dude, of course I'll get you on camera. Look at you. You got the whole fucking lighting thing going. Here, I gotta add a new thing. Give me 1 second. What is this?
Chat wants to see the puppy. My goodness.
Okay, 1 second. Let me add you.
He's right here next to me. He's asleep.
That didn't do anything. I'm so good at OBS. Okay, there we go.
Such a professional.
Yeah. Okay, wrong thing.
Listen,
not a browser, a window. Oh my god.
You may want to learn a little bit about OBS.
Listen. Yeah, I know. I know.
Wait, was that a proper use of May?
Listen. we don't have. Listen, we're not here to follow the rules. We're here to aggressively enforce them.
I was intentionally trying to mess with you, but I don't know the rule. So I may have done it right and not even realized it.
No worries. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, we just do this, and then you do one of these, and everyone's gonna be able to see you, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's him. That's cool. It's cool that we can see him."
I totally forgot what number I rolled because I moved the die. 41, I think. We're gonna go with 41. Nico, I'm in the chat, folks. I'm watching chat always. Cyber stalking each of you.
Okay. There we go. And we go like this. There we go. I think I got you on screen. Look at you. Now you're bigger than me.
I'm here.
There we go.
How's everybody doing? Okay.
Oh, it's nice.
So we're reviewing Homebrew.
Yeah, we're reviewing Homebrew. Right. Did you roll me a dice first?
I did. 41.
41. Okay, I have a list of questions that my chat came up with. They're mostly stupid, but I like to do this.
Stupid questions are the best because you don't have to think.
Sometimes they're good.
Maybe you do.
I don't remember what a lot of them are. Sometimes some of them also don't make sense. You said 41? Oh, this is a kind of regular one. What games are you playing right now?
What games am I playing right now?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a list. So Phasmophobia,
What's
which
that?
is a ghost hunting game. Really great multiplayer. It's fun. It's a fun game. It's called Phasmophobia. It's like $15 on Steam. It's worth it. I've got like 300 hours into this game. Totally worth it.
Dude, people are screaming for the puppy.
He's right. He's here. He's here.
Here, I'll make your camera. I'll make you really big, guys. Look at it.
He's asleep. But he's here.
You get. What kind of camera do you use?
I used an SL. So I was using the SL2, but I upgraded recently. SL3. The Canon SL3.
Okay, I need to figure that out at one point. All right, so enough of this pleasantry. We're done with it. Let's get to business.
Get out of here.
We're here to talk about Homebrew tonight.
We're talking about Homebrew.
And you've seen some of my Homebrew streams, so you kind of know the deal, right?
Yeah, I didn't even realize you streamed until last week, and I sat there for hours. I was working on my stuff, watching, listening to you. And it was
well, that's very kind. That's kind. I'm not good at compliments, so I'll just say okay. All right. Oh, look at this chaos here. Let's fix this up. So.
Ooh, it's a window to the future.
It's just something. I wouldn't call it the future, but let's see. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Oh my god. I'm going to be honest. I was not expecting this. I was not expecting you to do any level of professionalism tonight, but
we don't have to.
I mean, it's not that much professionalism if we're just making the cameras work, but let's think about how we want to place it. I'm going to put you over fuck chat. We'll deal with them in a second. I'm going to put you on top of me.
So if you want, pro tip.
Yeah.
Pro tip. If you're going to have a camera, you want, see how you're facing the center of the screen?
Yeah.
If you ever move yourself to the right, you want to be facing the center. So see how I'm facing left? It looks kind of awkward.
Oh, I see. So you want to be over here.
Yeah. So if you it'll be I could be there, or you could right click and do transform, flip horizontal, I think.
Oh, I'm going to transform you. That feels powerful.
So you can, but you'll see it.
Oh, yes.
Like, most people probably wouldn't even notice, but as soon as you point it out, it's like, oh yeah, I can't even, I never noticed it before. For a long time, Ninja streamed like that. And then somebody pointed out that it was annoying that he was looking away from the screen, and now I can't unsee it.
All right, let's see. I think chat. Are you big enough, or is that good? Is that better down here?
Are you big enough, chat?
I think I don't know where to put you. I'm just gonna. You guys can hang out with me down here. All right. So, Sam, this is the way that it works. We have two wheels. We have the people's wheel, okay?
The people's
massive, publicly available, full of lovely things. And then we have the member wheel for those kind enough to grace me with a couple coins a month. And we spin them back and forth until I get tired and you stay until you want to leave.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Sounds amazing.
All right, cool. Now
I should get my notes. I should get my notepad out for this.
Oh, only if you want to. I'm not.
I am a compulsive note taker. Listen, my friends give me a hard time about this. I literally have a notebook, sometimes more than one, within arm's reach of every seat in my house. Every room in my house has a notebook.
Really?
Somewhere. Yes, I am a compulsive note taker.
I wish I was a compulsive note taker. All right, let's see here. Okay, first piece. Let's see. This is from Texgum. Texgum, I don't remember if I've read pieces of theirs, but they're in the chat often. This is an item I made for my players a while ago. They love this item, and I wanted to share this with you, as I think it's really good. All right, let's see. I love an item that is really good. All right, I'm also going to post it in the chat so everybody can grab the link if they want.
All right, I'm going to pull the link from that.
Yeah. No worries. Okay, I'm gonna read it and then we can talk about it. This is a legendary dagger. Also, just so you guys know, the way that it's working is if you use the word may incorrectly, I just stop reading your piece and we move on to the next one. Again, I don't make the rules. I'm sorry, it's a little bit intense, but it is it's the world that we live in right now. This is America, so we just have to deal with it. I'm making chat much smaller, and down here, there you go. I hope that's okay, chat. All right, the Dagger of the Flying Thunder God, legendary dagger, requires attunement. The Dagger of the Flying Thunder God was made by the Aasimar artificer Raukar, some pronunciation. They were commissioned by the satyr Astrum of the Fayside because she was seeking a new weapon to add to her repertoire. I don't think you need to do the because adding a new weapon to a repertoire is not a particularly distinct detail. So I feel like it's just extra words taking up space, and having the sentence keep going with because is a little bit much. It was later given to the tiefling warlock / rogue lady. You really have me going with these names. Fesfis Daxori Lilista Eudoris. Okay, now what does it do? You have a +2 bonus to attack and attack rolls with this magic weapon. Not attack and damage, just attack. I would make it attack and damage. The wielder can call upon the blade to their hand as an object interaction if it is within 30 feet of them. Okay, interesting. Returning weapon. It returns to your hand immediately after hitting or missing a target. All right, let's get into the beef of it. Strike of the Thunder Gods. If the Dagger of the Flying Thunder God hits its target when it is thrown, you can use a reaction to deal 4d4 thunder or lightning damage to the creature they target. As it becomes lodged in them, it will stay lodged for 1 minute. While lodged, you can use this special reaction every turn. Then, the sentence is too long. Automatically, I'm getting out of breath. Return to your hand. Okay, so basically, if it hit you, I think you can just say when thrown, if you hit a target, you can use your reaction to deal an additional 4d4 thunder or lightning damage. Period. You can choose to have the blade remain lodged in the creature. It will remain lodged for 1 minute or until you use a reaction to pull it back or whatever. The returning weapon property of this weapon is suppressed if you choose to lodge the weapon into your target. A creature with this dagger lodged in it can make a DC 17 strength check to try to remove the dagger at the end of each of your turns. I would not have them make that DC at the end of your turn. I would have it be at the end of their turns. Let's read Thunderous Teleport. Thunderous Teleport. The wielder can also replace the attack they make with the weapon to roll 2d6 and teleport along with everything they're wearing / carrying an amount of feet equal to 5 times the number rolled. When you teleport creatures within 90 feet of you, creatures within 90 feet of you must succeed on a DC 17 strength save or take 3d10 thunder damage. The thunderous sound from this teleport is heard from 300 feet away. And last but not least, forged from the breath of Bahir, the wielder of the blade, while wielding it, can cast lightning bolt 3 times per day, and it regains 1d3 uses at dawn. There it is. What are your first thoughts, dear Steely?
How critical are you?
Here's what I say. I say that we shoot for very, very high. The 2 big goals of this, 3. One is good show. 2 is very high standards. And 3 is I want the person that wrote this to want to keep writing. So I don't want them to leave this feeling like bad. So I try to either push in a direction that I think can make it work or point out some of my issues with it, but I try to steer away from I don't like this or this is bad. It could be I try to look, okay, what are the problems that it has? If you want, I can start. I can jump off this boat, but I want
I just didn't want to lay into.
No, you can lay into him. You can lay into him. Just do it from a place of kindness.
Okay, yeah, I want them to improve. Yeah, I like positivity. So you know what? I'll just treat it like DM hotline. So like right away, this doesn't. It's kind of dull. I'm not gonna say boring. It's dull because all it does is damage. It does have a teleport. That's fine. And it gives you lightning bolt, but it's just damage. Like you throw it and it does 44 damage. You teleport for an amount and it does some damage. You get a lightning bolt. I mean it's just not it's not interesting. I mean it does a lot of damage. It's just not interesting. Like numbers are boring, you know. I would like to see like some cool abilities, but go ahead. Go ahead. Do I call you Sally or CBS?
Call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Go ahead, Sally.
Call me Cinder, call me Sally, call me whatever. Some people call me Sally, some people call me Cinder. No one calls me Block for whatever reason. That's my surname, you know. That's my father's name.
That's my father's name.
Yeah.
Cinder's a cool name. I want to call you Cinder. That's a cool
you can.
name.
The reason why this became my name was largely because I used the long story short, I used the name Cinderblock Sally for a show that I did, and that turned into it being a screen name that I used. And then everybody that I was playing Overwatch with when they were talking to me just called me Cinder instead of Cinderblock Sally. And I was like, that's fucking cool. So then I was like, all right, I'm sticking to it. Cinderblock Sally forever.
That is cool.
Yeah. Okay, I have a couple thoughts. One, I kind of agree with... Okay, from a mechanical standpoint, there's a couple things that I think this piece needs. One, there's no reason why it shouldn't do attack and damage rolls as a +2 weapon. Two, this Strike of the Gods is written very chonkily. It needs to be chopped up and succinctly written. And it feels like what you want this thing to do is to be a thing where you chuck it at a creature, use your reaction, it deals that extra damage, and it stays in them. I feel like the logic here should be that you can keep doing that damage every turn, but I don't see that written here, so I don't understand why it sticks in them in the first place. And to your point, Steely, or Sam, or whatever you want to be called, I agree medium. Here's what my thought is. I feel like Strike of the Thunder Gods does damage. Channel Lightning sort of feels like a bland extra does damage feature. Giving somebody access to a spell in the ordinary way that the spell is cast is not going to be the defining feature of an item. It's not going to be like the wow. And I feel like the move probably would be to take out this Channel Lightning entirely and to put something unique in that space. That's what I would do. If I was going to make changes to try to make this thing have something extra that is like, what is really making this a distinct thing? I feel like that's the space to pull something out because it's a legendary weapon, so it can do a couple things. Somebody in the chat said, is DC 17 high? DC 17 is not high for a legendary weapon. That's pretty much on par for legendary weapons. Yeah, I agree. I think that there's space for it to be a little bit more flavorful. And I do think that especially when you're making legendary weapons and artifacts, they should feel unique. They should feel like they aren't just a cloak. Like the worst legendary item is like the Cloak of Invisibility. It's just a cloak. It makes you be able to cast invisibility. It doesn't feel cool. It's not like, it's not like Alamar's insidious cloak of shadows. There's no character to it. So,
it doesn't complete a build.
And you have a lot of flair up here. So I would maybe even think about these characters that you have in the flair, and what's something that is tied to one of these characters that you could use to make this more distinct than just the Chain Lightning. You said you had a question.
I had a suggestion to improve it.
Yeah.
So you were talking about the flavor. This is an artificer built this weapon, and it's got a lot of lightning theme to it, like Flying Thunder God and the lightning bolt. I think that it should be an effect that happens whenever you or deal lightning damage or cast a lightning spell. Maybe have a list of spells that trigger a specific thing, and then when that happens, you can modify that spell, maybe with meta magic, or just you keep with the damage or the teleport, but change how you cast, because stuff like changing how you do things is how you center a build around something. Just doing more damage, it's like, okay, I've got my cloak, like you said, I got my Cloak of Invisibility, I've got my damage dagger, now I can choose feats kind of thing. So yeah, something that modifies your playstyle. Like those are the things that's always going to stand out to me. It's things that will modify your playstyle, not just higher numbers.
Something weird, a different thing, an extra tool. All right, cool. I don't have any other thoughts. I do think that from a flavor perspective, you're definitely going in the right direction. I do like the legendary item having a little bit of lore tied to it. It helps make it feel legendary. And thank you very much for sharing, Texgum. And let's do someone else. We got Kerbeks. All right, let's see. They said, "Ooh, what did you say, Kerbeks?" Oh, it's gonna be an anime thing. Do you know anime?
Do I know anime?
I know. I don't know. So the thing is, I don't know anything. So whenever people makes a thing based on a thing, I can't really judge it based on the. Okay, we'll see. It says I'm DMing. There's a bug in my room. It says, oh, I'll get you. You fuck. Where's that spider? I have a crazy spider that some people think is a brown recluse that lives on my ceiling, but I don't see it right now. Okay, but I'm DMing a One Piece campaign, great setting, and was designing a devil fruit item. Those are supposed to be relatively strong. Each player can only have one, and once they eat it, it's impossible to get a different one. Was really in need of help on how to word the effect in order for it to be balanced, but still convey the ability. Okay, so I actually do know a little bit about devil fruits, because I don't live in a box, but I just have never seen the show. But I know what devil fruits are. They make you have magic powers. All right, so let's take a look. Zipper devil fruit. All right, let's take a look. Let's see. It's an artifact. Requires attunement. Cursed. Enemy of the sea. Devil fruits are cursed items. When someone eats one of them, they gain unusual abilities. In exchange, the sea becomes the user's biggest foe. Whenever the user is submerged in liquid, they are incapacitated and their speed is 0. While incapacitated in this way, they have disadvantage on attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks that uses strength or dex. Is that something from One Piece? The sea being bad? Chat? Anybody? Pretty much? Okay, yes. Okay, everyone's saying yes. Okay, cool. I can't judge that. I will say that is written perfectly fine. But in terms of mechanically, how does it tie to One Piece? No idea. Zipperman. By eating the zipper Nomi, you become a Zipperman. By approaching a surface of your own body with your hands. By approaching a surface or your own body with your hands, you can make zippers appear. Pulling them lets you manipulate surfaces as if they were fabric. You have a number of devil fruit charges equal to your level. When you spend a charge, it is unavailable until you finish a short or long rest. Weird. All right. I'm assuming we're going to get into mechanics here. Okay. Mechanics look like they are lower down. All right, let's keep going. That's a cool idea, though. Novice, Anywhere Pocket. As a bonus action, you can spend a charge to unzip dimensional pockets inside the ground, walls, or other objects. The pockets have a maximum depth of 5 feet or until you reach another surface, so it can't be used to open passages. Don't exactly understand. I guess they mean like you can't zip open a wall.
Yeah, I think that's...
Yeah. That's a weird wording, though. I would change it. So it can't. I would try to find other wording here. So I would even just maybe say at the end of that, say period, and then say these do not open passages. They just create dimensional pockets in the surface that they are put on. Pockets have zippers on the outside, which can be manipulated by anyone, but only you can use the zipper from the inside of a pocket. You can use a bonus action to close a pocket. Zippers disappear if the pocket is closed with nothing inside it. When you open a pocket on the ground or walls, you can move the surface as if it was fabric. The lifted surface acts as a wall composed of 5 foot by 5 foot panels. Each wall has an AC of 15 and 30 hit points. Reducing a wall to 0 hit points destroys it, and might cause connected panels to collapse at the DM's discretion. When a wall is destroyed, the associated zipper disappears and the pocket remains. Okay, let's just talk about that for a second. So, I see a couple little issues here. The main one is, so it's essentially you can create a zipper in a surface, you zip it open, you can shove stuff inside it, you can zip it closed. You can also shove people inside it and zip it closed. Once it's closed, on the nothing can close it from the inside except for you. So you could like hide in a pocket and then pop it back open and peek out later. The way that this works, you could just hide people in pockets forever, very easily. I feel like that's a lot, right? So long as they fit. Because it seems like by this logic, there's truly no way to escape unless somebody else lets you out. Is that enough? Huh. I don't know if it's enough. I think I might need a saving throw or something for somebody to avoid not getting shoved in. Maybe like a contested athletics check. I think a contested athletics check. The other thing is that being able to turn surfaces into walls is really cool. I don't know if I would make them 5 feet by 5 feet. I might make them 5 feet tall, but really thin. Or describe them as 5 feet tall, 5 feet wide, but like 2 inches thick. Just because it seems like you're just pulling Minecraft cubes out of the ground if it's just 5 feet by 5 feet. But it's weird. What do you think? What do you think, Sam?
It's unique. I like it. I'm having a hard time like wrapping my head around it. There's a lot of words. I like it. I like the idea of it, at least from what I'm gathering. But yeah, it's a bit confusing.
Yeah, I think that so far the main piece of feedback, based on both my reading it and your thoughts, are that you need to clarify your wording, and what probably will help here is to break apart what these features are a little bit. Like, these are a couple different features, and what I also wonder is happening, this is a thing that I see a lot, Sam, which is where somebody takes something from media or film or whatever, and they try to put it into their game, and they try to put it into their game in totality. They want to include every part. So, like, for example, I totally understand the logic of the show having it so when you put zippers on things, they become fabric that you can manipulate. But from a mechanical gameplay perspective, I feel like the putting zippers on things to create interdimensional pockets and the putting zippers on things to change their malleability doesn't fit. Like, I would probably drop the whole moving walls as fabrics and keep it as you can put a zipper on thing to make little dimension pockets. Just because, like, it needs to be focused a little bit, just a little bit. I want to read a little bit more of these other features. Zip it yourself. As a bonus action, you can spend a charge. Do we know how many charges this thing has? If you ever
your
give
level.
Did it say?
Your level.
Where?
Right? Devil fruit charges equal to your level.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. I missed that. As a bonus action, you can spend a charge and temporarily unzip your arms. In this state, your weapons have a 10-foot range. 10-foot range? Do you mean a reach of 10 feet? And deal additional damage equal to your proficiency bonus. This ability lasts for an amount of time in minutes equal to your proficiency bonus. If you can do this, proficiency bonus times, it lasts proficiency bonus minutes, and you have charges equal to your level, this should not require charges, because you're basically just making it infinite use. If you can use a feature more than 5 times a day, pretty much, or for like one charge for a whole fight, and you can do that multiple times, it shouldn't last as long. Maybe make it last a minute. Let me read the other ones. When met with imminent danger, you can quickly unzip yourself to try and escape it. As a reaction, when a creature hits you with an attack, you can spend a charge to add your proficiency bonus to your AC against the triggering attack, potentially causing it to miss. Okay, again, just too many charges. As a bonus action, you can spend a charge in order to create pockets in yourself. The amount of space is limited by the size of your body. You can use a bonus action to close the pocket. Zippers disappear if the pocket is closed with nothing inside. All right. This is very strong. This should not have as many charges as it does. It should have like 4 charges. It shouldn't have charges equal to your level.
Or a die per day with a maximum of like 4.
Yeah, that would make sense.
About,
Make it a max of 6. Give you like a d6 plus 5, plus d6 plus 1 charges per day, maximum 6.
yeah.
Yeah. The main feedback that I have kind of ties back to that thing that I said originally. This does a lot of different things, but I weirdly don't feel that much cohesion here. And it kind of feels like you're trying to encapsulate what a certain character does in the show with this power. And I wonder if that's the move. I wonder if it would be more beneficial to try to just focus in on the flavor of putting zippers on things and cutting them apart, as opposed to turning it into a way to like dodge attacks and get farther reach. Maybe that's it just feels a little all over the place, just a slice.
This is a subclass or
it does kind of feel like a subclass. It's an artifact, so artifacts can feel powerful, but I would also say that I feel like my understanding of Devil Fruit is they essentially are your subclass in the lore of One Piece. They like are your power set. It's definitely an interesting feature. It's definitely an interesting. It's very interesting. I think you need to clarify the language a little bit though and focus it more.
I do like it. I like the flavor of it, but yeah, I think it should be a class. Like Devil Fruit charges, that's something that that scale with level. I mean, I think this was a class at one time. I was like, I'm gonna make it an item. This definitely feels like a class.
Maybe it'd be cool. I love the flavor of it, of appealing like reality and making little pocket dimensions. It's friggin' awesome.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of it for sure.
All right, dude. People are excited. Oh, look at all these lovely people. People are very excited that you decided to pop in. Yeah, I reached out to him literally 20 minutes or so before stream. So it's very kind.
I'm famous.
To grace us.
I did
kind of you. All right, here we go. Let's do another spin of the old wheel. Also, Sam, stay as long as not long as you want. I don't want you to feel pressure in any direction.
Okay. I do not feel pressure.
Oh shit! It's Ben.
Except to give a good review.
All right, and also that one had no incorrect uses of the word may so far. Let's see what
that bumps it up a letter grade at least.
At least this is true. Hey Sally, just wanted to say that I really that's a nice thing. You're nice words. Thank you for nice words. I'm very new to Homebrew and D&D in general, and even though I have made a race before, this is my first subclass. Cool. We all got to start somewhere. This is the Oath of Protection. Is there not already an Oath of Protection? What is that oath? Am I being crazy?
There's an Oath of Devotion, Redemption. There's no Oath of Protection.
All right, ignore me. I'm crazy.
There may have been one in 3.5.
It just sounds so similar, so familiar. Let's just peek for a second. No, Oath of no. I'm wrong. These are all the oaths. Okay, let's take a look at what this thing does. The Oath of Protection. Can you guys see it okay? Did I post it in the thing? I did. Okay. The Oath of Protection is sworn by those that want to protect those that they love, by those that want to protect their land, and those that want others to stay out of harm's way. So, chat, what's wrong? Oh, look how smart they are. Look how good they're getting. Yeah, you guys can see it. You should never use a word often in a sentence. The word those is used a lot, and you also are kind of saying the same thing over and over again. The Oath of Protection is sworn by those that want to protect those that they love. Another way that you could phrase that is... I don't even know how you'd say it. It's a weird sentence. I would probably say something like, Paladins of the Oath of Protection swear to protect those that they love and their land and those and to swear to protect the land of those that they love, or something like that. Yeah, but this is too many friggin' words in a sentence. They put everything on the line so that nobody other than them is hurt, and so that the clerics have nothing to do. What? Why don't the clerics get something to do? I'm gonna be honest. This is very.
It's aggressive.
This is very paladin flavor, but it does not feel like a specific paladin yet. Right? It sort of just feels like I protect the people I like. I guess protection is a thing, but I want to hear a little bit more of like the vibe. All right, let's see what the oaths are. Kindness of love. Be kind to the ones you love and do not push them away to get them out of harm's way. Okay? Take on the burden. Get in the way of as many attacks as possible that are aimed at a comrade. That's a very mechanical phrase. I would probably try to think of how to say that more metaphorically. Like stand in danger's way or something like that.
No harm shall come to thy friends before thee.
Yeah. Courage. Never fear to act for the ones you swore to protect, even in the face of death. What? Never fear to act for the ones you swore to protect, even in the face of death. Okay, so you're saying, like, basically, like, don't be afraid to protect people even in the face of death. Okay.
But before you move on,
Yeah.
I think if you want to spice this up from protection, because I was sitting here thinking, like, okay, like how do we make protection interesting?
Mm-hmm.
All of these tenets is sacrifice. This is an oath of sacrifice, is what this should be called.
Ooh.
To be honest, that sounds way more interesting to me.
Yeah, that's true. It is especially where it's like put yourself in harm's way. You are the one that is taking the burden. Okay, I like that a lot. Let's look at the oath spells. Mage armor, heroism, enhance ability, protection from poison, aura vitality, motivational speech, death ward, fire shield, destructive wave, wall of force. Why? I don't see why I don't agree with destructive wave. Everything else feels fine. Again, though, one of the things that I say about oath spells, and I feel like either people nail it or they miss the mark. You should be able to feel the distinct vibe of the paladin that doesn't just make them good, but makes them feel separate from other paladins in their spell list. And the only spell truly on this, there's two spells on this that kind of make me feel that vibe: Mage Armor and Wall of Force. And I don't know if that's enough. The other ones feel very samey paladin. The other thing that I just have to point out is Mage Armor is terrible on a paladin. Paladins are already trying to get stuff in strength. They're trying to get stuff in charisma. They're trying to get stuff in con. Mage Armor really is only good if you have a little dash of dex. I feel like I would probably try to figure out something else to put there. Maybe aid instead.
I don't have much to say about the spells. I'm offended Warding Bond is not on here. Like after
yeah.
After reading the tenets and not seeing Warding Bond, I'm offended. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Add Warding Bond.
Yeah.
Warding Bond, for those of you that don't know, Warding Bond is a spell that you cast on someone else and you take half of their damage. It's this.
It's the subclass in a nutshell.
It's the subclass.
Yeah, somebody else suggested Shield instead of Mage Armor. I think that would also make a lot of sense. Shield would be Also, Shield is a great spell on a paladin. All right, let's take a look at the Channel Divinities. When you take this oath at 3rd level, you gain the following 2 Channel Divinities. 1, Alluring Shout. As an action, you imbue your voice with the divine power of your oath. In a radius of 30 feet, you can just say creatures within 30 feet of you, or hostile creatures within 30 feet of you. Every hostile creature and construct has to make, so just say creatures within 30 feet of you, or hostile creatures and constructs within 30 feet of you have to make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature or construct, you can just say if they fail their saving throw. If they fail the save, they are forced to target you with their attack action or spells for 1 minute. I don't know how
Mechanically,
I feel about
I love it. Mechanically, love it.
I'm curious why it's creature or construct. Are you assuming that constructs are not creatures? Is that constructs are creatures? You don't need to say you don't need to make them distinct. If a creature or construct that failed the save can only make a melee attack with their attack action, it is forced to walk as far as it can in your direction, then take the attack action. That makes sense. Although it's 30 feet away, so realistically they're going to be able to get there.
That one I don't like. That part I don't like.
What do you think it should be?
So this does a lot more. So I love the idea of like threat in D&D. Like you're a tank, so you take hits.
Mm-hmm.
But being able to force someone to move with their own movement and then make a melee attack, even though melee attacks may not be a thing that they're, like am I reading this right? Is a mage going to run up and smack you?
No, because it says if the creature is limited to melee attacks and it's not within range. Okay. But I agree that the forced movement feels like a lot. I don't think it should force the movement. I agree with that. Because it's not like the creature should, that creates a lot of disadvantageous stuff for the creature. Like the creature might not want to attack. It might want to take the, disengage action, or it might make more sense for it to, go hide and then come out of cover to attack. There's a lot of reasons why I feel like it's just, and it's very strong battlefield control. I agree. I would drop this second half. The other thing is that creatures should be able to make a saving throw again at the end of each of their turns. It shouldn't just automatically be for that minute.
You know what I think would be better? The Artificer has an ability that's similar to this. Well, not similar, but like a really good tanky ability. If you punch somebody with your Thunder Gauntlets, I think is what they're called. Whoever you hit has disadvantage to swing at anyone but you. I think that would be better for this.
The Ancestral Guardian Barbarian has a similar thing going on as well. That could work too. Yeah. I don't mind the forcing a creature to make actions or attacks towards you. I just don't think that it needs to be. It feels like it feels like a lot for it to be a minute. I feel like a round, honestly, would make more sense. If you want it to be a minute, I think that it needs to be a little bit less intrusive. And there needs to be saving throws. Let's look at the other one. Help from afar. As an action, you can harness the divine power of your oath to help a comrade. You can grant a number of creatures up to your charisma modifier, minimum 1, within 30 feet of you, advantage on their next saving throw, and a +1 bonus to their AC until they used up the advantage. Huh.
What does that mean, used up?
That means that they get a +1 to their AC until they make a saving throw with advantage.
Do they have to pass the saving throw?
No, I think they just have to use it.
Just use it.
I might just keep it at the advantage. I don't know.
Or the next attack.
Yeah. What do you think, chat? What are they saying? They're talking about compelled. They're saying the first feature's kind of just compelled duel. Yeah. Armor Artificer. Am I behind in the chat? Sorry. I'm not paying attention. Oh my god, chat's going so fucking fast. Okay, calm down. I'm not back. What level is this? This is level 30. Uh-oh, did I lose you for a second?
I'm here.
I think I lost you on my Discord. Oh, no, I didn't. You're back. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea of you get a thing until another thing happens. That's cool. I do want to point out, though, that there should still be a time limit on it. Otherwise, this could, like, stack. Like, this AC, if you go a day without having to make a saving throw, I think that you shouldn't keep that +1 bonus that whole time. You feel like the AC might be a little strong. Flat AC bonuses are so janky. I think if you couldn't stack it, if it was just a +1 and it was like for a minute. I think that could be okay. I like the idea of a feature turning into another feature, though. That's kind of fun. Yep.
As a rule, things don't stack with themselves, so it couldn't stack even without the wording. Even with the wording it already has.
Oh, interesting. Did not know. Okay, interesting. All right, let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. By 7th level, you helping others makes you more resistant. Just look, my goodness, but buddy, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Take this word out. Take the word you out, and suddenly the sentence is so much better. Just listen to this. Here's how it is, how you have it written. By 7th level, you helping others makes you more resilient. Take out the word you and listen to how much better it is. By 7th level, helping others makes you more resilient. It's a mountain apart as a sentence. We shoot our
mountain.
Yeah, don't shoot yourself in the foot with your wording here. As long as your channel divinity feature is active, any creature or construct, again, constructs are creatures. Any creature you gain a what? Okay, as long as your channel divinity is active on any creature, comma, you gain a bonus to every saving throw equal to your proficiency bonus and a +2 to your AC. At 18th level, the bonus to AC is +5. Nah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. This one, you already have a saving throw aura just from being a paladin, so you're already getting extra stuff for your saving throw, for all your saving throws. So it just feels like it's just more of that. And then the rest of it is just a flat AC bonus, which is like I'm not that compelled by. Yeah. And then considering some of your channel divinities could in theory last forever, having a +2 bonus for the whole day feels like a lot, or a +5 bonus for the whole day feels like a lot. 7th level should be an aura effect. That's true. Well, 7th level is an aura effect for all paladins except for one. There is a paladin that doesn't have one. I think it's the Conquest Paladin or the Vengeance Paladin. One of them does not have an aura. Vengeance. It's Vengeance. Crown doesn't have an aura, but it's like aura-esque because it has to do with creatures within 5 feet of you. Yeah, I would just come up with something new here. What are your thoughts, Sam?
I was all about this. So I don't know if I'm just, I really like this subclass.
Yeah.
But I don't like this because this is like helping yourself, and literally everything else is like my allies. And then you got this one. It's like, okay, now I'm gonna be a little selfish. And I don't know if I like that, or I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe give temporary hit points, disadvantage. It's like something for the allies.
Yeah. That's a really good point, though. The feeling that this is wavering from the vibe of the other pieces. I wasn't even thinking about it in that context, but that's a very good point. Yeah, and there's lots of most of them are auras. Like traditionally, it's an aura, so there's like they're built to help your allies. So the question is more like how. What do you want to do with that? How do you want this to be a distinct helping of allies? Let's look at 15th level. At 15th level, you gain a second use of Channel Divinity, and while you use a Channel Divinity feature, you gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. This also applies to magical damage. You don't need to say the magical damage part. Also, I think that this is not a great 15th level ability. The only time you should make an ability you get an extra use of a feature is if that feature is like the core conceit of the subclass, such as like the samurai fighter's like fighting mode, or if you get a mountain of options and they're all mediocre, but you get a lot of options like a battle master. But traditionally, like paladins don't have a lot of moments to feel distinct. You shouldn't double dip features. The 15th level feature is like one of the most fun things that you get at certain paladin levels. This is where you get like just like crazy ways to hit things, or the ability to come back to life, or just like all sorts of different little things you get. I'm not a fan of the double dipping back into Channel Divinity, and the resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing does not feel super distinct to me. I feel like if anything, I would put that in the avatar mode.
It's also more of the same from before, just like a selfish I gain resistance. You know what would be great for this subclass is the fighter's indomitable, but for someone else. So if an ally would fail to save, what's the indomitable wording? If you would fail a save, you can re-roll it. So if an ally would fail a save, you can force them to re-roll it, or you can have them re-roll it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the subscribe, Makuz. Very cool. Very cool. That's a great idea. Using Indomitable, that makes a lot of sense. I like that a lot. All right, we got one more. 20th level. Let's take a look. Undying Avatar of Protection. Starting at 20th level, the oath you swore makes sure that you fulfill your promise. When you fall to 0 hit points, you instantly heal the maximum number of hit points you could have healed as if you had not used Lay on Hands. What? I would rephrase that wording to be like the maximum Lay on Hands points you have. Or just make it a number. Because at 20th level, isn't it just locked to? Isn't it just 100 at 20th level? Or yeah, 5 times 20, right? When this feature activates, Alluring Shout gets activated. All effects that would happen when you use Alluring Shout with Channel Divinity also get activated. In addition to that, every creature or construct in a 30-foot radius that you choose gets a +2 bonus to their AC. Okay, there's too much AC stacking here regardless. We're now talking about multiple times that AC is stacking. The other thing is you're doing the same thing, dude. You're just double dipping on your earlier features. The avatar mode should be friggin' crazy. It should make you feel like you are a paladin that is like made of your ideology. It shouldn't just be additional uses of earlier features. That's my stance. It should be a distinct thing. That's how I feel. Sam.
I will grant leeway for the selfishness for the level 20 feature because this is like your thing, but with a twist. I think this ability should be for every ally that's standing, or for every ally that's not unconscious, you get some kind of benefit. I don't know what that benefit would be, but for like, so the idea is like, as long as your allies are standing, you're empowered, but if they start falling, you get weaker. I would like that. Something like that. I don't have anything specific. It could be damage. It could be whatever. But for every ally in range of your Alluring Shout, for as long as they're I don't know. You're better with the wording. But
I don't know anything.
Something that
Where are you from? What state are you from?
I am in Tennessee at the moment.
Tennessee. I never noticed your southern twang until we began speaking here and now.
So yeah, I never noticed. I don't even realize I have it. But yeah. Something that makes you more powerful, the more allies that are consciously standing up. That way, I like the idea of like your 20th feature making you powerful, but that starts to go away as your allies drop. Like as you start failing in your job, you start getting weaker. I like that.
That's a cool idea. I like that too. That makes a lot of sense. You could also make it a little bit beefier then, because it's sort of a situational feature, so it sort of gives space for you to make it a little bit extreme. Yeah, man. People always ask me if I'm from the South because I say y'all, but I'm not. But I did live in Baltimore for a while, the top of the South. Okay, cool. I don't have any other thoughts about this. Thank you very much for sharing, Ben.
I love it, by the way. I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
good job, Ben.
Listen, Ben. SteelySam gives you the seal of approval.
It's a breath of fresh air to not see. You were born from a half god. You do. Your death scythe reaps the souls of anyone you slay, granting.
Yeah, just sort of like a wholesome, like, I'm here to protect. I am the protector.
The steel of approval.
All right, we got a piece from Baba. Let's see. What did you say, Baba? This is my take on a divination cantrip. It's a little funky. It may be too funky, you fucking scumbag. That's a correct use of the term may, and I know you did that on purpose. Go fuck yourself, and I love you. I'm trying to walk a fine line between this being useful for gathering clues, but not too useful due to spammability as a cantrip. One of the easiest ways to make a cantrip less spammable is to make it take a while to cast, which is reasonable to do. You can make a cantrip cast take 10 minutes. You can even make it take an hour if you want to be crazy. All right, let's take a look at it. I just posted in the chat. This is called Psychomatry, Cantrip Divination. Casting time 1 minute. Instantaneous range 5 feet. You extract fragments of the psychic imprints infused within an object. You touch an object no more than 10 feet in any dimension, and can ask one of the following questions, receiving an answer no more than 10 words in length. Who was the last person to touch it? What was the last purpose it was used for? What was an emotion felt by the creature who held the object most recently as they released it? In what places has it been within the last hour? If it had or has an owner, what name were/are they known by? At the DM's discretion, you may ask... This is a correct usage. I accept it. You may ask you may ask a different question of similar limited scope instead of did you build this trying to come up with the psychic imprints fade over time, and psychometry can only... I'm not even looking at chat. Go fuck yourselves. And can only reveal information about events within the last 24 hours. Good. Once you've used Psychomatry on an object, you cannot use this spell again on that object until you complete a long rest. Okay. Interesting. Sam, I want to hear your thoughts. I have a handful of thoughts. I'm curious to hear yours first, though.
I love it. I don't know about the wording. You can be critical of that part, but I would 100% approve this in my games. I love every bit of this spell. I love it. I want to see this used in my games. You touch an object no more than 10 feet in any... I don't know if you need to specify a dimension. I mean, I get that some people might be like, I'm going to touch the earth, but I don't know. I guess I wouldn't worry about the dimension. No more than 10 words. I wouldn't worry about the length, because the DM's the one that's got to come up with it. Like, as a DM, I'm not going to be like, oh, this is 11 words. Damn it. Like, I would just, I'd cut that, because this is mainly for your DM anyway. This is just a means for your DM to give you information. Please use this spell. I would begging you to use this spell. I love it. Yeah.
I also really like it. I really like spells that are somewhat vague in what they do, but weirdly limited. Like the 10 words in length limit, I think is really fun. Because when I'm a dungeon, like when I'm a dungeon master or a player and I'm dealing with those things, it sort of becomes like a little fun. I don't know. It makes it
like writing poetry.
Yeah. It sort of forces you to think about it in a little bit more like woo mystical fantasy lingo language. The only thing that I'll say is I'm wondering, like, I almost want to suggest you tone down a little bit the things you can do. I like I would even say last creature, or I would say last creature that touched it. Last purpose it was used for, I also like. I feel like emotions felt by the creature who held the object most recently, that might be too much. I don't know how I feel about that one.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't know why I feel that way, but I do. Maybe I'm overthinking it, because I guess you can only really get one of these things from an object. You don't have to ask. You can't really ask multiple questions.
Well, I mean, you could recast the spell. What do you think? What would be your problem? Like, give me an example of a problem use of the emotion question.
I don't think there's any problem use of the emotion question on its own, but I feel like I could. Well, the way that it's written, you can only cast it on an object once a day. So with that in mind, that sort of solves my problem. So I don't really have one anymore. My initial problem was, if I can see who the last person to touch it was, what the last purpose it was used for was, and the emotion behind the last creature that was holding it, I feel like I could just solve the mystery very easily a lot of the time. I feel like that's just a lot of information to pull out of an object that you might want to give in a more nuanced way. But I'm rescinding that because you can only cast one of these on it a day. Mostly, I just really like it, I think.
Yeah, I like it too.
I'm almost wondering if there would make... There's a part of me that wants there to be more about the objects, like more about the object itself. And like,
how old is the object?
Yeah.
Or how long ago was it created?
Yeah, or like exactly. Like when, or I was in it, like when was it last moved? But like stuff like that, stuff that is less tied to like the wielder and more tied to the object. How old it is, I think is a really good one too. But yeah, overall, I think it's pretty cool. And I think that you solved the problem of spamming it very well by having it just be a once a day casting and only 24-hour.
One question you have to watch out for. If it had or has an owner, what name were they known by? You could get the true name of a devil or of a fiend with that. So
yeah, that's
I don't
true.
know. You have to restrict that one.
Yeah, you could say if it had like what were they commonly known by or something like that. If they had a common title. The other thing that might be fun to do is if you don't want to do the name, you could do like what cardinal direction that creature is in. So, like, the owner I know is, like, north. That could work. Okay, very cool. I don't have that much feedback other than it seems like fun. I would play around with less than 10 words. I would see how it felt with 5. Not because I think 10 words is bad, but I think less words will almost make it a more fun spell to sort of figure out, and will make those answers have a little bit more mystery to them.
Like a riddle.
Yeah. This might be a spell slot spell. To be honest, I could see this.
No,
you don't think so?
I maybe, but I don't want it to be.
Yeah.
I don't want it to.
No, I hear you. I like it being a cantrip too because it feels very flavorful for a character that is like a sage investigator. You know, like you're going out to like solve the demon murders on behalf of like the Radiant Flame or whatever.
Oh, ritual. Good idea, chat. A ritual.
A ritual would work. Oh yeah, if you made it a first level spell and made it a ritual, that would also work.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Very cool. This was by Baba. Yeah, Baba. So also Baba, you got 2 uses of May in correctly. So, you know,
so two letter grades.
Yeah.
2 bump.
Baba's been around for a while, so Baba knows the game. Thank you, Baba. That's a really fun spell. Sam, you said you would put that in your game.
I would. I love that.
I would put that in my game too. I don't think I would even change it unnecessarily. I might put changes in it retroactively to see what it did, but that's a spell that I feel like in its use, we could just plop into a game and it would be fine.
I'm gonna do one more, and then I'm gonna hit the hay. So.
Cool. Well, first of all right. Well, I'll say thank you afterwards, but let's do one more.
All right.
I like your tattoo. What is it of?
It is just a tribal tattoo.
It's cool.
It doesn't have much of a story.
That's
something
okay.
I thought looked cool.
It does look cool. I have one of my best friends has a very different tattoo, but similar placement onto like the forearm up onto the hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I love tattoos like that.
Yeah, I especially love I love the way it looks in long sleeves because it kind of peeks out from.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. So this is from River. River gave 0. River, did you send me a Pathfinder 2 piece? All right. I don't know how to play Pathfinder 2.
We'll just treat it like D&D.
Well, it actually just looks like it's something that it's like, okay. So this is long and it looks like it's a story. So here's what we're going to do. So Sam, the way I do it when somebody sends to me something long or something a little bit sideways, I start reading it and then I stop at a certain point. So I'll probably read the first 3 paragraphs. Like I'll probably read, what I'll say is we'll read this here and we'll see how we feel. And if it just give some general advice. Does it hook me as a reader? The world of Thetas. The world of Thetas is a world which has been divided peacefully. This is 200 AT, or known as the New Age of Thetas. Now the world is dominated by 5 different sentient creatures. The humans who rule over the vast swaths of land with lovely and abundant farmland in the south and the capital, Athens in the north. They generally speak human. They live in Creta. Okay, My first piece of feedback is I would not start naming so many places without establishing what they are. When you say humans who rule over the vast lands, lovely abundant farm, they are in the south and the capital, Athens in the north. They generally speak human. They live in Creta. I don't know what Creta is. So you lose me a little bit here. Well, let's read about the elves. The elves reside in the greatest and oldest of the forests of Thetas, where they live symbiotically with the forest. Don't use forest twice in the same sentence. Creating food gardens that hang from the tallest trees, in which their cities and homes, dropping shit, have been built among the treetops, trunks, roots, and mighty oaks. This is all one sentence. That's too long of a sentence. They speak Elven and Draconic. They, of course, know human. Is human a language? I thought it was common.
Yeah, it was in the third paragraph. Or the third line, I guess.
Yeah, it's an unusual language. It's all Greek to you? There needs to be a map? All right.
I imagine there's a map supplement, or they wanted a map supplement with this, because this is written with a map in mind. I'm sure there's a map.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you are trying to draw someone in to your world setting, you have to hook them very quickly, and you have to make sure that the structure of your writing flows in a way that keeps them going. The first sentence is, the world of Thetas is a world which has been divided peacefully. Use the word world twice, and the hook should not be color me naive or pessimistic, but I feel like the hook being the world is peaceful is not really a hook. Like, I feel like I should feel there should be movement in your game world that I am drawn towards. I would consider thinking about what is going on that is so important to your game world that is making it start right now. We are starting in 200 AT. Why? What is happening that is... why are we starting at 200 AT? Why not 150 AT? Why not 250 AT? Is there a thing that's happening in history right now that makes this moment in time the interesting moment in time to explore and travel through in your game world? It should be, and then the why should probably be your first sentence. That's what I'll say.
Go ahead.
No, you go. I've been yelling.
I think it's a stylistic choice, obviously, when it comes to writing, but I much prefer when it seems like a lot of times when people send me their homebrews, like, hey, what do you think of this?
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's their settings, not like homebrew classes, or like, what do you think
so
of
you
my
read
world?
these kind of documents a lot, probably.
Yeah, this kind of stuff. Like, this is like,
I never read these kinds of things usually.
Oh man, this is like, I get sent this.
So you have more thoughts. You probably have more insightful thoughts than I do.
Yes. So, but I mean, it's always a style thing. I think that you should start. I prefer reading small and then expanding. It seems like so many. I don't know if it's just like how people are taught, or maybe that's just a style. Like, maybe I'm just like anti that style. But it seems like a lot of people are like, this is the world. This is the continent. This is the pantheon of gods. And it takes so long to hone in on like the heroes of the world, or like this small town. I much prefer you start with like, this is a commoner who's a member of a thieves guild of this town, and you just kind of tell their story. It's like, oh, where is this? Like, leave questions unanswered so that the reader can ask questions. Like, they can follow the things that they want. If you start really broad and start answering all the questions, you just, first of all, you overload them with information that they're just not going to remember. And second of all, some of it's not going to be relevant. Some of it, like, leave it up to the reader to decide what they want to know about. So start small and then let the reader expand.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's actually how I plan my games most of the time. Is if I'm I start with like, you know, the village that it's going to take place in. And I don't really worry about the world outside of it other than like a couple themes that I think might be cool.
Yeah, it's important to have a foundation before you can't just take it all in. You got to have like a safe, what's the word? You got to have like a base. You got to have a base of operations that you can fall back to. Like, okay, this is Thimberland, and this, you know, I know this place. I know these people. I know that guild. And then when you start talking about the other stuff, it's like, okay, I can incorporate that into my bubble. My bubble's growing.
Dave Golf Pro is saying, gardeners and architects, some like the world's first and then small, some like small then the world. I agree that that is a very different style of writing, but I would argue that that is not different styles of presentation. And if the goal of this document is to present someone with a world setting, I think that regardless of whether you as a writer are an architect or a gardener, you still need to hook the reader, even if the reader is a dungeon master that you want to use your setting. And I still think that even if you are an architect where you do enjoy building your pantheon first and working down, you should still start the reader at the what's down. Because even if the reader's a dungeon master, you still want to get them hooked and excited. Like when I say what's the point, I want to know. This is a thing that I used to talk about on stream a lot. I don't talk about it on stream as much anymore, but whenever you are writing anything, you should assume that whomever is reading it has zero interest in reading it, and you have to convince them that it's worth reading. And you convince them that it's worth reading by essentially selling it in the first couple sentences of it. You have to make the reader want to spend the time, because nobody will 99% of the time. That's just the truth of it.
Same thing with videos, right?
It's exactly the same with videos. So like the reason why I say I don't think this is a great first sentence is because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to read this first sentence and then think, okay, and then they're going to be done. But if this first sentence says, you know, the world has been at peace for 200 years, but today the sky cracked open and the fluffles poured through. We don't know what the fuck anything is that means, but immediately I'm like, okay, something's happening. What's going on? And it makes me want to keep going. Yeah, it is exactly the same as videos. It's the same with any media. Any content that you want anybody to have, you really have to sell it to them in the first 2 seconds, or you have to confuse them enough to stay around. But it's easier to do that with videos. Like, reading is work regardless. So like a lot of my shorts are just nonsense, and I just bank on people not swiping long enough to just get lost in the nonsense. I don't think that works with the writing.
Right. And even if the reader is interested, like legitimately interested, if you overwhelm them with information that they just can't retain, then it's kind of, you know,
yeah,
you just give them too much.
Yeah. Do you want to keep reading? I feel like I feel like everything we just said was a lot for this person to work on already. I'm good if we finish it, but I'm down to keep reading if you want to also.
Sure, we can keep going.
All right, let's read dragons, and then we'll see if we have new things to say, we'll say new things. But if not, we'll say good luck on your journey of captivating us in your openers. The dragons, who have claimed the less accessible swaths of land of Thetas, amongst the greatest mountain ridges, in the maze-like cave systems of the Underdark, and the most inhospitable swamps and volcanoes, and the most freezing regions of the world. That, believe it or not, is not a full sentence. There's no verb. You are describing what the dragons are. They are those that have claimed the lands. They are amongst the great ridges, in the maze-like caves of the Underdark, and the most inhospitable swamps and volcanoes, and the most regions of the world. There's a lot of description there, but that's actually not a full sentence.
We got rid of the word who, maybe?
No, the word who is there.
Claimed. No, if you get rid of it, it could be the dragons have claimed.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that could work. But again, this is too many. You're giving us too many examples. This is example overload. Cut half of these words out, minimum. It's going to be much stronger if it's less words and more to think about. They speak Draconic and less often human. There is also a variety of other languages. There are also a variety of other languages. Dragons, no, based on the dragon. They are generally solitary unless it's family. The main thing that I want to point out is I think you are giving information that is not worth giving too early. You're spending a lot of... each one of these spends time talking specifically about the languages that the people speak, which so far seem to be, like, fairly evident by the languages basically just being the names of the people. And that does not seem that important to, like, selling the idea of the people. I feel like I'm not... I would spend more time trying to capture the vibe and less on, like, the semantics of them.
Yeah, we're reading a manual.
Yeah. Even though a manual, you have to sell it with a manual, because that's the thing, is it's like it's not official. Like, why is somebody going to spend time reading it unless it's really fun to read? You know? Is that harsh? Am I being too harsh?
I don't think you said anything like an attack. I think it's fun.
I just think that you just have to sell your work. And you don't need to sell it by being hey, buy my stuff. You need to sell it by it, like, being vibrant immediately and distinct and unique as quickly as possible. Sam, any final thoughts for this writer before you get the hell out of here?
Keep on writing, bud. Keep on writing.
Yeah. It is very it's a bold thing to build a whole campaign setting, especially if you plan on putting it out in any sort of public way. It is a hard thing to do well. I am currently working on a campaign setting with a couple other writers, and it's a lot of work. It's fun, but it's a lot of work. Sam, thank you so much for coming on my stream, man.
Thanks for having me.
Let's can we try to do can we do something sometime? If you want me to come on a DM hotline stream, or
that would be awesome.
Yeah, I would love to. I love those. I very much want to do those sorts of streams in general when I'm not doing homebrew streams, like the hanging with the chat, answering questions, yelling at people for being dumb. Oh, I'll do that. You don't need to do that. But let's stay in touch, because you're a lot of fun and this was fun, and I appreciate you coming on the show.
Thanks.
Cool.
Take it easy, chat.
Do you want me to shout anything out for you? Guys, go check out SteelySam's YouTube. YouTube.@SteelySam. YouTube.com/SteelySam. His stuff's great. He makes really, really good shorts. He does these live streams where he answers DM advice called DM Hotline. And he makes fun stuff. He's a lot of fun. Go check him out. All right.
There you go.
All right. I'll hit you up on Discord at some point sooner than later.
Absolutely. We'll do something.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
Same.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay. That was SteelySam. That was fun. That was cool. Whoa, what the fuck is this? That was very fun and cool. Did you guys enjoy SteelySam being here? He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's a pretty cool and nice guy. He's a nice guy. And I liked talking to him. He was fun.
I ask this cause I might have sent it to the wrong one, but are the Patreon and YouTube polls separate lists?
Oh, they are the same. They are the same. I didn't even know that text-to-speech worked. So there you go. That was crazy. Good job. I didn't know that I didn't know we could do text-to-speech. That's funny. They are the same list, yes. For folks that don't know, I have two wheels. I have the big public wheel, and I have the little wheel for members. And members and/or Patreoners can access this wheel so that they can post things twice a week and get a little bit more of a chance to see a thing. Yeah, he was cool, wasn't he? It was really nice. It was nice for him to pop by. I really just hit him up before stream, too. He seems like such a nice dude. All right, Vander.
Hello.
Oh, hey, PC.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Lazy Sunday.
Guys, Patrick Perini's joining us.
Howdy, y'all.
How you doing, man?
Doing all right. I'm doing all right. Sam seemed like a cool dude. That was a fun time.
Oh yeah, he was very nice, very cool. He's a guy that he's like a proper YouTuber boy, man.
Hell yeah, we love a proper YouTuber boy, man.
Yeah. How you doing? How was your Sunday?
Slow, but that's okay. It's the first day we've had off in a little bit.
Slow is good when it's good.
Yeah. And also just sometimes necessary, even if it's not good.
Yeah. Oh, my dad texted me. What do you think he said?
I think he said, Cinder, I'm very proud of you.
No. I see. He's texting me about beard oil. I got beard oil. I don't know if you can tell, but I smell like sandalwood.
Nice. I can't tell from here. Surprisingly,
my beard feels so nice right now. I've been playing with it all stream because it's all nice now. It's all poofy. I also got new trimmers. I need new trimmers because the beard's getting a little cray, but we're gonna keep it crazy. You know what I was realizing that I think is funny? I'm wondering if I was to cut my beard like quite a lot, if it would be like if the chat would be like when a little kid cuts their beard and the parents or when a parent cuts their beard and the little kid doesn't like it, you know, they're like, "You're not my dad." I wonder if it's gonna be like
that. Would be very funny. That would be very funny.
Yeah. All right, here, right. We got a thing to look at. It's a barbarian. This is a barbarian subclass, which focuses on unarmed fighting and drawing enemy attention to themselves. It is meant to emulate the theme of an underground bare-knuckle boxer. P.S. Thank you in advance from my last submission. You are welcome in advance. Yeah, last week we got to every single piece on the member wheel, which was cool. I don't normally do that. Okay. Ooh, look. You know what? I gotta say, I do love when somebody takes a little bit of time and puts some art on their piece. I like it. Let's put it in the chat. All right, let's see. Path of the Pugilist. I'm sorry. Path of the Pugilist.
Yeah, there you go.
The Pugilist?
Pugilism. It means boxing.
Listen, I understand. My mustache isn't curly cued enough yet, but I'll get there.
Yeah.
Society.
No,
this
is all for chat.
This is also a good one for you because you love this kind of. So you love subclasses like
I
this.
really do.
Society hides its barbaric roots, but in the underbelly, tucked away in a tavern or cornered in an alleyway, you can find those that embrace those roots. That is. I feel like you're trying to do too much in that sentence.
Windy sentence. Yeah, there's a lot happening there.
Put a period at the end of the word comma. At the end of comma. Society hides its barbaric roots. Period.
Boom.
In the underbellies, and you don't even just say but. You can just say in the underbellies, in the underbelly of society, tucked away in a tavern or cornered in an alley. Take out the word way. You can find those that embrace those roots. There you go. Much better. Where civility dictates weapons be left behind, the pugilist scoff. Put a comma after behind. The pugilist scoff as they are the weapon. Yeah, a little wordy. Such barbarians can be found in taverns. You already mentioned taverns. Don't mention them again. Brawling for money in a criminal hideaway as enforcers, or traveling vagrants sparring for support. They opt, I'm assuming you mean, to go empty-handed against uneven odds and come out battered and bloodied, but always victorious. Okay. It needs a little bit of tightening up, but so far so good. Let's take out Rising Up. Your physical stature is so grand.
Yeah.
Simply standing up and displaying your mighty strength causes those around you to submit. You can use your strength modifier in place of charisma for any charisma intimidation checks you make. Your unarmed strikes are considered melee weapon attacks for the purposes of activating abilities and features. When you use the attack action with an unarmed strike on your turn, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action. In addition, the damage of your unarmed strikes is now 1d4. Okay. So far kind of straightforward. You get 1d4 unarmed strikes. You can do a bonus action punch. Let's see what the next one is.
Seems easy enough.
Yeah, I mean, so far it makes sense. Like, all of this is good. I like the strength for charisma. Getting the unarmed strike makes sense. The bonus action extra punch at this level seems fine. 1d4 seems pretty low for a barbed weapon, doesn't it? It does. I agree. Somebody says so monk, sort of. Well, let's see what the rage does first, and let's see if that. Yeah, let's just see what the rage does first and what happens after that. Your pure rage is so distracting and worrying that those around you see you as the biggest threat to their survival. Whenever you enter a rage, all hostile creatures within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw or be forced to prioritize you as their target. This is very similar to the paladin we just looked at. Enemies prioritizing you cannot move away from you and have disadvantage when making attack rolls against any creature other than you. Creatures under this effect can use their action to make another wisdom save, ending the effect on a success and becoming immune to it for 24 hours. The effect lasts for a duration of your rage or until you become incapacitated or die. If an ability requires a saving throw, your DC equals 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your constitution modifier. What do you think for this for level 1? Or what do you think of these theory?
I think rising up is very straightforward. It does kind of put you into a monk space, which is fine. And then what else? What else do I think? I think Stack the Odds is interesting. It's in this space where it's like, are you doing unarmed damage or are you the biggest threat in the room? And I'm going to be honest, in D&D, those are just not the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this is one of those sort of rare instances where the flavor of the thing is super sound, right? Like if you're a fighter that genuinely knows what they're doing and can fight unarmed in a way that is very threatening, that's massive, right? Like that makes you a very serious threat. But this is a game with Fireball, right? Like there's just a disconnect for me where it's like, I do a D4 of damage 1.5 times per round. And I'm somehow the scariest thing in the room, right? Like I'm now weaker than any other barbarian, but the flavor here is that I'm somehow the biggest threat. Mechanically, I think it's cool, but there's a disconnect for me on the flavor.
What you're saying is Stack the Odds feels like it literally just doesn't make sense because technically you are actually not the scariest thing in the room. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And I kind of wonder, like, if you're trying to go in I think the biggest threat thing is just an interesting way to take like a pugilist or a boxer, right? I think that there are a lot of cool ways that you could do this. The sort of like Sherlock Holmes, like zoom in on the fight and like press every advantage could be a really interesting way to take this rage. The just pure like hulking out doesn't feel, I don't know, something's off about it. What do you think?
I have mixed feelings. I totally get the first third level feature, and I totally get the goal of the second third level feature, especially with their specific listed goals. I guess what I am sort of struggling with back and forth is I want my punch as a third level barbarian to be cooler than a monk punch at third level.
Yeah.
I want it to feel different than a monk punch at third level. I don't want to have to get to level 6 to feel like I can punch harder than the scrawny kid that's doing handstands and meditating when I'm sitting in a basement of cigar smoke and broken bones. You know what I mean? Like that's sort of where my headspace goes. And then the other side of where my headspace goes is the unarmed fighting style gives you a D6.
Right. Yeah. So it just nullifies that first feature.
Now, from the perspective of general mechanics, this is not a bad design from a control standpoint for the Stack the Odds feature.
Right.
and it's a once per rage feature, which is fine. And what it actually does is basically does an area of effect version of what the Ancestral Guardian gets at 3rd level. That's exactly how the Ancestral Guardian works at 3rd level. So because it's so similar to the Ancestral Guardian, but sort of the opposite, it doesn't feel unique enough to sell me on the concept immediately. But I think from a mechanical perspective, I think it basically works. I just don't know if it feels unique enough, because one feature is sort of like you punch like a monk, and then the other feature is like the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. So I guess what I feel like, maybe it's a question.
I think that's right.
Like, what is the where's the pugilist in here? Where is the guy that, I want my knuckles to split on someone's bones, and I want to feel that in a mechanic,
Yeah, I think that's really good. And some stuff that you could potentially play with is like breaking bones, applying status effects, potentially even like breaking morale, right? Cinder, you've touched on like self-harm, like pushing yourself through a certain amount of damage to do more damage. I think all of those are fun things to potentially play with.
Yeah. The other thing that you could do is you could make it so you basically all the time have your D4 punching, but then when you rage, it's amped up in some way.
Yeah, that could be it.
You could have like, you get into like boxing mode, and where you put your hands like this, maybe, and you start swinging, and you start doing this move that they do in the old-timey posters. Let's see what we get at 6.
Actually,
yep.
An interesting thing that you could do here is figure out what the average damage dice is for a barbarian at these associated levels, and make your unarmed strike do a rough equivalent, but with higher values of lower dice. So if a D8 is common at 3rd level for a barbarian, for great axe is either a D8 or a D10. Make it 2d4 because you're doing like, it's that tightened accuracy. You're consistently doing more damage.
Yeah, I like that. That's kind of fun. I like that. Okay, wait. Let's keep going. Let's look at 6th level. Your career, past or present, has trained you to be ready. This is called Eye of the Tiger. Your career, past or present, has trained you to be ready at a moment's notice, with nothing more than your bare fists as weapons. Whenever you have nothing in either hand, you can use your reaction to make a single unarmed strike against a creature that enters within the range of your unarmed strike. In addition, your unarmed strikes now deal 1d6 damage. Barbarians really don't get offensive features at level 6. At level 6, barbarians get defensive features or utility features or movement features. I disagree with giving them a combat feature that is so strictly dealing more damage focused at level 6, fundamentally from the template of how barbarians exist. I think the reaction... It's also sort of the sentry feature, right? Isn't sentry or polearm master that does that, where you can hit somebody with a reaction when they come within range?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't feel like it's a particularly unique feature either. I feel like I almost want to say you should give us a better combat feature at 3rd level, and then take the stack the odds and put that at 6th or maybe even 10th. That's what I would do.
I'd see that.
All right. Do you have thoughts about this one, or that differ from mine?
No. So far.
You wait. Talk for a second.
Yeah, my audio is real screwed up. I'm gonna try to refresh.
Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here and come back, you hooligan. Uh-oh. I heard myself echo. Echo!
Better?
Yeah, hello, I can hear you again.
Wonderful. Yeah, no additional thoughts. I think you hit it right on the head. And I think, again, this is like a place where you could really reinforce what it means to be a pugilist, right? Like, so far, all of these features do really feel like we're just plucking interesting features from other places and stringing them together.
Dragon Knight says, well, this kind of a defensive feature, just don't get in my range. Not really. it's a damaging feature. It's a feature that is increasing your damage output.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean by not a defensive feature. I mean, listen, rage is a defense. You know, like reckless attack in theory is a defensive feature because people know that you can use it. Like if you go with something being a threat as a defensive feature, then anything is a defensive feature. All right, let's look at the 10th level feature. Thrill of the Fight. There's a giant bug on my wall right now, but it's not a spider. It's one of those house centipedes.
Ominous.
No, they're chill. The thing is they used to creep me out, but then I learned that they are the hunters. They're like the tigers of the jungle of a basement. So now I don't mind when they wander through my little basement. They gotta just eat other things and chill. Okay, 10th level. You find overwhelming odds stimulating and set your blood on fire. While raging, you gain temporary hit points equal to the number of hostile creatures within 5 feet of you at the start of each of your turns, to a minimum of 1 and a maximum of your Constitution modifier. So, first of all, the way that you would word that is, while raging, at the start of each of your turns, you gain temporary hit points equal to the number of hostile creatures within 5 feet of you, to a maximum of your Con modifier. I'll rephrase it to say that. This feels. This is okay.
Thematically, it's cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's only ever 5 temporary HP.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, 6 at 20th level, but that's not a lot. And also, the minimum 1 is interesting because it means that even if there's no hostile creatures, you're always getting 1 temp HP per turn, which is like not bad. It just doesn't feel like a ton. Personally, I would get rid of the minimum. I'd get rid of the maximum, and I'd multiply the number of temporary hit points. So this 10th level, I'd multiply the number of temporary hit points you get at this, you know, kind of to either 2 or 5 times the number of hostile creatures within 5 feet, because that can only ever be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
The only thing to keep in mind there is that
16.
you should basically double that number though, because you're also raging. Only thing I'd keep in mind there.
True.
I have mixed feelings about it. I guess honestly, it's fine as a feature. I have mixed feelings about it because we've gotten to 10th level and I don't feel like a pugilist, in my opinion.
I feel like this is the first feature that steps in that direction. If the numbers were tweaked a little bit, this could actually even be a cool 6th level feature because it
feels more like
defensive.
a 6th level feature than like a 10th level feature.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I might move this to 6. Because
and then if it's
like
6th level,
10th level features are always weird. They're where you get a spell thing, or you get some new crazy thing. They're always weird. They're a weird thing. They're where you get your flashy thing almost always.
Fair enough.
And I feel like we should get like a super punch or something. You know, like a sucker punch, or like a they see stars or something. You know what I mean?
The ability to knock 2 heads together.
Yeah. I see that looks like we're getting a lot of these things at 14th level, and my guess is I'm going to suggest that you make these things less intense and you get them at earlier levels. Let's look at a 14th level though. Kill with the skill. Your body is as much a weapon as any sword, and your rage is the sharpened edge. Whenever you end your rage early as a bonus action, ending your rage early. All right. You can funnel.
Simmer's not a fan of those.
No, I'm not. You can funnel the last vestiges of your anger, because there's 2 reasons for it. Well, if you remind me, I'll tell you after. Whenever you end your rage early as a bonus action, you can funnel the last vestiges of your anger into one last assault. Choose one of the following attacks to make when you do this. Haymaker. Throwing all of your weight into a single strike in an attempt to punch through their defenses, you make a single unarmed attack roll against a target within range at advantage. If the attack hits, you deal extra damage equal to your barbarian level to the attack in addition to your rage bonus, okay? You know that, like, the Zealot Barbarian is doing half this damage every single turn while it rages? Just saying. Just saying. That's not good enough for me to turn a rage off. The old one, too. You unleash a flurry of successive strikes to throw your opponent off balance. Make 2 unarmed attacks at a single target in range. The attack and damage rolls have +2 in addition to your normal rage bonus. If both attacks hit, the target has disadvantage on the next attack or saving throw. Again, doesn't feel like it's worth losing a rage. Knockout punch. You throw a powerful precision strike at an opponent's weak point in an attempt to finish them. Make a single unarmed strike at a single target within range. You don't need to clarify the single twice. On a hit, the target must make a Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of your next turn. Again, doesn't feel like it's worth it losing a rage. Smackdown. You go to overpower your opponent and throw them off their feet. Make 1 unarmed attack against a single target within range. On a hit, they must make a strength saving throw or be knocked back 10 feet and knocked prone. If something stops them short, they take an additional 2d8 bludgeoning damage. And if the object that stops them was another creature, split the damage between the two. I like that little mechanic. If they succeed, they are pushed back 5 feet and suffer no other effects. Yeah, I feel like these types of moves we should be getting way earlier, and they should not be tied to you losing your rage. In fact, I would maybe be like, when you rage once per turn, or make them less intense and let you gain access to them while you rage, or something like that. I don't know. This does not feel. The only time that the end your rage early to do a thing becomes good is at 20th level when you have infinite rages. Until then, it's like using a warlock spell slot. It's like you very few of them, and if you don't have them, you got nothing most of the time.
I agree. I also don't love the so 2 things. I don't love that we don't really get any strong feeling of pugilism until the end of the subclass where almost no one will ever hit. And I also don't love the battle masteriness of this, which is like you get a bunch of battle master maneuvers. They're just different, right? Now, each individual feature is interesting and has merit and could make sense in various places. But I don't love the way that this is being organized in this execution. I think that it's just a little off the mark.
Yeah, I think that some of the things feel nice, but I guess I would encourage you to pull the things that make you feel like you're a unique puncher earlier. And based off of our good Patrick's advice, see if you can do that in a way that it doesn't feel like you're doing Battlemaster maneuvers.
Yeah, and that was my first thought, is like a pugilist implementation usually is technique, which makes sense because in real life, that's how boxing works. There are moves that you use, and those moves have specific reasons that you use them in specific circumstances. But that does get very battle mastery very quickly, because as it turns out, that's how all martial arts works.
Yeah.
And so I would encourage you to think kind of beyond that and contemplate like what is the unique, very specific sliver of pugilism that you want to represent mechanically that encapsulates the whole.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking
incredible.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, you made me do it.
You did it.
Hi. Who is this? This is Ori and Mari. Hi.
It's Ori and Mari.
Hi.
Hi, guys. How are
Hello.
you?
Hello.
Good. How are you?
Hello.
I saw the wheel pop up, so it was like.
Yeah, we just
that was
finished
the
looking at
time.
the Pugilist.
Oh,
What are you guys doing
very
on
nice.
stream tonight?
I'm working on a homebrew that is called the Peace Hammer, as it is literally based off a one-liner from a player
that one of
was,
our players said.
Warhammers, where's the Peace Hammers? And I went, Patrick, write that down.
Oh,
That's a good name.
I love
the
that.
Peace Hammer.
So yeah, it's very nice. It's a judge's gavel, and everything is very all the abilities are very like judge based, like actual legal system judge based, like guilty verdict or not guilty or death sentence. Those are the
That's
ability
funny.
names. So
That's funny.
very
Do you guys
fun.
want to hang out for a minute and look at an item or no? You just want to scare the shit out of me and leave.
Sure, I'm down.
No, hang on. We'll look at one. We'll look at one homebrew, and
All
then
right, if
we
it's really
won't
long, you
derail
don't-
too much.
If it's really long, you don't need to hang out for 2
Yeah.
I'm following
We'll
Lori's
see.
lead.
We'll see what the luck is. Yeah, Mars goes where I go. No.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
We have Éclair Dawnlight. That's a fun one.
Ooh, that's a fun name.
All right, let's
I like
see.
Éclairs.
Let's see what they said. This
I
might
like
be
Eclairs, but they don't like me.
this might be what we remove very quickly because it looks like they wrote it a while ago, and my guess is it might have a May in it. We'll see.
Yes.
Yeah. First homebrew I ever made 3 years back. Did have to rewrite much of it properly. All right. Hopefully it doesn't. We'll see what you did. Barbarians have never quite held my grasp attention, and I still wanted to be able to enjoy one eventually, so I made a butterfly totem to let me be a fairy gal with a big hammer, but have more to think about than swinging the hammer. Is this for the totem barbarian? Or is this a whole subclass? Let's see. I'm very curious. I think it's a butterfly totem for the here, there's a link I'll post in the chat. It's a butterfly totem. No, didn't know you could mix and match totem aspects, so features are intended to be chosen together. That's fine. Let's take a look. First of all, love a little art. Did you credit your artist? Art by you did. Good. All right, Spirit Seeker. Yours is the path that seeks attunement with the natural world. Blah 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 blah. You get so you get the regular totem stuff. Let's see what the butterfly gets. At 3rd level, when you adopt this path, you choose a totem and get a feature. Blah 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 blah. Okay, where's the actual stuff? Okay, let's scroll down to it. Here it is. Butterfly, alluring, intimidating visage. When you begin raging, spectral like wings of a you can just say spectral wings. Spectral wings of a butterfly burst forth from your back. The wings, either alluring or intimidating presence, draws creatures' attention. Non-allied creatures within 60 feet of you, within line of sight, must make a charisma saving throw. When a creature fails, all attacks they make towards creatures other than you, don't say not you, say other than you, while in line of sight of you, are made at disadvantage as your wings grasp their attention. The effect ends if your rage ends. They make additional saves to overcome this effect at the end of their turns. If a creature passes this save, they cannot be affected by alluring or intimidating visage. The DC is 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus either your con or charisma. I think this is like the 14th level ability of the Berserker Barbarian. This is like a fear aura. I think. Let me just check. It's not. It's the 10th level feature. Uh-oh. Did everyone get quiet or is it just you all just get fucking quiet
I'm
on
just
me?
processing.
So it's a 60-foot thing, charisma save. If they fail, they have disadvantage on attack rolls, so long as you're within line of sight. So it's not exactly the same as the Berserker Barbarian's Fear Aura, but it's actually way stronger because the 10th level Berserker Barbarian feature is only 30 feet. Now, the 10th level feature for the Berserker is also the Frightened condition, so it also means they can't move closer to you. But this is a little strong. A little strong. A 60-foot feature like that's a little strong, especially because the 10th level Berserker Barbarian feature exists. What if you just dropped the con charisma bonus to the check?
I think a cool way to take this though might be more towards like what's the image hallucinating pattern? The
hypnotic pattern?
Thank you. That one could be interesting.
Where it could like not stun people, but sort of put them in a daze where they're incapacitated.
Yeah, but like the wings, right? The whole thing is the wings come out, right? And I feel like that's very butterfly vibe, is the idea of like confusing with the wing patterns, right? So that could be an interesting way to take that.
I think that could make a lot of sense. I would probably not make the incapacitation last more than a round.
Yeah, like one stun. I think that could be fun.
Or make the range of it 60 feet is just a really big range. 60-foot radius is huge. I'd probably drop it to like 15-foot radius.
Yeah, also for a barbarian, probably not the most necessary, right? Like, you're not really dealing with the stuff that's 60 feet away.
Yeah. Let's look at the 6th level feature. At 6th level, you gain magical benefits of the totem. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's see. Metamorphosis. During a long rest, you can create and rest in a cocoon-like shell. Flavor-wise, I love this. I don't know what it means yet, but we'll see.
Flavor-wise, this is very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes an action to remove yourself from the cocoon. Your perception is effectively 0 while inside it, and you can't break from your rest and gain the effects, i.e. take a middle night watch whilst in it. Okay, I'm not sure. I feel like we don't need to put that limitation on it. Let's see what happens. When you finish a long rest in a cocoon, you gain 1d12 temporary, don't say health, say hit points, and grow a set of butterfly wings. They give you advantage to either persuasion or intimidation checks while you have them. You gain a hover speed equal to your walking speed. You cannot hover if you exceed or are at your carrying capacity. Okay. If you want to give a fly speed, you can't give anything else. That is really strong.
Yeah.
So if you want them to fly with these wings, everything else has to go. I kind of like the advantage of persuasion or intimidation checks. I almost want to suggest you drop the temporary hit points, drop the fly speed, keep the advantage on in persuasion and intimidation checks, and maybe give you some sort of extra feature where you can you get like a feather fall mechanic where you can just you can't fly, but you can slow your descent.
Isn't hover different though? Isn't hover just means that you don't touch the ground?
No,
you're not really fully...
Hover's stronger than a fly speed. So if you have a fly speed, that is...
Well, I know hover means you can't be knocked... knocking prone doesn't stop you from flying.
That's the only
difference.
I
know that.
That's the only difference. But other than
I thought certain ghostly-esque creatures sort of had something where it was they don't fly, but they just hover above the ground. So they're not triggering traps on the ground, and they're not
specify the height.
Oh, interesting.
There has to be some might have that where it's they hover a foot off the ground, but if
yeah,
they just have
just something so it was difficult terrain doesn't do stuff. Just
so if they
ground
don't
stuff.
don't have that specific limitation, then no, it's just a fly speed but stronger than a fly speed because getting knocked prone doesn't make you fall.
Éclair, depending on which way you're going for.
Yeah, so I would tone that down.
Claire is in the chat saying they didn't think hover could gain elevation. So I think, that's the thing. You gotta...
Yeah.
You gotta specify.
Oh, yeah. You gain all sorts of elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, let's look at
no worries.
10th level is still Spirit Walker. Let's look at the 14th level totem feature. Enrapturing Visage. Can I just point something out here for a second before I read it? So a lot of people are I don't know how to do formatting. I don't know how to do this. My guess is that Éclair Dawnlight doesn't know how to do formatting either. But you know what? Their formatting is perfect.
This is great.
Very clear where all of the features are. It is very clear how everything is. And they found pictures that evoke the style, the vibe that they want. And they just threw them in the Word document. This is something that is a very good habit to get into. It will go a long way to help you sell the vision of your piece. So if you're somebody that doesn't know how to do formatting, this is perfect. You don't need more formatting than this. Bold things and unbolded things and indentations and maybe a piece of art or two. So this is a really good example.
I don't even
of
feel
this
lacking.
looks great.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I don't miss GM Binder or Homebrewery when you do stuff like this.
Honestly,
No, it's so organized. It's so concise. And I love the visuals here because it really helps you picture it.
Yeah. I often will prefer Word documents to GM Binder unless your GM Binder doc is made very cool looking. Because sometimes you can GM Binder yourself into making it harder to read or ugly looking if you're not too thoughtful with the layout. Wait, let's see what this does. Enrapturing Visage, your radiance, your wrong use of the word your radiance carries, put another R here, brighter than ever, making it even harder to ignore your presence. When raging, enemies that can see you can no longer gain advantage on attacks towards you. That's really fucking strong. I might change that. The range of Distracting Visage increases to 100 feet. I think Distracting Visage should be 15 feet, and then at this level, it can go up to 40 feet. You can use an additional use of your rage while still raging to trigger the effects of intimidation again without using your rage. Instead of making this weird thing, just say, while raging, you can use a bonus action to activate this feature again once per rage. You don't need to do the whole, it's using a rage again. You can just say activating the feature. A couple things. This could be where you give them a fly speed. They could, at 14th level, while raging, you could get a fly speed while your wings are out. I think that would be fine. And I think that you should drop the enemies can no longer have advantage on attacks against you, because a lot of the Barbarian kit is built around that. Like, that now Reckless Attack isn't anything, and Reckless Attack is like one of the key Barbarian features. Like, you shouldn't lose the downside to Reckless Attack. Yeah? Thoughts?
Agree.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
I agree.
I think adding the fly speed,
I would say I agree as well.
I think adding the fly speed here is good, because otherwise this feature is not really giving us much. It's just a buff on everything that we already have.
Yeah, somebody said...
I think moving the fly down here is good.
Who said that? Somebody, Databank said, if you were to not take every butterfly totem, this wouldn't really have an effect. But they also...
That's a good point.
But they also built... They said at the beginning, they didn't realize you could take mix and match totems. So it was built with the intention of picking a butterfly totem each time. So
I mean, so to that end, you may just want to
gotcha.
consider rewriting this now that you know that you can mix and match the various totems.
Yeah, you also would
This
be able to
14th
have
level
a
feature
new
might
10th
wanna-
level feature. Like, if you rewrote this so it was just a butterfly barbarian, instead of doing commune with nature at level 10, this is where you give them the fly speed. And then at 14th level, you give them some other wacky features. So you don't have to do the totem stuff. You don't have to do the beast.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like, what if you got like
I
Charm
think that's
Person or
fun.
Fairy Fire? You get some fairy shit.
Fairy Fire's fun. Yeah, Charm doing the hypnotic pattern thing.
I'm picking
And that
that.
I liked the
flavor
idea.
that's been decided. Yeah.
I liked the idea of making like new totems. Like, I think that's a fun concept, but I think this one would be fun on its own.
Yeah, I think that this is a unique enough idea that it would be better as its own subclass and not a totem barbarian. I don't have anything else to say. I'm closing it. Thank you, Éclair Dawnlight.
Bye.
All right.
Guys, I have to pee
Looks
so
good.
badly. Do you guys want to hang out for a second while I go pee?
Sure, we'll entertain
Sure.
Cinder's stream for a little bit, and then we'll dip after he leaves. So we're gonna take over, right? PC,
Yeah,
we'll be
you
right
have to
back.
be an accomplice on this.
100%.
Wahahaha.
All right, ha ha ha. All right, guys. So
Alrighty,
guys,
go on.
May, right? Here's a secret. If you actually wanted to make sure, and I bet a lot of you did this. I know you already did this. You gotta Control F May in your document, right? That makes sure you don't get it. I mean, I don't know. Has Cinder found any Mays here?
I don't know if he's found any today,
Depends
which
on
is
me in the
honestly really disappointing to me, because if any of you in the chat were good anti-authority anarchists, you would do the opposite of what Cinder suggests and
see.
terrorize him ceaselessly.
See, PC, you haven't been in the Discord. A lot of people were trying very hard to find out ways to correctly use May in a way that would prevent Cinder from being able to say that no, this is wrong and ditch it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
God, I want so badly to make the College of Pedantry Bard where it is just riddled with shit like that he can't get mad at.
Another one
New project.
was like using you will, you shall, you must do these things.
You must. I love that.
Yeah,
That's very
it was for like the idea was with like a warlock patron, right? So when X happens, you must do this, that, and the other thing because your patron forces you to.
Your patron demands it.
Yeah, so using other things other than can.
How's it going?
Oh, raid! Hello, raiders.
Who just raided? Who raided us?
Last librarian, welcome. Cinder has returned,
What's
so you
up,
can
last
enjoy
librarian?
him.
Yes.
And we're just gonna leave him and PC Perini here. Mars and I are gonna go back to our little corner
Yeah, I
of the
think
internet.
that concludes
Thank you
our
for-
takeover.
Thank you for the jump scare. That was fun.
Yes,
no problem.
always.
I liked
I know
it.
you like those.
I do.
So
you're
I'm glad we
wonderful,
could oblige.
glorious people. Love ya. Love seeing ya.
Love you too, Cinder. Glad we
Love
could
you
hop
too,
in
Cinder.
here.
Tell your
We'll hop in more.
Thank you for letting us.
Tell your stream I say, here, look at my camera.
Oh, they can
first.
hear you. They can hear you.
Oh, here. Well, they can't see me, though. So look at my camera for a second.
All right, hold on.
Look at my stream for a second. Tell me
I'm
when you're
looking.
here.
We're looking.
Tell your stream that I say, oh, hey.
All right, you heard it here first,
Like
chat.
that, though.
Oh, they saw it. They saw it.
They saw
also
it,
had
they
your
heard
little
it.
mini cinder too, so
Okay,
it all
good.
worked
Ooh,
out.
good,
Double
good,
cinder.
good.
Cinderception. All right,
Nice.
guys, have fun with your maze.
We will.
May you have an enjoyable time. All right.
Yeah.
May you have a lovely evening.
Yeah.
Ta-ta.
Yeah.
Later.
Bye. All right. Ooh, next we have I'm a Moron. Let's see what they brought us this week. Oh, you wrote me a whole little message. Let's see. Hey, Cinder, last time you reviewed the Anarchist Palidin, I've gotten a lot of help from you, and I have especially gotten a lot of feedback from chat, everything from the detailed feedback to the vibe. Since then, I removed the climb speed from channel evasion, renamed the Kingslayer, kept the Soul Defiance feature until further testing. I should skip the 7th level. I've then reworked the Anarchy Palidin player to really figure some of the features for this Paladin to sell this cunning insurgent that the chat was drawn to. Okay, hopefully these new 15th and 20th level features really capture the vibe. Get your torches and your pitchforks and your tenderizers ready if it's the Oath of Anarchy. All right. Also, you have a webcomic. All right, tough guy. Trying to pitch your stuff. The last time I looked at the last version of this I looked at, there was something wrong with the document. So the first page was just blank. So we just thought it was a blank document at first.
Listen,
It was funny.
sometimes we missubmit. The Word documents are
All right,
corrupted.
so Pat, we're gonna do less of a close analyst of this one because we looked at
Sure.
it before. We're
Got a
gonna
link?
we're gonna focus on the 15th and 20th level features, but the brief nutshell of it is a paladin, which is essentially the oath of like insurgency, of like revolution, freedom fighter, spying.
Done some
that
stuff
sort of
like
thing.
that.
Yeah.
That's a good, fun space to be.
Yeah, so it spells Disguise Self, Fog Cloud, Misty Step, Pass Without a Trace, Counterspell, Non-Detection, Dimension Door, Freedom of Movement, Pass While Seeming. I think these are all pretty solid. I still have mixed feelings about Fog Cloud. I 100% understand it being the smoke bomb vibe, but it also feels like it's just in D&D. It feels like such a druid spell. I know it's not. I know the logic is there. This is just me being me, but everything else feels pretty solid. Let's peek the channel divinities. Evasion. As a bonus action, you can bolster your speed and grace for the next 10 minutes to evade captors. For the duration, your walk speed is increases by 10 feet. You have advantage on any dex checks and saving throws. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the same as last time. I still think it's a pretty solid little fun one. It's very good out of combat, like you are just fucking running away vibe, and I like that. Or needing to sneak. Power struggle, channel divinity. You can take strength away from mighty foes. When you damage a creature with your divine smite and it had more hit points than your own before the damage was dealt, you can use a bonus action to cripple the creature for 1 minute. While crippled, the target's speed and damage it deals with weapon attacks is halved for the duration. At the end of each of the target's turns, it can make a Constitution saving throw. On a success, the effect ends.
Fun.
I feel like it's pretty good. I remember this feature was it feels like you tweaked it a little bit from last time, but maybe you didn't. But here's what's kind of neat about it. What's kind of neat about it is the mechanic is in such a place. Well, let me ask you this. Do you feel like it makes sense for them to get a free round of it working? Or do you think that it should require the saving throw when you activate the feature?
I think because it's just half damage on weapon attacks, getting a free round of it working is almost necessary.
It's also their speed is halved.
That's bigger. And you could maybe move the speed halving to behind the first throw or not. Honestly, I think it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're consuming a bonus action to effectively trip them and make them deal half damage, but it's chewing up a whole channel divinity. Like, it's not that much for one turn of that. Now, it could go on longer depending on the Constitution saving throw, so I can see it going either way. But like, I'd be kind of annoyed if I pop my Channel Divinity on one target to get what is kind of a middle of the road power feature. Circumstantially very useful, but not crazy. And then they just eat it on a con save, which is everybody's best save.
Do you think it should require a Divine Smite?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. No, and
what if it's just
like
a bonus action whenever you hit a creature as a bonus action?
I mean, I could see that going either way, but if you do put it behind a Divine Smite, which I didn't clock properly at first, definitely give them a free use of a free round of it.
Okay.
100%. If you move it out from behind the Divine Smite and just make it a bonus action, totally reasonable. Maybe I could see moving the con save around, but I'd still say it's probably fine.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it being. I don't know if I mentioned this last time, but there's a lot of conditions here. The target has to have more hit points than you. You have to be able to use a Divine Smite. You have to hit with an attack. So I think the free round of it makes sense. I want to suggest you take the Divine Smite limitation out. I don't feel like.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
You need it. Maybe I might have said the opposite before, and if I did, I apologize. But that's where I am at with it now. The 7th level feature: when you take the attack action and there are more than 3 or more hostile creatures within 10 feet of you, you can use a bonus action to make a weapon attack. I don't like this feature. I told them that already. I don't know if they're going to change it. They asked us to skip it, so we're going to skip it. But my thoughts on this feature is I don't think it's fitting of the vibe. Hostile takeover. At 15th level, you can seize the power you've stolen from your enemies and turn it into fuel for you and your allies. You can activate one of the following effects when you cast Counterspell or when you activate your Power Struggle. What is Power Struggle?
It's the Channel Divinity we were just talking about.
So and you get so you have okay. Counterspell. Okay, so Pat, the earlier version of this feature I felt like was way too focused on. Okay, so what I'm remembering about this class from the last time is the 15th level feature. It sort of felt like you were an anti-magic paladin more than anything else. Like it was like you were getting abjuration wizard stuff. So let's see. Let's looks like they tried to change that a little bit here. We'll see. Counterspell. When you stop a spell with Counterspell, choose a number of willing creatures that you can see within 60 feet of you and distribute a total number of spell levels equal to the level of spell you stopped. Those creatures regain a number of expended spell slots equal to the spell levels you distributed to them. They can choose which spell slots to regain, provided the slots regained are not 6th level or higher. For example, if you counter a 9th level spell, you can distribute. Don't use a 9th level as the example. Use like a 3rd level.
Well, no, because the 9th level is also accounting for the 6th level or higher limitation.
I see.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to be honest here. I just don't think the anti-magic stuff fits the vibe. I don't feel like it makes sense for you to be able to be an anti-magic or magic redistribution guy. I just don't. I disagree with that. From another perspective, I think that doing a counter spell that gives another creature spell slots, that's a once a day feature. I don't think that's a multiple times a day feature. That's my thought. These are both once a day. Okay, cool. Power Struggle. After activating Power Struggle, you and up to 5 willing creatures you can see within 60 feet of you become bolstered with your foe's stolen might. You and chosen creatures can add a D8 to one weapon attack or weapon damage roll they make before the next minute. Are they picking? Which one? The target can add the D8 after seeing the attack roll, but before the DM reveals the roll hits or miss. Do you mean to attack and damage rolls, or like are they picking? If they're picking, I think you should just pick. I don't think they should pick, and I think it should just be one of them. I don't think it makes sense to do this swap up. How do you activate this? Use your Channel Divinity Power Struggle. I'm going to give the same feedback that I gave to another paladin that we looked at earlier. I don't like the double dipping and back into features. There are ways to have features tie into earlier features that feel really fun and exciting, the way that these features tie into other the counterspell one is not that, more the power struggle one. I don't want to like not be able to use my 15th level feature because I don't have my channel divinity. I don't know. I feel like,
well, I mean, you could still get it off the counterspell, but it becomes way more circumstantial, and then also the assertion of is that in vibe.
yeah, I would strongly recommend not tying these things to an earlier feature unless the only way that they're tied to that earlier feature is like an extended use of that feature, which is generally not the way that paladins are constructed. That's something you'll see a lot more of in fighters or barbarians. Yeah, I don't know, man. I got mixed feelings about this. I think the mechanics of everyone getting, what is it? How long do they get it for? A minute? A minute's too long. This could be a round, but a minute is too long.
Mm-hmm.
Adding a D8 to your attack rolls is nuts. That's so good. So
It's really good.
Doing that more than a single round is too powerful. Yeah. I still feel like the counterspell feels like it's weird. Oh, it can only, it's only one. Oh, I see. Okay. Then it's reasonable. I misunderstood.
It's one within the next minute, I guess.
Okay, then that's reasonable. Ignore me. I think balance-wise, this feels fine. Balance-wise, counterspell is the way the counterspell one is too strong right now, I think. I don't love the resurgence of other spell slots. I still think that there's something else here. I don't think the counterspell is the move. And I don't love this being tied to your channel divinity. Don't follow my advice if you don't want to. Anarchy Incarnate. At 20th level, the Mantle of Anarchy is something no single individual can hold. Instead, it is a spark that can set a kingdom ablaze. As a bonus action, you can cause yourself and willing allies within 5 feet of you to each assume the avatar of the Anarchy. Okay, so if you're targeting more than one creature with your avatar feature, that means it has to be pretty fucking weak compared to the other avatar forms. Just saying.
It's a cool concept, though.
And it lasts for an hour, and most of them only last a minute or 10 minutes. So again, another has to be extra weak. Lasts for an hour. You and the targets gain the following benefits in this form. The target gains the benefit of freedom of movement spell for the duration and is immune to charmed and frightened conditions. When the target enters the form or when they roll initiative, they gain 20 temporary hit points. The target can use your strength or dex modifiers, whichever is higher, when determining attack and damage rolls made for its weapons. And the target deals double damage to objects and structures. When the target touches or moves within 5 feet of a willing ally that isn't already in its form, it can extend the avatar state to the ally if they are willing. Okay, I see what you're trying to do here. You're basically trying to create an avatar form that allows you to build a mob that can attack decently well. That doesn't really work. And you're going to need to tone this thing down. I think you need to completely drop the temporary hit points. I think you need to completely drop the strength, the dexterity modifier. I think you can keep the freedom of movement, and I think you can keep the fright. I think you keep the freedom of movement, the frightened condition immunity, and the transitioning it to other creatures. And you need to drop everything else. Unfortunately, that's what I would say.
Do you also think it should be reined in from an hour? Because this feels basically infinite, like recursively proccing freedom of movement. It feels interesting.
Yeah, maybe 10 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah. I like this though.
I like it a lot too.
Conceptual thing.
The thing that I like the most is it can spread through creatures. I feel like that is a really interesting way to try to evoke.
Really cool way to do anarchy.
Yeah, and also try to evoke like the feeling of like a mob mentality. You know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an interesting piece. I like this so much more than what it used to be. Also, my opinion doesn't matter, so take that or leave that. But this feels so much closer to the vibe than you just getting a shit ton of attacks. It feels like you've taken a lot of good steps. I think you just need to rein in the 20th level, and I would play around with the 15th level and see if there's something totally out of left field that might be fun. You were inspired by your friend who said mom mentality? Yeah, well, it was good. It's good. It works. Nice. Okay, thank you. I'm a moron.
No, you're not.
It's his name.
Sure it is. We all know, Cinder. Self-deprecating humor. Lens into the soul.
I've never done self-deprecating humor.
Fair enough.
I am extremely late. The zipper fruit crater here. I imagine the way of getting out of pockets being simply punching your way out. The wall having a 15 AC would apply to the pockets as well. Hey, Eduardo, I think we looked at your piece very early. Oh, you can tell. All right, then the thing is, here's the problem, Eduardo. You should not have to explain any of the mechanics to me in chat. They should be clear
Right.
in the stat block. So if there's something that you're like, oh, this is how I imagine it working, you shouldn't imagine it working. You should write how it works. Because if you have to explain it to me, that means that you would have to explain it to anyone that was using it. And in an ideal situation, you're posting
That's
something
what the stat block is for.
Yeah, that's what the stat block is for. So you don't have to explain it. You don't have to apologize for not being clear. Just make it more clear. Or don't make it more clear. Me has cake. Hey, Cinder, I haven't fully figured out the flavor yet, and you'll likely be able to tell based on the tenants. I'm just wondering what you think of it and would like to hear any suggestions you have. Okay. It's an interesting introduction. Let's see what you're talking about here. There you go. This is the Oath of Misfortune. All right. Paladins who take the oath of... It looks like you have flavor text. Paladins who take the oath of misfortune have experienced more misfortune than most will ever endure. Their oath is a commitment to strengthening the world and all who inhabit it. To them, the world is filled with untapped potential, obscured by the veil of fortune that allows some to settle for less. This is a weird sentence, and I'm genuinely not sure what you mean. So clarity is missing here, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know what this is saying. They find such complacency pitiful and unworthy of the potential that lies within. You're using a lot of words that are... I don't know why you're using the words that you're using. I feel like this feels like somebody is trying to find the right words in every situation, or trying to make it sound a little bit like almost like religious in the tone, but it's coming off as like whether or not this is what you did, it reads like a teenager picked up a thesaurus and just put in words that they thought would sound smart. And I'm not saying that you did that, but it's making me feel that way.
I think part of the reason is because I genuinely don't know what a paladin of the Oath of Misfortune believes about the world. And just to kind of go through my thought process here, like in the first sentence, I'm thinking someone who is downtrodden, right? I'm thinking someone who has suffered, kind of greatly at the hands of the world. The second sentence, I'm thinking someone who is trying to strengthen the world. That one's pretty clear. Those are maybe not quite the same thing, where they don't feel related yet. So I looked at the third sentence, which is...
Wait a second, Pat. I'm gonna interrupt you for a second. Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
The writer said, I just used AI to write the flavor text.
Ew.
So I'm going to say that instead of giving you feedback about the flavor text that you wrote, this is a perfect example of why AI is not always the best, because this is bad flavor text. This is genuinely poorly written flavor text that does not do a good job of conveying a feeling. So we're just going to move past it, and I think it's a good example of why AI is not the best. Did you have it rewrite the whole fucking thing? Are we reading an AI subclass? Oh boy, let's just see. Let's look at the tenets. The strong will adapt. True strength comes from how someone adapts to overcome all challenges they face. The weak won't change and will be rushed to failure. I'm not sure how that ties to misfortune. I guess it's like enduring through misfortune. I still don't know what a tenant of misfortune believes. Decline fortune. Do not walk blindly into good luck. Fortune can quickly turn someone of greatness into a shadow of what they once were. That's sort of like a power corrupts thing. Make the world resilient. The world is weak due to its reliance on fortune. What does fortune mean?
Yeah, I think that's a thing that's getting away from us a little bit. Was the ask on here to look at the flavor text specifically, or was it to look at the subclass?
It was to look at the thing. They said they weren't solid on the flavor text, is what they said. So I feel like what we should. All right, so I think we'll just start looking at the thing. But I think the big thing is you need to know what the word fortune means in specific context to this piece, and to figure out what misfortune means, because I don't know. Is it like a bad luck paladin? I don't really understand. All right, so let's look at we're gonna scroll past the flavor text because it seems you're not 100% on it. We're not 100% on it. Let's look at the spells. Bane, Hellish Rebuke, Augury, Mirror Image, Dispel Magic Slow, Shadow of Moil, Staggering Smite, Synaptic Static, Wall of Force. Gun to your head, Patrick Perini.
Yeah.
Looking at these spells, what's the goal of this subclass?
The goal of this subclass is to fuck with people's perception of reality and to hurt them.
Okay. So, that one guy, that's what this feels like. Is that what you're going for? If that's what you're going for, I feel like that goal is accomplished. If that is not what you're going for, these don't all work that well.
And I mean, my argument here is like Hellish Rebuke, right? Bane, I'm trying to hurt you. Augury, Mirror Image, Synaptic Static, even Slow to an extent, I'm trying to fuck with your perception of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Dispel Magic doesn't seem like it makes any sense here basically at all. And Shadow of Moil, Wall of Force kind of fit in the middle of those two camps.
Yeah.
Staggering Smite is obviously just damage.
Yeah. That's more flavor than I was pulling out of it, but I agree with that perspective now that you put it to words. Let's take a look at the channel divinities. Battered Strength. You can use your channel divinity to embrace your misfortune and bolster your resilience, As a bonus action, for 1 minute, when you make an attack roll with disadvantage, you gain temporary hit points equal to 1d10 plus your paladin level. Huh.
There is no way, as far as I can tell, that you are guaranteed to make an attack roll at disadvantage.
You can close your eyes.
I'm
serious.
You're right. That's weird. I think at the very least, I would prefer this to be a reaction when I have to make an attack at disadvantage.
I don't mind it being something where, as a bonus action for the next minute, you can choose to make an attack at disadvantage, and if you do, you gain some temporary hit points. I think that's fine. I think what my biggest concern here is it's too many temporary hit points, and I think the chat I'm seeing is agreeing with me. Yeah,
it's a
1d10 plus your paladin level is too much. I would probably go 1d6 plus half your paladin level. I feel like is a better move. Somebody said proficiency bonus. I think it could be more than that. I think you could do like a 1. I think you could do a dice roll plus half your level. I think that's okay because they don't stack. So you're only getting this once per turn anyway, and it's taking up your bonus action, meaning that you couldn't be casting a lot of bonus action spells, which are a lot of paladin spells.
I still think it's weird to force yourself to take disadvantage. It's interesting, and I don't mind a trade-off. They just feel kind of unrelated. Like, why am I getting temporary hit points for disadvantage that I'm causing by blinding myself by closing my eyes?
Yeah. The where does the story meet the mechanics?
Uh-huh.
Where does the logic of the... Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. It's an interesting idea, though. It definitely doesn't feel like a misfortune thing. It almost feels like a self-sacrifice thing, or like a, you are like... It feels like the guy who like puts nails in his helmet so it hurts him every time he moves, but that empowers him. Let's look at Favor of Inconvenience. You can use your channel divinity to attempt to cause a creature to fail where they once succeeded. As a reaction, when a creature within 30 feet of you succeeds on an attack roll, saving throw, or an ability check, you can force them to roll again and take the lower number. In addition, the creature targeted by this feature must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, they cannot benefit from advantage until the end of their next turn. This is like you're just giving someone misfortune. I think
Which
that's fine.
again, I don't hate that, but if that's what it means to be an oath of misfortune, there's a lot of this that needs rewritten, right? Like if you are trying to give people misfortune, if you are trying to cause negative luck, I would say none of the flavor text makes any sense. Many of the spells don't make a ton of sense. Some of them do. Bane makes a tremendous amount of sense. But Battered Strength also stops making sense entirely. If I'm wielding misfortune as a weapon, why am I giving it to myself? There's a big disconnect here.
That's a good question. Is misfortune something that I revel in, like a monk that is self-flagellating, or is misfortune a tool that I wield like a weapon? And that, I think, that right there, Pat, I think that's the question that that needs to be answered by this writer, and that'll also probably help them focus the flavor. Hardship of, could it be both? If it's going to be both, everything needs to be less vague.
Yeah, it can be both, but you need to rewrite the entire thing as almost like a paladin in service of Eldritch Madness, right? Like misfortune is you need to almost rewrite it as the Joker, where it's like misfortune has so completely consumed my life that I have become molded by it and impose it upon others, right? And that needs to be the line of the flavor if you want it to be both.
The Joker. I guess that is the Joker, kind of. All right, wait, let's look at Aura of Hardship. Starting at 7th level, the world around you is passively rewarded and punished for its relationship with misfortune. Whenever you or a creature within 5 feet of you makes a roll with a disadvantage, they add your charisma modifier to the total. However, when you or a creature within 5 feet of you makes a roll with advantage, you subtract half your charisma modifier, rounded up to the total. At 18th level, you can change the radius of the aura as a bonus action between 5 and 15 feet.
Interesting.
I don't love stacking modifiers.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about. I don't like auras that just give you a flat bonus or give people a flat negative to something. That's already what the main Paladin aura does, and this adds that bonus to all rolls. That just feels, I don't know. Not sure how I feel about it. Not sure how I feel about it. It also, the other thing that I will say, and just want to point it out, is that it makes you it kind of makes you more of a paladin of misfortune mitigation. Like, if the whole point of you rolling with disadvantage to do stuff is that you are, like, sitting in the world of misfortune, I'm not sure why you should try to make that. I don't know why you should have features that mitigate that.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of almost the inverse. It's like both, but the inverse of them now, where it's like I'm going to mitigate my misfortune and also mitigate fortune.
Yeah. It's an interesting idea. I just I don't love where it sits in the context of the subclass.
Could be interesting to just really lean in. If you change some things around to maybe give you a way to impose disadvantage on your enemies, you could worsen disadvantage, subtracting your charisma modifier from anyone who's rolling with disadvantage, and then passively buff advantage to maybe a lesser extent, if you kind of tighten things up around the edges. And then you're leaning into the swinginess of misfortune.
Yeah. It's an interesting... Playing with advantage and disadvantage is definitely an interesting mechanic to mess around with. But yeah, I don't love... Because this genuinely feels like a feature that is intended to round off the sharp edges of the flavor.
Which, yeah, you know how I feel about features to avoid the features, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. It feels like a feature to avoid the feature.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it. Most of the homebrew I see is less about realizing a fantasy through mechanics and more about manipulating certain mechanics in interesting ways. And I get that. I love doing that myself, but I think it's also important to not stop there because just mechanics aren't enough in 5e, which is more thematically focused. I agree, Delport. I agree.
Yeah.
And I am also
Well
somebody
said.
that thinks mechanics first a lot of the time. Also, hi to you.
I'm not.
I know. That's why I love talking to you about this stuff. Hey, Neosol. Let's take a look at the 15th level. Unlucky Strike. Starting at 15th level, you have mastered attacking and defending with Misfortune to the point where your worst attacks hit the hardest and your enemy's luckiest is no different than theirs. When you roll a 1 on an attack, roll, the attack automatically hits regardless of the target's AC. In addition, the attack is a critical hit. Any critical hit against you becomes a normal hit. So you basically get this is functionally the same as the champion's 3rd level feature, where it just doubles your crit potential. So the 3rd level champion gets a thing where you crit on a 19 or a 20. Now this you crit on a 1 or a 20. So there's an element of that I don't like, that it's basically the same as another feature. The other thing that I'll say is it's also basically the same as like a good chunk of the avatar state features. But this also gets rid of crit fails. Yeah, that's true. I would probably not make it critical hit. I probably would just make it hit.
That would be interesting if a 1 guaranteed a hit in that way that a critical hit does, but it doesn't double the damage dice.
Yeah, that might be the move. That's an interesting mechanic.
Yeah.
Any critical hit against you becomes normal. I would probably drop this.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I would let crit still hit you. Let's look at the 20th level.
Oh, actually.
What?
Actually.
Yeah.
An interesting thing that you could do here is drop the critical hit becomes a normal hit thing. And if you wanted to keep the 1 as a critical hit, make that go both ways. So if something rolls a 1 against you, it's a critical hit against you.
Oh, that's kind of fun. Yeah, I like that too. Everybody's having a misfortunate time.
That's a way. I mean, again, it depends on the direction you want to take this in. But if you want to take it in the way of like this thing breathes misfortune, you can do some stuff to really lean into that.
Dat Juan was saying he kind of thought we would be rolling with disadvantage often with this subclass, so this was kind of there to help with you not rolling 20s as much. I get that.
Again, feature to avoid the feature, right? Like you want to be setting up positive loops where the things that you're doing at the early game are setting you up for really interesting combinations and benefits later on. You don't want to have a situation where you're front loading a lot of detriment that you have to slowly mitigate as you chip away at the class. It just doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You want a lot of little wins over time, right? Especially with something like this, you always want net positive wins with the subclass.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
Somebody Wilson actually also points out that the 1 is technically superior because a 19 is much more likely to have hit anyway than a 1. So it's effectively clearing a failure option and not really dipping into too much at the high end. A small point, but an interesting one.
Yeah, no, that's a good point too. It technically is using a previous feature to combo with, turning a detriment into a positive. But Pat was saying Pat disagrees with that mentality. Pat was saying that he disagrees with building a subclass in a way where you get a bunch of negative features that later are remedied.
Right. You don't want to have a detriment that is so substantial that you need a whole feature to turn it into a positive, right? You want small positives that you get whole features to turn into big positives. And those small positives and the big positives can have downsides, but those downsides should always be a little smaller than the upsides.
All right, let's take a look at the 20th level feature. You learn to truly embrace misfortune and are able to greatly punish those who cower from it. As a bonus action, you gain the following benefits for 1 minute. Your aura now subtracts your full charisma modifier from rolls made with advantage. All of your attacks are rolled with disadvantage, but your weapon's damage die always roll the maximum. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes a roll with advantage, you can use your reaction to move up to your movement speed towards the creature. This movement does not provoke opportunity attacks. Huh. I don't know.
It's weird that your avatar state gives you a big detriment right away.
Yeah, I think maybe the thing that I'm struggling with here is I think at the end of the day, I don't agree with building a class around attacking with disadvantage. I don't know if that's the best way to show Misfortune.
I think it's totally reasonable if you build a class to thrive in circumstances where they're attacking with disadvantage. But even that's not a thing to really build around, because you're just not attacking with disadvantage that much unless you're giving yourself disadvantage, which in 5e is a huge detriment. The bounded accuracy of armor class means that disadvantage on average is, I mean, I forget the exact number, but it's like north of a -5 on average. It's very big. And so you're not really going to want to do that unless the payoff is insane. And then you're building this extremely swingy class that is just constantly getting swingier. It's a hard thing to do.
I have an idea for the 15th level feature.
Yeah.
What if, when you take the attack action on your turn, if all of your attacks are made with disadvantage, you get to make an extra attack with disadvantage?
How many attacks do you have by 15th level? Two.
So this would basically make you a 3-attack
better.
creature
if
you were attacking with disadvantage with all of them.
But is there a way for you to impose disadvantage? I mean, again, I guess
Close
that's
your
the
eyes.
thing. Is like,
it's stupid,
that's
but
such a silly thing.
Yeah, that's it. Like, that's what it comes down to. And hope you don't have tremor sense.
No, I genuinely think that if you want to build a class around around having disadvantage often and being able to mitigate it, you need to have a way to take disadvantage for a benefit that just works on its own, right?
Yeah,
With no other attachments to any other features.
Yeah.
It's just that one.
Yeah. The tricky thing about doing that with paladins is where do you fit that in? Because at 3rd level, paladins really get once a day or a couple times a day features and spells. So it's a hard place to fit that in, which is why part of me starts to question, like, is Paladin the right subclass for this? Because it would be totally normal for a fighter to have a feature that said, whenever you take the attack action, you can choose to attack at disadvantage. That would be totally reasonable. But no paladins get all the time features at 3rd level. You know?
Yeah, the question that we ask is, again, is this a class that is lucky, that is negating misfortune, or is this a class, a jinx, that is bringing misfortune and bad luck? That's the question that isn't necessarily clear, and I think that's accurate. I think that, like, what do you ultimately want this class to be, I think, is really important, and you kind of need to pick a lane if you want to tighten up the mechanics in support of that fiction.
Yeah. It's a very interesting idea, though. I think that you will find much direction once you tighten the flavor, and I would not use literally any of this. I would completely write it from scratch and just don't worry about AI. And start with the sentence of what makes this paladin distinct, and just write that sentence and then start from there.
I would also go so far as to say in chat that as much as I don't want to get on a soapbox and say that AI is necessarily bad, because I don't think that it is. I think that it can be very interesting. I think that writing is one of those not universal, but one of those far more universal skills that if you can speak and can put characters together into sentences, if you can literally write, it's a couple of sentences, right? Put yourself through the exercise of trying to clarify your ideas. Use AI to maybe come up with new ones, but it's just not at the point yet where it can do this work for you. And it's not writing a play, right? It's like a paragraph.
On a personal note, kind of feels like a waste of time to review something that's not written by you, if I'm being totally honest.
That's also a good point.
There is truly zero value for you. There's zero value for me giving feedback to a piece of AI writing. There's no value to it at all.
Yeah, and I would say that's actually probably the more salient point, Cinder, is that like you wouldn't necessarily. Now there was a whole subclass here that was worth talking about. That
100%. But I would have.
But you wouldn't go on an art review podcast.
I would rather have just.
Right?
Yeah, I would have rather you have no flavor text and say I didn't write the flavor text.
Right.
I have zero interest in reading AI writing. Okay. Thank you very much for sharing. Interesting piece. Let's spin again.
Kingrhogin.
Let's see.
This is probably going to be the last piece, Cinder.
All right. No worries. Hey, Cinder, took your advice with the Arsenal of Death from the previous stream it was on. And I decided to rework and give new features to this item. Had some great help from the Discord. Big shout out to Idiot Sandwich. Shout out Idiot Sandwich. Hope you like this one. All right, let's take a look. Dude, you know what? Somebody said it's been like a Paladin week. Everybody fucking makes Paladins.
Paladin week.
It's like a Paladin year. I wonder why everyone makes Paladins.
Everybody loves Paladins. I think because Paladins are one of those. It's something that 5e got really, really right. They divorced the Paladin from religiosity in 5e, which means that it can be free to be in service to an idea, which helps people clarify their own thoughts, right? Like right up front, you're saying every Paladin has basically a little chunk of their stat block that is the tenets, that is like, why does this exist? And you know how important of a question that is, right? There's a prompt for it. And then beyond that, they're super formulaic. They get spells, they get channel divinities that slot in really clearly, they get an aura that slots in really clearly, they get an avatar state that slots in really clearly. The only time you really need to think far outside the box for kind of what's happening here is the 15th level feature. So they're easy to churn out, and they're very thematically consistent. They're well designed.
Yeah, they are. I think that the cookie cutterness of them helps quite a bit as well.
That's why we don't see a lot of warlocks, because warlocks are kind of all over the flipping place.
Yeah, but I fucking love warlocks. All right, Arsenal of Death weapon glaive requires
shed the link. Did you shed the link?
I'm about to again if I didn't. Or regardless,
okay.
Here it is. Death comes for all, sooner or later, sooner for some than others, but never with any bias. I think this could be. I think it kind of works. Again, I think death comes for all is a better sentence than death comes for all and a bunch of commas after it. Death is infinite. Death is final. Again, these could both be their own sentences. I don't know why you need so many commas.
They kind of are, because the capital D, so they kind of went both ways there.
Yeah. Make up your mind. Except the Reaper who carries this weapon. This weapon counts as a monk weapon for you. It's a scythe. It uses the mechanics of the glaive when attacking with this weapon, okay? Additionally, any ability from the weapon requires a saving throw, uses your key, okay? Dormant. So this is a weapon that grows over time. Dormant. It gets a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls, and when you hit with an attack with this weapon, it takes an extra 1d6 necrotic damage. Additionally, you can expend 1 key point to create a 15-foot sphere of darkness centered on yourself for 1 minute. This property can't be used until you finish a short or long rest. Also, you can use an action to regain key points equal to your martial arts die. You can't use this again until the next dawn. I would drop this feature. I don't know. I don't see why we're getting key point regeneration here.
Yeah.
I would drop that. 15-foot spear of darkness set on yourself is okay, but I feel like unless you can see through that darkness, which you should not be able to do at this level, it's not actually that good. I would suggest making it a point I would just make it essentially a casting of the darkness spell.
Yeah.
I would give it to you for range, because getting the darkness spell for 1 key point is pretty strong. Necrotic, is that energy of death or undeath? Who's to say? Key regeneration is pretty okay. It is pretty okay, but I don't agree with it on the way this weapon has been described and written. don't think it makes sense here. Rising. When the Arsenal of Death reaches its rising state, you gain the following benefits. It gets a +2 to attack and damage rolls. The extra damage equals 2d6. As an action, you can expend 2 key points to cast Spiritual Weapon. Takes the form of a scythe and uses your Wisdom modifier. You can't use this property again until you finish a short or long rest. 2 key points for Spiritual Weapon feels very strong. When you score a critical hit with this weapon, the target must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw or be frightened of you until the end of your next turn. I think that that's good. I like that. I want to suggest something, which is I don't know if this should be a weapon that adds plus to attack and damage rolls and extra damage. Something to think about. I feel like that's sort of doing the same thing twice and might be overdoing it. Let's look at but other than that, I think this is a pretty solid 3rd level feature.
I have a thought about the Dormant Cinder real quick, and
Yeah.
I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they're intent on having key regeneration be like a component here, because as it stands, none of this is really monk flavored, other than you're using your key points instead of charges, right? And so there's not really a closed loop. I see why the key regeneration kind of does close that loop. What do you think about changing that to whenever you kill a creature, or maybe whenever you kill a creature with an intelligence of 10 or something, 10 or greater, you regain 1 key point. So effectively, as you kill something, you perform the act of reaping, you're regenerating key on that.
That's a good idea. I like that. I would do that. Change that to that. But if you are getting features basing off killing creatures, then you definitely got to drop either the growing plus to attack and damage rolls or the growing damage. You got to pick one of the 2 to drop.
Personally, I would drop the growing attack and damage, because I think the necrotic is interesting and also really powerful for the purposes of overcoming resistances. Like, that's just a cool bit of kit to have.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool. I like the critical hit fear.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And again, you got more damage. Don't do both of these. Pick one. When you score a critical hit, you also roll an extra 3d6 necrotic damage when determining the extra damage for the hit. The way that you should write this is when you score a critical hit, you just say the number. Say you roll 9d6 instead of 6d6 when determining critical damage. I would just write it.
Assuming that's what they mean, which I think is the only way to interpret that.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. When you cast Spiritual Weapon with this, you do so at the 4th level. Drop this.
Yeah.
Let the Spiritual Weapon stay as it is. If you want to give another feature, just give something new. Don't do this.
Here we go.
When you kill a creature with an attack using the weapon, you can reap the soul of that creature. As a reaction, you can expend 3 key points. When you do so, the dead creature cannot be brought back to life except by true resurrection or a wish spell. I feel like you can just make this an always-on thing. I don't think this needs to be something that requires resources at all.
Yeah, I think especially if you have the reap the soul in the dormant state, giving you a key point back, you could, I don't know, maybe you want to figure it out in the rising state, but in the illustrious state, just make that last bit permanent, where it's like anytime you kill a creature, that they cannot be brought back to life except by the means of true resurrection or wish.
Yeah, I would go in that direction. The reason why I disagree with the spiritual weapon increasing is because it just feels kind of same. It doesn't feel
boring.
like it's boring. Yeah, it's not interesting.
Yeah. And it's more for me to think about as like a user of this weapon, that like it's just more for me to keep track of, and it doesn't really give me anything interesting.
Can I say something else that I just thought of? I actually strongly disagree with spiritual weapon being on this item at all.
Interesting. Why?
Because this is a monk.
Okay.
Spiritual weapon requires your bonus action to do anything with every turn.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that's
everything monks do that's unique requires their bonus action. If you are wanting to use this spiritual weapon, you're opting not to Flurry of Blows, which likely means you're probably not getting access to your subclass features. It's just it just cuts you off. I would find something that sits different in the action economy.
Yeah, 100%. And also, like, spiritual weapon, I don't feel is doing anything here that is like strongly thematic of the thing, because you already have the scythe. Why do I get like a spectral floating scythe? Do I have two sides now? That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would actually just totally drop Spiritual Weapon and try to find another thing to put here to fill that space.
Yeah, I agree.
You might want to throw in some defensive stuff. Like, what if you got resistance to necrotic damage here and then immunity to it at the illustrious level as you become like the Reaper of Death? The death no longer affects you or something like that.
You know what could also be interesting if you wanted to drop that spiritual weapon in favor of something else and you wanted to be kind of defensive. You could maybe add something in around expending key points to succeed on death saving throws. So if you go down while attuned to this weapon, you can just spend 3 key points to bring yourself back up.
Yeah, that could be a fun thing to do it. Your thought processes was that the Spectral Scythe was in the last version. Yeah, but you turned it into something that is not working. It's okay if it was your thought process, but it led you down a path astray. I don't have anything else to say. I do feel like it feels a lot more focused, and I like that. And I would continue to lean in the direction of death if you want to keep going with it. It seems fun.
It's cool.
The one thing that I think that is really worth thinking about, though, is that truly that Pat you mentioned, the only thing that makes this a monk item at all is that it uses your key points. And I kind of feel like if you're going to make it a monk only item, it should tie into monk features somewhat, or expand monk features somewhat, and not just be tied to the resource they use. Because as it stands, if you made it a charge-based item and made these features based on charges, anyone could wield it and it wouldn't feel any different, you know?
Yeah, I think
it would actually
that's right.
be better on a lot of classes than on a monk in its current state. Like, this would be much better on a fighter.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Don't get me wrong, like, if there's some stuff about killing with this thing that potentially regenerates ki, as a monk, you are just statistically more likely to get the killing blow because you're hitting so many more times, right? Especially if this counts as a monk weapon. But is that enough? I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, you're not Flharryyous with it still. You're still just getting the 2 attacks.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Flurry of Blows is still unarmed strikes, but
it's still unarmed strike. Yeah.
But cool. I think it's looking good.
Cool.
I think it's looking good.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I'm heading out. Have a good night, everybody. This was fun.
All right, Pat. I will talk to you tomorrow, probably.
Sounds good. Take it easy, right. Chat. It's been real. Bye.
Patrick has left us. Patrick has left us. Derric Silverstone. You sound like a character from a television show. I made this from a random armor description and workshopped it in the Discord. All right. Let's take a look. Do you guys want to put music? Do you guys like this without music, or should I put music on? Chat, tell me if you want music or not. I can keep it music free, or I can put music on. I like to do the no music when I have other people, but when it's just me, I don't really care. I've added your own Tetric music. My music is from the first characters. You like quiet music? All right, we'll do some. Let me throw on some quiet tunes. Let's do this one. There we go. No, I'm not putting on soft rock. I'm putting on just background music. If I put on anything that's copyrighty, the universe gets upset with me. Animalistic Enhancement Armor. The Animalistic Enhancement Armor was crafted by the greatest artisans of the time for the mad tyrant Bellhorn, hoping it would dissuade him from destroying them in his great conquest. That's a long sentence. It failed, and he merely used its power to enhance his assault and further his conquest. After his death, it disappeared from history for several decades. Over the following years, it appeared time and again to aid the most daring and ambitious warriors and lead before fading back into antiquity. Oh, and leaders, not in lead. All right, let's see what it does. This suit of armor has a helmet shaped like a hawk's head with yellow tinted glass over the eyes and layers of crafted leather feathers. The shoulders are decorated with a bull's head on each side with metal rings through the nose. The lower arms are covered by vambraces with masterful crafted leather snakes curling around them. The breastplate has a large image of a giant bat, so it's a bunch of animals. The leather shin guards have small metal shields on the outer side of the enamel black leather. What kind of armor is it? Leather armor. The armor has 6 charges that restore on a long rest. As an action, you can expend 1 charge and touch one of the animal symbols to activate the animal for 1 minute. You can't have more than one animal active at once or use the same animal's powers more than once per long rest. Anytime an animal is deactivated before a minute has passed, you can use a bonus action on your turn to activate another animal by expending 2 charges instead of 1. Interesting. Okay, let's see what they do. It's a lot of different features here. I'm going to say something right now. Sometimes you can have too many features. Let's see if this is one of those times. Hawk. You gain the eyesight and voice of a hawk, granting you the following benefits. You gain advantage on perception checks that rely on sight, and you can discern fine details up to 200 feet away. As an action, while the hawk is active, you can screech like a hawk, dealing 2d6 thunder damage to everyone in a 30-foot radius centered on you. I do not like things that just do damage for free and don't require some sort of attack roll or saving throw. Anytime you are the target of an opportunity attack while the hawk is active, you can use your reaction to give the attacker disadvantage on the attack. After the 3rd time you use this reaction, the hawk deactivates. Okay. So what's the point? What's the vibe here? You get super sight, you get an area of effect blast, and you can fuck with opportunity attacks. Feels like a lot of different pieces, but I don't know what the focused goal is here. Thunderhawk? Maybe. Bull. You gain advantage on strength checks and saving throws. As an action, while the bull is active, you can rush one creature that is no more than one size larger than you within 20 feet and ram them. They have to make a DC 17 strength or dex saving throw. On a failure, they take 2d8 bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone. They take half as much damage on a successful save and are not knocked prone. Anytime you fail a saving throw while the bull is active, you can expend your reaction to succeed on that saving throw instead and deactivate the bull. That's really strong. I would maybe do it to allow you to re-roll the saving throw, but not automatically succeed. Bat. I don't like this music. We're gonna change the music. This is too somber. We need something a little bit more bouncy. What does this sound like? Oh, this is weird. Let's go to the country village. There we go. Chilling in the village. Bat. You sprout leather bat wings with a metal skeleton. Okay, you gain a fly speed of 40 feet and the hover trait. Why give them the hover? Just give them the fly speed. Hover is really for people that are like levitating. Like, if generally speaking, if something is flying by wings, it's not hovering. Anytime you're forced to make a dex saving throw while the bat is active, you can expend your reaction to move 20 feet and deactivate the bat. If you're still in the area while the bat is deactivated, you fall to the ground. Is the 20 feet intended to get you out of range of the dex save, or is it just movement? I don't know why those are connected. Wolf. You regain 1d6 hit points at the start of each of your turns, as long as you have at least 1 hit point. Wolverine, not wolf, excuse me. Anytime you would drop to 0 hit points while the Wolverine is active, you can expend a charge to drop to 1 hit point instead. Snake, you gain the... So, I think I'm actually gonna stop here. My main feedback is that this has too many things going on. I think if you want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different stances or whatever, each stance should have 2 features maximum. This is just too many things, in my opinion. I am not a fan. This is a bloated item, in my opinion. And what's starting to happen is it feels like they're a little all over the place from both a balance perspective and like a cohesion perspective. Like some of these make sense, but some of them just don't. And some of them are so strong. So if you want to give a magic item a lot of features, the fact that it has a lot of features is a buff. So it's okay to give a magic item 1 really powerful feature. But if you give a magic item 6 features and they're all really powerful, that's a little too much. So I would probably cut all of these things significantly down. Significantly down. I would probably make them... And I would try to make some cohesion there, where it's like maybe each one gives you a bonus to a type of skill check or saving throw, and each one gives you a unique reaction that you get access to, or a unique action that you get access to. In its current place, it is just too much. I tried to add the deactivation at the reaction. I tried to add the deactivation reaction at the end, and it didn't help the cohesion factor. Yeah, and it's also just too many features. These things, this is just too much. Tighten it up, shut it down a little bit. I like the flavor. I like the idea that you have these different animals that you're like activating on you. That's very cool. The lore is fun. The flavor is fun. But it just does a lot more than a legendary item. Honestly, it does a lot more than an artifact right now, if you count each one of these things as its own distinct ability. So I would play around with it. The other thing is that like some of these features, like the amount of damage these things do is really bad for a legendary item. It should be more damage, but because you have so many features, it kind of has to be little damage. Otherwise, it's just too strong. So you're sort of making it like, I don't know. I think if you cut this thing in half a couple times, you can make the features a lot more distinct and unique, and some of them a lot more powerful in ways that are going to make it feel more like a legendary item, but also not as many features as like 2 artifacts put together. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Boop. You're saying just give each animal a static and a reaction? I think that I would, whatever you do, I would give the animals, I would give each form no more than 2 things that it does. Because even then, if each one does 2 things, that's still 12 things that item does, which is more than artifacts. It's still, in my opinion, too many things. But if you want to do it that way, that's the way I would do it. Next, we have a piece from Gladyhedral. Another in my series of major arcana tarot subclasses. This is my first foray into one of the inherently negative cards. After I finished this draft, I noticed some similarities to existing subclasses, but I think I made it unique enough where it's not an issue. Oh, glad. If you noticed it, you know I'm gonna notice it. It's a dangerous game. So far, no one has used May. I'm very proud of all of you. Aspect of the Devil, a Bard subclass. All right, cool. Let's take a look. Yeah, you used it correctly, but you're playing a dangerous game, Baba. You're playing with fire. You don't get bonus points for being dangerous. You get renegade points. You have fallen down a rabbit hole and are having one hell of a good time. Your years of playing for pennies in ramshackle taverns are over. A life of opulence and fortune awaits you, and all you've got to do is keep playing the game of your life. You don't need to worry about a thing. Just dance the night away and let the devil take control. I am going to be honest, this flavor text is confusing. I don't really understand what's going on. I don't think there's enough information here. Hey, Lambo, long time no see. Are you still doing theater stuff? Are you a playwright? Are you doing playwriting? I remember that was a thing you were going to be doing. Did you use May? Did I just miss a May? We'll see. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency in Insight and Deception skill, as well as 2 gaming sets of your choice. So I get that this is like a you're a game, you're like a, you know, you're playing dice and stuff like that. But I strongly think you need to be more clear with what's going on, as opposed to just, it's just too vague right now. You're in school I remember everything anyone's ever told me. Well, that's not true, but I'm glad that is it going well? Are you enjoying it? Have you written many plays? I hope so. Playwriting is really fun. I feel like plays are similar to comic books in a lot of ways, where they have some very intense limitations, but they also have a lot more freedom for the surreal. Let's play a game. At 3rd level, your connection to the devil grants you the ability to turn life into a game of chance. As an action, you can expend use of your bardic inspiration. Roll 3d6. Use the number rolled. Using the total number rolled, use a chart below to determine the outcome of the game. It's a little odd. It's a little odd that you didn't build the feature around you rolling your bardic inspiration die. But to each their own. To each their own. The benefit to making it based on your bardic inspiration die is you can lock certain things behind certain levels. So you can sort of turn this into a scaling feature, because the options that are available for 1 through 6 are the only options that you have at level 3. You only get the higher up options, like options that like 10 when you're higher level, because your bardic inspiration die can only get that high at higher levels. It's sort of how the spiritualist bard works. Okay, let's see what happens. So you roll a bardic inspiration die. What happens? You roll a 3. You take psychic damage equal to one roll of your bardic inspiration die, and you're unable to take actions, bonus actions, or reactions until the end of your turn. Until the end of your next turn. Okay, so if you roll all 3s, you're fucked. 4 through 12, you gain temporary hit points equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration die. 13 through 17, in the next minute, the first time you cast a spell that requires a saving throw, choose a number of affected creatures up to your proficiency bonus. Those creatures have disadvantage on the save. And for an 18, you've hit the jackpot. You and a number of creatures up to your proficiency bonus gain the effects of bardic inspiration. Additionally, as a part of this action, you can cast the Bane spell without expending a spell slot, but as if it were cast at the highest spell slot available to you. I feel like this is too much. I think the giving everyone a free bardic inspiration is enough. I would drop the Bane thing. So the 3rd level feature is basically you play a gambling game with yourself. And you either gain some temporary hit points, a bunch of creatures have disadvantage on saving throws, you get an inspiration, or you take some damage. It's all right. I guess my question is, it's not at will. It requires you have to use a bardic inspiration whenever you use it. I feel like this subclass should let you use gaming set as a spellcasting focus. I agree, Cheap Tactics. That makes sense. I feel like if you want to build a gambling mechanic and you only want to have 4 options on it, that feels like not enough. If this is like the main feature. This is like your main subclass feature. I feel like I would make this list more comprehensive and put more things on it. And I would treat it sort of more like almost like a wild magic table of sorts, but like a gambling themed wild magic table. And I would also maybe not do the 3d6 thing and just make it off your bardic inspiration die, but that's just me. But yeah, give more options, because realistically, as people are pointing out, there's a 1,000,000%, it's 99% of the time, you're going to get one of these two. And does you gaining temporary hit points or people having disadvantage on a saving throw, is that really going to be enough? Is that the vibe? I don't know. I would put more here. Put more options. Down the rabbit hole. At 6th level, you learn to enhance your playful materialism to your benefit. That's a weird sentence. As a bonus action, you can summon an ethereal gaming table that floats in front of you. The table exists for 1 minute or until your concentration ends. During this time, you can cast Charm Person spell without expending a spell slot. Each creature you target with this spell and fail their saving throw are compelled to come gamble at your table. Each creature around your table loses 5 gold for every round they are charmed by you. When the table disappears, you collect all the gold lost by your charmed targets in... I don't know. This is really similar to another Bard feature, where you can do a thing like the Mantle of Charm or the Mantle of Suggestion. And I think that this is probably the feature that you were saying, like, it feels similar to another Bard feature, but different enough. I don't think it feels different enough. Bards get 3 features, basically. They get a 3rd level thing, a 6th level thing, and a 14th level thing. I feel like that's not enough features for you to start doing things that other things get. Also, the odds of a bad result is exceedingly low right now, you think? Gonna piss off a lot of people for the gaming table? I don't know. I'm assuming you're not casting this on other people, unless I'm misreading something you're saying. But yeah, I feel like a group charm that steals some gold is like okay, but I feel like you could do something else here. I don't know, man. I would lean more into the... I guess it's because this flavor text is kind of confusing, but this sort of feels like you're like a swindler. And none of this doesn't, I don't know, it hasn't felt like that so far. I don't know. If your goal is to feel like you're the kind of guy that runs like a street gaming scam, I don't feel that in this so far. It's not it's missing in either the description or the mechanics so far. It feels a little out of place. I would just come out. I mean, doing something where you compel creatures to lose money to you, I think is good and cool, and maybe lean in that direction. But a spell that sort of makes you have a super mode where you can cast Charm Person every round, that's too similar to the Mantle of Suggestion thing that one of the bards gets. I think the Glamour Bard gets that, maybe. NPCs will be angry. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. NPCs will be angry. More like, more illusion, less charming. Oh, yeah, you could go more in the illusion route. That's true. Excuse me. That might help fit the vibe of, like, you, like, pulling heists. Cinder, I'm reading the rules on your stream review channel, but do you mind letting me know how I can get something on the review? I'm still a bit confused. Well, you can't get on something for review tonight, unfortunately. Tonight's submissions are closed. But there is a link in the YouTube video description for next week's if you want to submit something now. But if you don't want to go to YouTube, then I will pin the solution. I will pin a submission form for the next week's ones in their Send Something to Review channel tomorrow, probably. Basically, just look for a pinned... It's a Google form now. You don't just post it in the Discord. You post it as in the Google form. So wait for the next pinned submission in the Review on Stream channel or click the forum link on the YouTube channel. If you have a spell to make money, your other feats could get more use of that money. It's true. It's not really a spell, but yeah. If you scale with Bardic Inspiration, you slowly lower your chance of critical fail as it goes from 1 in 6 to 1 in 12 while steadily adding more high choices. Yeah, that's why I was saying it makes sense to go with your dice, with your Bardic die. Let's look at the 14th level feature. Dance in the Pale Moonlight. I would take this in the direction of illusion and give you reaction use of illusion spells, possibly for quick changes. Oh, that could be interesting. At 14th level, your life is grand, but not always in your hands. As an action, you can begin to expel an aura of overwhelming confidence for 1 minute. All creatures within 30 feet of you that target you with an attack or harmful spell must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, they must target another creature or lose the attack or spell. During this minute, the GM can choose to make you roll a wisdom saving throw against your own spell save DC. If you fail, the GM can choose what you do on your next turn. I don't like this. I'm not sure what the goal is here. If this feels like a way to make a dungeon master mad at you. Make it actually, I would make a triggering mechanic for this. Otherwise, people are just going to get pissed off when their dungeon master is like, "Oh, I'm choosing to do it this turn." Should that be the dungeon master may? I don't know. No, we're not skipping improper use. I would prefer improper use of the word can than improper use of the word may. I would prefer it, so no. If anything, it'll make me read your piece longer. Okay, I think what I feel the most out of this is I don't know what the goal of this subclass is from a flavor perspective. Are you a gambler? Are you a swindler? Are you someplace in between? I genuinely don't know. And I think that is probably the question that you need to answer. And then when you know the answer to that question, you need to focus it in that direction. Because right now it's sort of sitting between the two. And it kind of makes it so it doesn't feel like either. That's my main feedback, other than the other things I just said. I don't mind the sanctuary feature. I think it's kind of neat. But I also wonder if there's a better, more gambly or swindly thing we can do here. Maybe lean into the tarot cards, meaning of the devil cards. Oh, I forgot. These are tarot cards related. Yeah, maybe lean more into the tarot card. Well, I don't even know how you'd lean more into the tarot cards. I'm gonna be honest, this does not feel like a tarot card subclass. This feels like a gambler, swindler subclass more than that. I forgot it was tarot card related. Yeah, those are my thoughts right now. I think you're heading in an interesting direction, but I do think that I would strongly encourage you to focus the flavor and build off of that focused flavor. All right, we need some new music soon. We're going to the River Town. Agonizer. Agonizer. I took your advice on my grenades and I added a dexterity saving throw to jump out of the way of the grenades. However, if you are within 5 feet of the grenade and succeed on your dex saving throw instead of jumping out of the way of the grenade, you can pick it up and throw it somewhere else. Okay, I genuinely don't know what that's in reference to, but we're going to find out. The Soul-Slinging Revolver. Item very rare. The Soul-Slinging Revolver is a soul-infused silver handgun that can hold 6 rounds of ammunition at a time. It is decorated with multiple skeletal hands. Has a +3 to hit. It should not have a... Is it... Okay. Is this a magic item or is this a weapon? If it's a weapon, it uses your dex plus proficiency. It seems like it's a magic item. So I would probably rephrase it to make it clear that it's like... Because this makes it sound like it's a weapon. So I would probably... Yeah, I don't know why you have this feature. I'm genuine... Don't know how I feel about this. Well, I'm going to keep reading what it does, but this is mostly confusing to me. If you want it to be a weapon, treat it like a weapon. If you don't want it to be a weapon, then list this ability. You have to be more clear with this ability. As an action, you can activate the Soul Slinger to fire a shot with it. It has a +3 to hit, a range of this, and deals this much damage. You have to write it like a feature if it's not a weapon. An undead, construct, or otherwise soulless being is unable to wield this weapon. It is designed to fire a specific type of bullets, but can fire normal revolver rounds. Yeah, so if this is a weapon, then don't give these stats. That's just confusing. Don't give the pluses or anything. Just say it's just treat it like a, like a whatever, like a crossbow or whatever this range is tied to. It's a somewhat sentient weapon that has carvings for souls. When wielding the weapon, it will try to convince you to harvest souls around you. When you kill a sentient creature that has a soul with this weapon, it automatically absorbed into the revolver. When the revolver has absorbed a soul, it will use the soul to convert any normal pieces of ammunition into these types of rounds. One soul will convert one piece of ammunition if no ammunition is present. Okay, so the other thing that you need to do is you need to reorganize the way this thing is written. I can't tell where the flavor text is and where the mechanical text is. Like, you're sort of switching back and forth. I genuinely, it's like, so are these, like, what's the point of these 666 rounds? Are they, do they represent charges? Do they represent the same thing that a charge represents in a magical item? If they represent charges, and you can expend them like charges, just call them charges and build the thing around, it has 6 charges. It regains this many charges at dawn. When you kill a creature with this item, you regain a charge. Write it like that, because this is way too many words to explain the fact that you get a charge when you kill a creature. This is way too many words for that. If the wielder has a mixed amount of ammunition in the revolver and wants to use a specific round, they must use a bonus action to move the barrel to their desired round. This feels like it's confused. Like, this feels, again, like arbitrary levels of confusion here. I'm not sure why we need to be this mechanically crunchy. They have different effects. They do, first off, don't use first off. They do 1d10 piercing damage plus 2d6 plus 3 necrotic damage. This is weird, the way that this is written. So here's what you do. Here's how you rewrite this. As an action with the Soul Slinging Revolver, you can fire at a target within 80 feet of you, or 80/320 feet. The target takes 1d8. Okay, or this is a weapon, and it uses the stats of a crossbow, of a longbow or a heavy crossbow or whatever. Separately, when you take the attack action, you can expend a charge, or a 666 round, to make the weapon deal an additional 2d6 necrotic damage. Don't do the 1d10. Don't just make it deal extra damage on the special shots. Alternatively, you can have special use of the. Alternatively, you can use a specific amount of the rounds and HP to do one of these 4 things. When attempting to one of these shots, you must make a Wisdom saving throw. Succeeding allows you to use that shot. However, on a failed save, you take 1d8 necrotic damage. You also lose control of the arm that is holding it. When you lose control of your arm, it gains control of it and becomes angry with you. It will attempt to shoot you or your fellow companions, or it might just prevent you from using the arm it controls. It can be removed from your hand with a successful strength check. However, it takes control of that arm that you use to remove it. You can repeat the saving throw on your next turn. It loses control of your arm after 10 minutes. I'm going to be honest. If you can't figure out how to write this in a single sentence and make it really short, I would completely cut this feature out. I would completely drop it. It is complicated. It is going to be tedious for a dungeon master to deal with. It is going to be tedious for a player to deal with. And the way that it's written is both wordy in a way that will probably put off readers and not mechanically clear. Yeah, it just seems like this is just too much. Fear Shot. At the cost of 1 round and 6 HP, you can cast Cause Fear. At 4 and 24 HP, you can cast Blight. At 5 and 30 HP, you can cast Innervation. If you must have 50 or more HP to use this ability. When you use this ability, it drops you to 1 HP. At the cost of 6, you can instantly kill a creature within a range that is 7. No, these are all just, this is too strong. You said this is very rare. So the way that you're building this item, it should be an artifact. It shouldn't be very rare. And it sort of sits between an item and a weapon, and that is making it sort of confusing. I'm not going to worry about the gun mechanics here. It seems like you're trying really hard to make the flavor match the concept, but by deciding to have this thing use special bullets instead of charges, you are writing in this language that is making this thing way too complicated for what you want it to be. Like, at the end of the day, it's a magical crossbow that has that can hold 6 charges, and you can expend a number of those charges to do special things. You can expend a charge to deal a little extra damage. You can expend a charge to cast one of these 3 spells, and you can expend a charge to kill a creature that has 70 hit points or 75 hit points or lower. This is too strong. I would probably just drop this ability entirely or make this 75 lower. But in the current position, I feel like it's just a little, it's got too much stuff for reasons that I'm unsure of. Like, I feel like you just got to tighten the wording up, and you don't need to make it do all of these extra complicated things. There are guns in 5e. It could just use the stats of a revolver. That's true, but not everyone has the Dungeon Master's Handbook. And it's best to assume, it's best not to assume someone needs to have access to something other than the player's handbook to use a feature. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I think the core concept of a gun that steals souls and can expend souls to do cool things is neat. But I think that core idea is right now being bogged under a lot of overcomplicated language and mechanics. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Oh, we got Scy in the house. Today I am sharing magic items. Roll a d6. Someone in chat, roll a d6. Or I can roll a d6, I guess. I'll roll a d6. Two. The blowgun of acupuncture. All right, let's take a look. Oops. All right, let's see. The blowgun of acupuncture. This blowgun's precise... Oh, it's a blowgun, very rare, requires attunement by a monk. This blowgun's precision allows for needles to hit and activate acupuncture points. You have a +2 bonus on attack and damage rolls with this magic weapon. Once per turn, when you hit a humanoid creature with the weapon, you can force the target to make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, roll a d4 for an effect on the table below. When a creature fails this save for the first time during combat, you can make a DC 15 Wisdom Medicine check. On a success, you can forego rolling... Wait a second. When a creature fails the save for the first time, you can... Okay, so they have to fail a saving throw. And then on a failed save, you can make a medicine check. And on a success, you don't have to roll a d4 against the creature, and then you choose what happens. This also lets you choose from 2 additional options. I'm not sure what your goal is with this, but I feel like you're like, this is nice. I don't understand what we're doing down here. This seems like we're getting too hectic. The target drops prone. The target drops everything it's holding. The target's speed is halved until the end of its next turn. The target is blinded until the end of its next turn. Okay. By choose from 2 additional options, do you mean these 2? I don't think that's the move. I don't think the move is making it a medicine check. Okay, 2 thoughts. 1, I don't think this should be necessarily limited to humanoid creatures. I think it's... oh, you're very welcome. I think it's totally reasonable to have this be related to any creatures. Maybe just not work on constructs and undead. You could also maybe say not oozes, because oozes don't really have circulatory systems. But I feel like this would be pretty reasonable to work on just about any other monster. Yeah, maybe not constructs, undead, and oozes, but everything else I feel like it should work on. Now, I probably, if you want to keep the thing where it's the medicine check to pick a feature, I would drop the 2 additional features thing and just make it a medicine check to pick the feature. And if you like all of these, just make it a D6 initially and not a D4. That's what I would do here. I really like this item. I think it's quite cool. But I think that you're doing too much with this post medicine check thing. And I think that the way you're expressing the additional features thing and having some of them be NA is not clear enough in its current state. But overall, I like it quite a bit. I think it's a very actively interesting item. And I like that it kind of plays into the, like, monk's understanding of, like, how a body works to, like, affect creatures. It's very Xena Warrior Princess. But those are my main... that's my main feedback on it. And I don't have any other feedback on it, I think. I like it. I like it quite a bit. It's a good item. Thank you, Scy. You could make it on a success. You could roll a d6 instead. That could also work. I like the being able to pick, though. Are there any other insta-break concentration effects that seem balanced? I don't know. I have to think about it. There are effects that do things that instantly break concentration. Like, any effect that incapacitates a creature makes them lose concentration. Game and Reasons. All right, Game and Reasons. Let's see what you got. Yeah, like Stunning Strike, for sure. First time, it's a construct race for those not satisfied with the Warforged or the Autonome. Interesting. Now, I will say, I fucking love Warforged, so I'm curious to see what you're doing here. Because I think Warforged are almost perfect. They are my favorite race. You are a construct. So I think what my question for you as a writer is, and what I'm going to be looking for here is, like, what's the point? What is making this distinctly different feeling than a Warforged? Like, what type of construction are you trying to be that you couldn't be as a Warforged or an automaton? That's sort of where my headspace is as I'm looking at this. You are a construct with a semblance of life in you. You might be a type of golem or an automaton made of wood, stone, or metal. Perhaps an artificer created you, or accidentally, or even intentionally. Maybe you're eldritch. Okay, so there isn't really a goal here. The goal is just sort of you're a living construct. Okay. Oh, thank you for the raid, Buff Lovin'. Thank you for the raid. So I would say my first question for you is it's not a question. It's gonna be a suggestion. If you feel like you want to make something to answer a question, it should answer a very specific question. And that specific question can be, Warforged aren't enough. But if the answer is, I want to be a golem, that's a better answer. Because you want, especially for something like a D&D race, you want it to feel, and especially if it's like a D&D race alternative to something that already exists in 2 other places, you want to really make sure that it is evocative of a specific thing. And it's not just another option. Let's see what we're working with here. You got con, and then other ability scores. That's all fine. This is sort of Tasha's stuff that we don't have to worry about anymore. You're medium or small. You are a construct. Are you just a construct, or are you a construct and a humanoid? Worth thinking about. Oh, more raiders. More raiders. Hello, hello. Scarlet, how was your stream? Did you have a good stream? Hello, hello, hello. Forehead camera. How you guys doing? Yeah, double raid. I got raided twice. The raiders are here. Hey guys, we are reviewing user-submitted Homebrew. Do you want to submit Homebrew for me to review? You can submit for next week in the description in the YouTube channel or in my Discord. And if you want to be be more likely to be reviewed, you can join my Patreon, where you get access to the exclusive member wheel, so you can submit more than one piece a week. Because we have one wheel that has like 100 things going on. Jeez Louise, everybody's coming in. And we have another wheel that says, hello guys, hi, how's it going? Should I do a little intro to myself? Here, let's do a little mini intro for a second, just so you guys get a sense of like who I am. Hi guys. Hello. How are you? Welcome to my channel. My name is Cinderblock Sally. I'm the oldest person in the universe, and I've mostly just commandeered this balding flesh sack so that I can talk to you about what exists on the fragile ecosystem outside of your own. You have no idea the effect that you're having on that world by playing your little TTRPGs, and someone has to help guide you. Every time you write a piece of homebrew, every time you create a new character, every time you create a new encounter, you bring forth life into the reaches of that far realm, and my goodness, we have to make those things balanced. And so I am here with you today and every Sunday to review your D&D homebrew. Sometimes I have my forehead, this is my eye cam. This is my face cam. This is me. Sometimes when we get hectic, we go like this. Sometimes when we get hectic, we go like this. Does that make sense? Is that enough of a commercial for myself? I hope so. Because it's all I got. Let's go to Middle Earth for a second. Ooh. How come we don't even get an intro this cool at the beginning of stream? I'll tell you why, Gertie the Grey. Because I forget to do it. If you want, I'll start doing it. It's fine. I can do that kind of intro more. I apologize. Please don't be upset with me. Don't beat me up. I can admit when I'm doing something wrong. Or not enough. Behold. This is me doing it. Alright, now let's keep reviewing. Oh, wait. Boop, there we go. Okay. So, we're reading about a living construct right now. This is an alternative Warforged race, and I was just sort of talking about when you're building something that is like, that is Warforged adjacent, and the goal is I want to make an alternative robot that you can be in D&D. You should have a specific goal. I don't see one in this class, in this race yet. Living construct. If the mending spell is cast on you, you can spend a hit die, roll it, and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll plus your constitution modifier. In addition, you benefit from spells and other abilities that restore hit points that normally don't affect constructs, but they only restore half the hit points they normally would. Not all healing abilities or spells exclude constructs. Those spells and abilities are unaffected by this trait. Okay, how many spells or abilities actually affect constructs these days? I feel like all the main healing don't affect constructs negatively. Using mending to expend a hit die is totally fine. I think that's cool. I like that. The thing about mending that people forget is mending is not an action to cast. Mending takes time. So it's not like you can be using that in the middle of combat. Mending takes like a minute to cast. So getting a quick mending healing I think is fine. I also feel like mending hit die is what the auto gnomes get, but I might be imagining that wrong. What is AAG? Is that the auto gnomes? Are you making clips? What are you doing? Why are you sending clips? It's the Astral Adventurer's Guide? Yeah, Autognomes. Okay. So, is this just an Autognome feature? Alright. I have mixed feelings about that. I don't think that's a nice thing to do. I would not pull a feature from another robot to make your robot. Malfunction. If you have half your hit die or less remaining, this ability activates, and you suffer the following effects. When you make an ability check or attack roll, you must roll a d4 and subtract the number rolled from the ability check or attack roll. In addition, when you cast a spell or use an ability with a saving throw, Creatures that are targeted by it get a +1. Roll a d4 and add that to their saving throw against your spell. These effects ends once you have more than half your hit. I don't like this. Why? This is too strong a negative. I would drop this. This doesn't feel like a fun feature. Built with a purpose. Choose 2 of the following abilities from the list below when you take this character option. Versatile. You gain 1 tool proficiency and 1 skill of your choice. You count as 1 size larger when determining your carrying capacity. Your base walking speed increases to 35. You have dark vision. This is really similar to what the Warforged got in its Unearthed Arcana version. Artificial Fortitude. You have immunity to poison condition, immune to... Okay, so this is all the stuff that Warforged get. It's actually stronger. I think Warforged are just resistant to poison and the poisoned condition. I don't think they're immune to it. So this is a little bit stronger. I don't know about that. I probably would not make it stronger. Conscious recovery. When you take a long rest, you must spend at least 6 hours in an inactive motionless state rather than sleeping. In the state you appear inert. Okay, this is just the same thing as the Warforged Sentry thing. Armored body. Your body has built-in defense layers, which determine your AC. You gain no benefit from wearing armor, but if you are using a shield, you apply its bonus as normal. You can alter your body to enter different defense modes. Each time you finish a long rest, choose 1 mode to adopt from the list below, providing you meet the mode's prerequisite. Features that require or disallow armor. Features that require or disallow armor will work as normal with these modes, as if they were armor. Okay. With the exception of civilian, it counts as unarmored. Okay, so basically you pick one of these at long rest. So either it's 11 plus your proficiency bonus, 9 plus your dex modifier plus your proficiency bonus, 12 plus your dex modifier plus your proficiency bonus, disadvantage on stealth, 15 plus your proficiency bonus, disadvantage on stealth. I'm going to be really honest with you here. This does not feel unique enough. This feels like you took some aspects of the Unearthed Arcana Warforged, some aspects of the current Warforged, and some aspects of the Autonome, and mushed them together. I don't see any wholly unique new features here. And what I would say to you, what I would challenge you, this can work if you want to do this. If you want to pull a handful of features from different things and mush them together into something new, that can work. But what I would challenge you to do is to make something brand new. To make something that does not just pull features from other subclasses, or not other classes, but other races, and that feels like it has a distinct place in the world. Right now, the most distinct feeling thing about this are the fact that it's sort of modular. You can switch between these different features, and you can switch between the different armor types. That's the most unique thing about this. And I don't know if that is enough to merit its existence, as opposed to just the Warforged or the Autonome. So I feel like what I would strongly suggest you do is to pull out some of the Warforged Autonome features and build in some of your own that make this feel like a different sort of construct than those. I like the modular, and I think modular can be a really good direction to go in. But yeah, I think it just needs a little bit more focus. Those are my thoughts. That's my feedback. I hope it was at least medium helpful. Did Delport just say? Could try looking at these mechanics, ask, what is the fantasy? Who is this and where do they come from? What impact has my world had upon them? When you have a clear idea of what makes these people unique, you can revisit the mechanics. That's a great way to go about it. What Delport just suggested, sort of like thinking about how they sit in your game space and what makes them a distinct thing in your story. That's a really, really good way to build that evoke, to build that unique flavor. I agree strongly. Zaffron TV, I'm new to D&D, and I'm really afraid to make homebrew and get my ideas stolen. Is that okay, or am I overthinking it? Why are you who's going to steal your ideas? Are you worried that, like, Wizards of the Coast is going to steal them and publish them? The thing is, there are a shit ton of people posting homebrew every day in hundreds of places. There is always the opportunity for something to be stolen. If you want to become a better writer, if you want to become good at writing homebrew, you need to have people give you feedback. You are gonna suck for a while. I guarantee you. I would bet money that the first piece of homebrew you share, whether it's on my stream or on Reddit or somewhere else, I could pretty much guarantee you it's not gonna be that good. It might be really fun, it might be a neat idea, but unless you're actively getting feedback from a community of writers, you are going to be not working at your top, and your pieces are not going to be fantastic. They're going to have a lot of missteps because you're just one brain. There's so many other brains. And like, just like if you watch my stream, I miss a lot of stuff that you guys in the chat notice all the time. So if you're hesitant of people stealing your ideas, I would, the only real solution to that is try to find like a private group of people to share them with. But the truth of the matter is, and I don't mean this in any negative way, it's most likely your ideas are not worth stealing yet. That would be my guess. Flharryyous says, whoosh! What the fuck is this? What is this? I saw the title. Oh my god, dude, look! I can't see it. Whoosh, you have a small peener. Gonna be honest, I'm okay with this one not being able to be reviewed. But Flharryyous, you're paying me to look at stuff, man. You gotta make sure that you make it available for me to look at. You're giving me money. I also will say something right now. I do not mind jokes, and I do not mind jokes in bad taste if they're thoughtful and not in terrible bad taste. But if I do start reading a piece that's like kind of like 14-year-old humor in a way that I think is kind of cheesy or cringy, or I just don't want to do on stream, I also might just stop reading it. So be a little bit hesitant, I think, with the meme pieces if they are too cringy or crude, because I might just stop reading them. But yeah, also make sure I can view it, you know? We have a piece from Tuesday. Wait, did you send me something? Wait, let me just check something here. No, they didn't send me anything. Okay. Let's see what they said. Tuesday. Please skip to the mechanics on the second page. I'm worried that this would break martials with unarmored defense mechanics, monks especially. I know that a standard way to solve this would be to limit the transformation feature per long rest or day, but that doesn't feel true to the idea for me. Thanks for feedback as always. Oh, interesting. What are we looking at then? So curious. What? This is going to be, hey guys, there you go. Oop, check it out. Definitely not a swarm. Is this a, okay, it's, oh, I see. It's a race. Interesting. Okay. So you get some bonuses to skills. That's fine. You are a beast? Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's keep reading, though. Age, you have a lifespan. Size, you have a size. You're medium or small. Your walking speed is 30. Dark vision, you can see in dim light and darkness within 60 feet of you, as if it were bright light, and darkness as if it were dim light. Let's do this. I'm just double checking, but the wheel with the smaller list is the exclusive wheel for $5 donation on Patreon, because I know I'm a donor at that rank and I'm not there. Shadow Robot, did you submit something on the Patreon? Did you submit to the member wheel this week? So Shadow Robot, the way that it works is that if you are somebody that is a part of the... Are you sure? I don't know if I... Did I... Maybe I didn't get it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I didn't get it. Mateo? I could... You want me to... Listen, I'll check really quickly, but I'm pretty sure that if it's not here, it means the submission did not... It means you did not submit it. Which does happen on occasion. I'll check very quickly, though. Yeah, man. I did not get anything from a Mateo this week. I did it once shortly after the list was hosted. To be clear, did you submit it to the right week? So the way that this works is I post a new link every week because it's not the same form every week. I make a new form every week. So if you're on my Patreon, you should always be able to find the link on my Patreon. If you are a member on YouTube, you should always be able to find the link on the member-exclusive YouTube thing. And I post a new one every week. So be on the lookout either on the Patreon or on the YouTube member channel. Because if you're posting into ones from previous weeks, I'm not looking at those. Sorry for the confusion. And to be clear, if you sign up for it once, then you don't have to do it each stream. Like, you can sign up once and then cancel, and you still get that whole month. You put in a submission and you don't see it? Did you put it in the right place? Guys, I don't know what to tell you. I'll show you it. Here's the member wheel. This is everybody that submitted things that is a paying member. These are all the people that submitted
This is his thanks for checking.
Oh, that's very kind of you. So if you don't see it here, I didn't take it off. These are all the things that people submitted. If you didn't submit it to the right thing, I'm sorry. You can check in with me on my Patreon or in the Discord, and I can make sure that you spot the right thing. But there you go. That's how it works. I apologize if that is confusing. 18 people got it right, though, so I feel like it's at least reasonably not confusing. But I do want to make sure you get all the things that you want to get. So, yeah, make sure if you are a member that you're submitting to the member wheel, and that if you are a, if you're, that you're submitting to the right one for that week. And it's pretty much the only thing that I post on my member channel, YouTube stuff, and on my Patreon, so it should be reasonably easy to find. If you do struggle to find it, though, you can always tag me and ask me questions, and I will answer them to the best of my ability. Dark vision. We have dark vision. Bestial empathy. You can communicate fully with animals with who you share a species with. I would say with whom you share a species with. You have advantage for animal handling checks with that species. What does that mean? What species are you? So, I don't know exactly what that means. If you're a swarm, I would just say insects. I also probably would... Yeah, no problem, dude. I'm happy to double check. I really don't mind. I don't want you to feel, like, bummed out. I just also can't handhold everybody through the process. It feels... I've made it pretty straightforward, at least I think. So just so I don't inevitably make the same mistake, when I do the posting as a Patreon member, should I post through the Patreon and again through the normal channels, right? The link that I post in the Patreon is the same link that I post on the YouTube members thing. It's all. If you see a thing for posting on the Patreon, it'll take you to the right thing. I hope that is clear enough. You could be a swarm of rats or fish. I understand, but I don't know how much I agree with that. I want to do a swarm of chipmunks and raccoons. All right, fair. Fine. Don't keep it to insects. Yeah, if you are a patron or if you are somebody that is a YouTube member exclusive, the places you should be looking for forums are either the YouTube community chat tab, that is the member exclusive one, or my Patreon. All of the public ones that are on my channel or in the Discord are the public ones. The swarm, a swarm this whole time. As a bonus action, you break cover and become a swarm of whatever type of animal comprises your body. You gain, okay. Drop the you maintain your, I think. You gain a number of additional features while this condition is active. You gain a flying or burrowing speed equal to your walking speed. If neither is appropriate for the type of creature you are, your walking speed increases by 10 feet. Choose this when you select the race. We're going to come back to this feature. I don't think you should have this feature. All equipment you're wielding or holding drops to the ground in a square you occupied when you change forms. You can pick up items that weigh less than 5 pounds as an action. You gain a +2 to your unequipped armor class. What does that mean? Do you lose your normal armor class? I guess so. You can occupy other creatures' spaces. Your unarmed strike deals 1d6 piercing damage, and you can use your dex modifier to calculate the attacks and damage. You're immune to the grapple condition. You probably should also be immune to restrained. You cannot cast or concentrate on spells in this form. Resuming your form takes a minute. How often can you do this? Can you just do this infinitely? Okay, so there's a couple things here. One, you need to clarify if you are losing your armor and how that's working. Like, if you're dropping all of your items, you need to very specifically say your armor class becomes 10, plus, like, your armor class, like, but you need to explain all of that. I would even just say you don't gain benefits from any armor or items or anything like that. Like, write that out, clarify that. The other thing that I was going to say is this can't be infinite in use. One of the reasons is, one thing that I want to point out here is a flying speed is kind of strong. It's not crazy strong, but it's kind of strong. So if you're getting a flying speed, you can't be getting a lot of other stuff, period. The second thing is a burrowing speed is much too strong. A burrowing speed is much too strong. If you want to have a burrowing speed, it has to have a limit of like 10 feet, max. And the reason for that is a burrowing speed is basically a fly speed, but you also become untargetable and invisible. A burrowing speed is much stronger than a fly speed almost all the time. Eduardo says, can't you change the wording on the AC? You gain an unarmored AC equal... Yeah, that's a good idea, Eduardo. I would just say your AC becomes 12 plus your dex modifier. That's a really good idea. But yeah, you can't do the burrowing speed. I'm sorry, you just can't. It's just too strong. The other thing is that if you have a burrowing speed and no tremor sense, you're also blind when you're burrowing, which kind of doesn't make sense. The one thing that you suggested as a concern was that this feels like it would make you too strong as a monk or as a barbarian. And I kind of agree with that, which is why I think that Eduardo's suggestion of not doing the unarmored defense thing, but just giving you a new AC while you are in your bug form is the way to solve that problem. So yeah, that works. Drop the burrow speed. All of these things are fine. This is fine. I would probably give you just a limited use of this a day, or something like that. If you're not going to make this limited use, you got to tone a lot of it back, unfortunately. It's an interesting idea. I do love the flavor of you being a swarm of creatures. I think that's super cool and could potentially be a lot of fun. So the flavor is solid. I want you to lean in more into lean away from the burrowing stuff. I also feel like maybe you should get some... I guess you're not necessarily an insect, so you could have a lot of different movement speeds. Okay. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. I like the idea. Needs a little bit of work, but I like the idea. amorphous would be a great alternative instead of a burrow speed. What do you mean by... I'm a moron. What do you mean by amorphous? Did you send it into the submission form, and was the submission form active? Warden, if you sent it to the submission form for tonight's stream, then it's on this wheel. If you sent it for the submission form that's not for this stream, then it's not on this wheel. The way that this works, just so everybody knows, because it's clear that it's not exactly clear, and I apologize. I post submissions forms for streams way ahead of time. So if you want to submit a piece for next week, you can find the submission form for next week in the YouTube video description of this video. You will also be able to find it in my Discord channel and on YouTube tomorrow. So that's for next week. So if you... And then I turn off the ability to submit things usually at 6 p.m. the day of. So if you tried to submit something before 6 p.m. tonight, it's going to be on these lists. If you didn't, then it's not. If you waited too long, it's not. And I apologize, but that is the way that I run it. I hope that is clear. Wiggy! This is a fighter subclass inspired by World War II medics and morphine vials they use. Interesting. All right, let's take a look. Shadows also have amorphous. Yeah, that's a good idea. Amorphous would be a good move here. Honestly, this minor mess up on my part kind of helped. Ken, when I sent it, I'm pretty sure I sent to the wrong version with a broken feature. That's all right, dude. The other thing is, like, the other thing that I would strongly suggest is, and I think a lot of people do it, and it's totally reasonable, is if you are like, I don't know if I want to do this, but I want to do it a little, you just sign up for a month, and then you cancel it immediately afterwards. You still get access to all of the stream extra stuff for that month. So you get like 3 or 4 streams that you get access to it for, which is not the worst for $5, but also it's still random. Like, even if people are paying me money, there's no guarantee that their stuff's getting looked at. It's all random. So don't spend the money if that's going to upset you. I'd much rather you keep your money and just hang out and enjoy yourself. Okay, Battle Medic subclass for fighter. No. Money doesn't. Money could help a lot if you want to pay me for a private consultation, but I charge a stupid amount, and I would rather you not spend that kind of money if you are not that far in your piece. This subclass is meant to give a viable option for either a combat healer that both gives the feeling of being able to stabilize in battle and still be a fighter battle. Still be a fighter battle is a silly phrase. I think you gotta fix... This looks like unfinished flavor text, so we're gonna not worry about it too much. Level 3 feature, Stabilization Vial. Oh, did I post this in the chat? I did, okay. Your training has led you to the spread out of using healing magic. A whole potion can be wasted on one person or split and used to save many. This is not a sentence. You need to fix your sentences. Your training has led you to... Just say this. At 3rd level, you have the ability to split health potions between multiple creatures. Just say that. At the end of a long rest, you can craft an item called a Stabilization Vial using the medical knowledge you've gained in combat. You can craft a number of Stabilization Vials equal to your proficiency modifier. Wait. Is this a mechanic or is this flavor text? Is this describing the way that stabilization vials work, or is this intended to be its own specific mechanics? If this is intended to be a specific mechanic, you need to actually explain how this works. Because right now, I don't feel like this actually does anything. All right, so you can craft a number of stabilization vials equal to your proficiency modifier. These are tipped. Also, I'm not sure why some of these things are like bold, underlined, and italics, and some of them aren't. Oh, you think they're flavor text? Yeah, that just makes it confusing for me. And return them to the land of the living in emergency situations where time is of the essence. Yeah, don't format it like this. Just put all your flavor text at the top and the mechanics underneath it. As an action, you can administer a vial to a creature within 5 feet of you that has 0 hit points. The creature immediately becomes stabilized. At the start of the target's next turn, the target immediately gains hit points equal to your proficiency modifier. The vial lasts for 24 hours before becoming inert. By spending 50 gold worth of material and taking 1 hour, you can craft 2 additional vials up to your maximum number of vials. Okay, so basically, you have a number of these things that can stabilize a creature and give them a little bit of health on the next turn. I kind of like that. That's an interesting mechanic. So it heals, but not. It's like a slow heal. That's interesting. That's interesting. I think that you got to work on your formatting here a little bit because it's confusing the hell out of me. But I really like that mechanic. That's interesting. Proficiency bonus number of times you can use this thing. It's an action to do. Yeah, I think it's solid. I might not let you do this thing where you can use gold to make extra versions of it. I kind of feel like I feel like this should be limited. I feel like you I want to suggest that this has to be done over a short rest. That's probably what I would do here. And we have... okay, so you need another 3rd level feature. Or is Doctor's Orders your other 3rd level feature? Your medical training in whatever... Okay, you gain proficiency in medicine school. Okay, so you need another 3rd level feature. This is cool. This is cool. We need one other thing. We need something else. We need another 3rd level feature. We need something that is going to help you in combat specifically. Don't mix gold into class features. Yeah, it can get sloppy quickly. This needs another feature at 3rd level. Something else. Something that is more damage related. Doesn't need to be huge. But it needs something else here. It could also be like a movement thing. It could be like, you can take a bonus action to dash on your turn so long as that dash is in the direction of an ally. You could do something like that. But there should just be something. This needs more of a combat feature at 3rd level. 7th level. Don't make the header the same size and font as the other header. It just makes it confusing. Battle hardened. Your medical knowledge is second to none. From your experience, you've gained knowledge. You've gained knowledge used to keep yourself and your comrades alive and steels your nerves in battle. You can now use your stabilization vials as a bonus action. Okay. You can also make saves against the frightened condition with advantage. This feels like it should be the 10th level feature, not the 7th level feature. The 7th level feature should be something totally out of left field. It should be something new and extra. It shouldn't just add on to the core feature. Let's add on to the core feature at later levels, but we're still building. We need more foundation. This needs another foundational feature here. I think this is something you put at a higher level. 10th level combat PhD. You have also learned how to move through the battlefield and provide aid while avoiding dangers. Your move speed while prone is the same as your move speed while walking. That's fun. That's fun. I like that a lot. While prone, if you use a reaction to roll a medicine check on a target within... Can you use your reaction to do that normally? Or is that a new thing you get now? So you can't normally use your reaction to make a medicine check. So you need to clarify that is just a thing that you can do. I was trying to figure out if I wanted to add a damage mechanic to the vials. I just didn't know how to work it. Frightened condition, why not poisoned or paralyzed? Oh, it's an action, not a reaction. I'm dumb. Sorry, I'm being dumb. I am dumb! While prone, if you use an action to roll a medicine check on a target within 5 feet of you, the target gets +2 to their AC until the start of your next turn. I love... Okay, these should be the 7th level feature. These should be the 7th level feature. This should be the 10th level feature. Switch them. You have expertise in the medic stuff? Yeah, that makes sense. Into that. 15th level. You learn to keep extra supplies just in case, because you never know. When you roll initiative and you have no stabilization vials remaining, you gain 2. I would play around with whether it should be 2 or 1. Because you get quite a few of them, and you can build them on short rests, so you shouldn't be at that low. Normally, when there's a lot of classes that get like extra things at 15th level, and most of them don't get them back on, don't have other options to get them back. Alternatively, now you can use a stabilization vial. Jordan, you wrote that comment late. Alternatively, now you can use a stabilization vial on a creature within 5 feet of you as an action, and you can end one conditioning affecting that creature. I feel like this also could be this could come in a little earlier. I guess 15th level is pretty reasonable, but by 15th level, you're using stabilization you're using the vials as a bonus action. So I wouldn't make you use your whole action to do this. I would just make it whenever you use a vial, you can remove a condition from them. And I would also specify what those conditions are, because there are certain conditions that I don't think it should remove. Like, I don't think it should remove a curse, for example. I would keep it to, like, lesser restoration style things, not greater restoration things. I'd specify the conditions. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this is for a fighter. 18th level, perfect formula. You've learned from trial and error, the perfect formula for your stabilization vials. Now, when you use the stabilization vials, the target gains all the effects immediately, including the following effects. They gain HP equal to your fighter level instead of your proficiency bonus. The target gains a movement speed increase for 1 minute. The target can take the dash action as a bonus action for 1 minute. The target gains just... No, you took it too far. This is too much, dude. This is too much. Too much. I would tone this way back. You could make it take effect immediately. I think you could even do the resistance to damage until the end of their next turn, but I would drop the other ones, probably. Or I would do this, the heal. I would do the extra life in the immediately and drop the other ones. But this is too much if it's all of them. This is a pretty fun subclass. This is a very straightforward way of creating a medic style fighter. I like it quite a bit. One thing that I want to encourage you to do is not have too many things take up your whole action, because as a fighter, something taking your action becomes a bigger and a bigger deal the higher level you get, because you're losing more and more attacks to do a single thing. So whenever you switch the healing into being a bonus action, all of the healing features after that should be a bonus action unless you do a big crazy thing. So, like, for example, maybe this could require an action, and if you use an action to do a vial, you get all of these features. That could work at 18th level. But in its current state, it's too much. It was meant to be like a mass surge for like a short burst. Yeah, but you went too far. It's too mass. What if instead of bonus action, you can replace it with one of your attacks? Oh, that's a fun idea too, Delport. I like that. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace any number of your attacks with a use of the vial. That's fucking fun. I like that a lot. The reason is not because it's not limited by... The reason not is because it's not limited by much. Yeah. Hello, Holy Pa. Yeah, it has been a long time. But dude, I think this is on a really good spot, honestly. Like you have a strong foundation here. This mechanic is not worded the best right now, but it's a cool, distinct, interesting mechanic. And you do a really nice job of building off of it while also throwing in other things. I think you have a little bit more space to throw in other things. I friggin' love this feature. This feature is really nice. make this the 7th level feature, by the way. And I almost want to suggest you also fuck with this at higher levels too. Like maybe this can become bonus action-y. I don't know. Think about it. I like it. I think it's in a good spot. I think you need to make some tweaks and some shifts, but overall, it's a cool concept right now, and I think you do a nice job of trying to evoke that concept. I'm gonna need to pee again soon, so I'm probably gonna pee again soon, but then we'll do more. Slinger. If my name comes up on the big wheel, disregard it because it's the same submission. All right. Hey, this is my 2nd week submitting. It's a Paladin-Subclass Call of the Netherdy campaign. Hopefully playing. It's inspired by Les Mis. Okay. More the musical than the book. If this is the piece I looked at before, I'm gonna just say I want to see big changes, or I get annoyed. Theta, don't worry. We'll get to you probably. I want to pee. We'll do this and then I'll pee. You have seen the oppressed. You have seen their shining faces, dampened by their sweat. You have heard their cries. You were complicit. You watched. You participated. You benefited from their suffering. Alternatively, you might have been oppressed. You served those filthy bastards as they reaped the seeds you've sown, your brothers and sisters subjected to their whims of mistreatment. No more. Something made you understand. Something removed the blindfold. Now you can't look away any longer. Now you must act. Burn it all, young man. Burn it to the ground. This is really good flavor text. Very nice. Genuinely good flavor text. Like it a lot. The oath of resistance only rises from the oppressed or when the oppressor sees their harmful ways. Those who take the oath swear to undermine the tyrants and bring freedom in any way they can. Most uprisings start quietly. A paladin who swears this oath is never the one to start the violence, but he will end it. Okay. Tenets of resistance. Undermine. Sow the seeds of revolution. In the oppressed, rally. Lead the fight against those who wish you'd stay down. Shepherd. Empower the weak. Help them to safety. By force or diplomacy, bring freedom to the people. Okay, let's look at the spells. Cause fear, command, shatter, arcane lock, crusader's mantle, life transference, wall of fire, aura of purity, mask cure wounds, pass wall. Gonna be honest, a lot of these spells I don't think fit the vibe here. Both cause fear and command, and shatter, and arcane lock, and life transference, and wall of fire, and passer wall. All kind of like, why is this a resistance? The people. I'm not sure what the vibe is supposed to be. Shatter and pass wall is breaking in. These seem really good for stopping the revolution. Oh, shatter and pass wall for breaking things kind of makes sense. I see that. But yeah, a lot of these I'm sort of like, there's so many spells that like buff other creatures. Bless, aid, heroism, shield of faith. You know, there's a lot of spells that like give creatures boons and empower creatures. I feel like I would lean more in that direction. Let's see what the channel the never start the violence in bolded text is a little at odds with some of the implications of the uprise tenant. I don't know if that's a problem. That might be okay. That might not be the end of the world. I think it's okay if there's a little bit of, uncertainty in your oath. But it is a point worth noting. Channel Divinity. Okay, we get two. We get Vital Barricade and Hear the People Sing. It is the never for you. Yeah, I got you. No, listen, nitpick away, man. If you don't pick the nits, they're gonna bite you. Vital Barricade. As a bonus action, your Divine Fervor helps you spearhead the charge of the revolt. You gain a bonus to your AC equal to your Charisma modifier until the beginning of your next turn. Huh. It's a weird one. Huh. If this had an opposite, Stinking Cloud would be the spell and the tear gas. Yeah, that's true. This is neat. It's a single round of an AC buff. Oh, did I not link it? I'm so sorry. There it is. I got you. I want to see what else we get. My first thought on this is I don't know how I feel about it. Feels like the same thing can be taken with the dodge action, though. Well, the difference being that it's a bonus. You're still getting your action. It's a bonus action. You could also stack it with the dodge action. But I see what you're saying, Loco, Poco, Moco. By the way, that's an amazing name. I almost feel like you should be able to make a barricade, right? Like, why couldn't you just summon a literal barricade? Like, what if you could, as a bonus action, you can slam your, you know, your channel, your arcane focus, your divine focus into the ground, and summon an arcane barricade that's like, you know, 10 feet long by 5 feet wide, and creatures can use it for cover. I would do something like that. The other thing is, like, because you're an Oath of the Resistance, I kind of feel like this ties to that other Paladin a little bit, that Oath of Protection one, where it's like, what's the goal? Is the goal so that you are tough, or is the goal so that you can foster the revolution? And if you're trying to foster the revolution, I feel like it would make sense to give the benefit in a way that other creatures could benefit from it as well. Let's hear the people sing. As an action, you can bolster your allies' defenses in the face of the oppressor. Choose a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier, minimum 1, within 15 feet of you that can hear you. Until the end of your next turn, these creatures gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons. I would just say non-magical attacks, or I would just say from non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, because you want them to still be able to have that resistance to, like, falling rocks or, like, traps. A single round of resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing to your allies is pretty cool. I like that. I like it. I think it's good. The only thing that I'll say is that both of these in their current state are very combat mechanic focused. I feel like one of them could be at least one of them could be used in a way. I would change at least one of them so that it could be a utility feature also. Like one that affects stats other than HP AC stuff, or ones that modify the battlefield a little bit. I don't know if the wall thing makes sense for the Rebel. You have to keep in mind, though, that where their goal is here. Their goal is Les Mis. And one of the big things in Les Mis, and actually it's a huge part of Revolution in real history, is the people that are trying to be the revolutionaries building barricades to prevent military forces from traveling to certain places. So, like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising did this. The French Revolution did this. All sorts of folks through like Latin America and stuff. It's a very common tactic of the revolutionary to try to fuck with the way that military formations travel through a space. Yeah, okay, let's look at Aura of Rebellion. Beginning at 7th level, you and your allies within 10 feet of you gain the following. Advantage on saving throws against effects that would grapple, restrain, or reduce their movement speed. They cannot be forcibly moved against their will unless they were incapacitated. This is pretty strong. I would probably drop the second one. Or, yeah, I would drop the second one. I would just keep this. Those are my thoughts. This is actually not... The Oath of Anarchy is different. It's a different subclass. Isn't that kind of funny, though? Faceless Martyr. Databank says I think you should keep only the second one. Creatures within the aura can't be forced to be moved against their will unless they're incapacitated. You know what? That would also work. I agree. I think either one. I think either one could work, but I don't think you should do both. But this also definitely makes you feel like you're people pushing back or holding fast against a force that is trying to run you down. So that makes sense. Faceless Martyr. Yeah, I got you. It is the Resistance 5. For sure, Data. At 15th level, you can sacrifice some of your own power to aid fighting allies. As a reaction, choose one of the following. As a reaction to what? Oh, okay, I see. When an ally within 60 feet of you misses with a spell attack or fails to affect a target due to a successful saving throw, you can use your reaction to expend a spell slot of the same level or higher as the original spell. Your ally can immediately recast the same spell at the same target or targets without expanding another spell slot. If the spell requires concentration, the ally's concentration on the original casting ends, and they begin concentrating on the new casting. This feature cannot be used to recast the spell if the successful saving throw was made to end an ongoing effect. You got to be real careful with this, because what happens if what if somebody casts Fireball and the Fireball hits 3 creatures and one of them succeeds on the save? Can I use this ability to have them recast Fireball, so even though 2 creatures already failed, they're also getting hit by a second Fireball? I think this has to be a single target spell. I don't think this could be an area effect spell. And I think that the way you worded it, it feels like it works with an area effect right now. Let me just see. Yeah, I would make it very clear that this only works on single target spells. I might even only change it to spells with an attack roll. Interesting. I'm going to be honest, I don't see how this fits into the vibe. Let's keep reading. Valiant Buffer. When a creature that you can see within 15 feet of you is hit by an attack, you can choose to take the damage instead of them. The damage is transferred to you as if you were the original target and cannot be reduced in any way. Desperate Retribution. When you are brought to 0 hit points but not killed outright, you can choose to expend your highest level spell slot available. It can cause all creatures within a 10-foot radius to suffer the same amount of radiant damage as if you were using Divine Smite on that level. 1 wizard, 4 paladin party running around chain casting fireball spells could be fun, though. Yeah. It still affects the creature, though, and the feature seems to only work on spells that don't affect people. What do you mean? Because it says, why would this only work on spells that don't affect people? Did I miss something? This affects people. This definitely affects people. Unless I missed something. Okay. If you want this to be a thing that you have access to all the time, you need to make these way less strong. The second thing is they feel a little too all over the place. 1 essentially allows you to have a friend recast a spell. 1 is a way for you to mitigate damage, and 1 is a way for you to sort of sacrificially deal a lot of damage. While I agree that all 3 of these could potentially fit, this one feels like it fits the least. I think that if you want to give 3 separate things you can do, they can't all be this good, unfortunately. Like, completely honestly, this feature alone could be the 15th level feature. This feature alone could be the 15th level feature. Usually paladins only get 1 special reaction or reaction buff. Yeah, exactly. It's just too many things. As in, if the spell fails to affect someone. If it mentions creatures are people. Yeah, you're confusing yourself, dude. Yeah, there's just too many features here. Too many things in too many directions. They don't feel tied together. Voice of the people. As you become the physical manifestation of the voice of the voiceless populace. You become the physical manifestation of the voice of the voiceless populace. As an action, you undergo a transformation for 1 minute. For the duration, you get the following. You and your allies within 30 feet of you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed, frightened, paralyzed, stunned, or incapacitated. As a bonus action on your turn, You can choose an ally within 30 feet of you to regain hit points equal to 2d8 plus your charisma modifier. As an action, you can unleash a powerful war cry or sing a rallying song that empowers your allies. All allies who can hear you within 30 feet gain a bonus to their next attack roll, saving throw or ability check equal to your charisma modifier. It's an interesting... I like the rallying cry. I like the you're unstoppable. The healing kind of fits, kind of doesn't. I don't know. It's interesting. Man, you're so boring. Tell a joke, please. How about you go fuck yourself, Plinio? Here's a joke. You. Don't they already get a bonus to the save equal to their charisma saving throw? Yeah, I guess they do. I guess they do. Yeah, I don't know, man. I like it. I like this. This is the part that I like the most. And my hesitation is I almost don't want this to require an action. Like, what if you drop the bonus action healing and you make this a bonus action? Would it be too strong? Because I feel like it would fit better. That's my thought. Went from friendly to savage in seconds? Nah, man. I give people exactly the respect that they give me. Overall, I think it's a pretty... Honestly, I think you're like dancing around the concept really well, and you're getting close. You're getting close. There's a couple things that I think you could pull out and change, but overall, I'm digging it so far. Digging it. I also want you to include more song lyrics from Les Mis. So do that. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'll give you guys some more exciting music to listen to. Let me find something. You guys want to do, let's do something weird. All right, enough of this music. Calm down. Calm down. All right, let's put something else on. Excuse me. Let's do like a. Do we have any good nighttime music? Now that it's getting a little eveningy. Let's do this one. Oh, spooky. All right. We just looked at Grungslinger's piece, I think. Let's spin the big wheel. You did survive. You know I try to keep the epic... Listen, guys, if we're not going to do epic P music, what are we fucking doing with our lives? You know what I'm saying? This music's too sad. I need to change it. I need to change it. Let's do... Yeah, we're going to the jungle. The night jungle. Thank you for your criticism last time. I've made other subclasses that I would like to share with you and get your thoughts on, but before that, I want to make sure this one is solid. Also, thank you for the kind words about my flavoring. That means a lot. I'm unsure about the level 3 and 10 features balance-wise. Okay, let's... Ooh. Oops, did I lose you? There you are. All right, let's take a look. All right, so this is one that we looked at before. We're going to do a little bit of a skim this time. Oh, it's not. Actually, wait. Is this one we looked at before? It is. Okay. So 3rd level and the 10th level are the main things we're looking at. So this is like a Thunder Barbarian. Starting when you choose this path at 3rd level, your attacks become infused with a spark for blood. Once per turn, when you hit a creature, you can deal an extra 1d4 lightning or thunder damage. After you deal this damage, it will bounce to another creature of your choosing within 15 feet, and it cannot bounce to the same creature more than once. Each time the spark bounces, it will increase its damage increases by 1d4. It will continue to bounce until there are no creatures within range or until it has bounced 3 times. The amount of times you can use this feature is equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain expended uses when you finish a long rest. I'm going to be honest with you here. I'm going to be very honest with you here. I made some pretty specific suggestions last time, and I feel like you ignored them. Straight up. The dice, this mechanic that you have of the electricity bouncing and doing more and more damage each time, I told you it was a bad idea last time. I'm telling you it's a bad idea again. I don't like it. I don't think it's good. If you want to have the damage bounce one time to one creature, I think that's fine. But I would not have the damage get bigger, and I would not have it do the big crazy bounce. Because if you do it that way, right now you can only use this thing proficiency bonus times per long rest. That's fucking lame. This should just happen every turn. So make it every turn. Drop this proficiency bonus times per short rest, per long rest thing. Instead of making it bounce and get bigger and bigger and bigger, you can make it bounce, but just make it stay the same amount of damage. Okay. That's my thought about that one. The other thing that I would suggest you could do is you could also make it even more hectic, or not more hectic, but you could basically make it like when you hit a creature with your weapon attack, you could have them not take any. You could have them take a little extra damage, and then you could have creatures around them make a saving throw, and then depending on they failing that saving throw, they take a little bit of extra damage. You could also do it that way. So instead of it being like the lightning bouncing boop, 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 between creatures, it's like you hit a creature, and then they are charged with static, and everyone around them just gets zapped. I would do something like that. But yeah, the bouncing back and forth, growing dice, I'm not a fan of in this moment. Billowing Strength. At 6th level, lightning courses through your veins. You gain resistance to lightning and thunder damage. Good. And your walking speed increases by an additional 10 feet. That one's okay. I almost want to make this less like you're just faster, though. And I want to think about, like, how can you actually make it so you're like a lightning jumping? Like, what if when you take the dash action, what if, like, I want you to be able to static move. I don't know exactly the way to do that. Part of me wants to suggest that, like, as a bonus action on your turn, you can, like, turn into lightning and teleport 10 feet. Or somewhere in the action economy, you can use a reaction to teleport 10 feet, something like that. I don't know. But something yeah, the dash teleport could also be the move. When you take the dash action on your turn, you can instead teleport to a location within a certain range. They have a teleport feature at 10th level, though, is the only thing. What was that one spell, Thunderous Step? Yeah, that's what they get at 10th level. Beginning at 10th level, you can briefly become as swift as lightning. As a bonus action, you can teleport to an unoccupied space within 30 feet of you. Any creature within 10 feet of the space you appear must make a con saving throw. It's the opposite of Thunderstep. Because Thunderstep is, I think, the place you leave, not the place you go to. I forget. I might be wrong. But it's basically Thunderstep. And you can use it a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier. I think that's fine. I think it's good. I would make the range farther than 30 feet. I'd probably make it 60 feet. Thunderstep. Yeah, so this is the opposite of Thunderstep. Thunderstep leaves the explosion where you leave. This leaves the explosion where you go. I also would probably make it all creature within 5 feet of the space you enter, not 10 feet. 10 feet's a little bit big. I'd probably make it 5. That way it's more like a lightning bolt strike, which is, I think, what you're going for here. But yeah, I think this is a solid feature. I don't think you need to change much. I would make the range farther. You also could potentially, if you wanted this thing to grow in damage, you could have it, instead of being 3d10, you could have it be a number of d6s equal to your proficiency bonus. So it'll be 4d6 here, but it will become a maximum of 6d6. So that could be kind of fun too. I would not have the d10s do that, because 6d10 is a lot. But that would be another way to change it around if you're thinking about it. All right, let's look at 14th again. By 14th level, you've stolen a god's power and hunger for their land. As an action, you can expend a use of your rage to summon an enormous bolt of lightning to decimate your foes. Make a ranged attack with a range of 60 to 100 feet using strength. On a hit, you deal 6d10 lightning damage and leave your foe paralyzed until the end of their next turn. If you want this thing to be, if you want to be able to use this more than once a day, you can't drop. I would make the paralyzed on a saving throw. Yeah, you definitely got to put the paralyzed on a saving throw. I don't know. Some data says, what the fuck's with that flavor text? I don't know. This does not, I agree that this does not feel the same as what the feature does. But I do think that the idea of shooting a big bolt of lightning is pretty cool. I don't know if I would change it for expend a rage. I might make it just the number of times per. I would just might make it a once a day thing, or once a day, but you get it back, or you get like one. Maybe make it once per. I might actually make it once per rage. That might be a way to do it. That might be the way to do it. Once per rage. So you activate your rage, and at some point during the rage, you can blast someone with lightning. And then in order to do it again, you got to turn the rage off and then activate it again. That's I think the move. Yeah, I agree. I think thematically it is really cool. And I like the idea of it like being a big bolt of lightning that you strike down. I like that. I just think the automatic paralyze on a hit is a little too strong. Can I make a suggestion? You should also be able to use your reckless attack with this. Yeah, those are my thoughts on that. I don't really have a lot of them. I think that it seems pretty solid, dude. You said this was your second draft, and it feels good. This music doesn't feel like music. We're just in the fucking woods. All right, let's find some actually music. Oh, somebody threw me some coin. Thank you very much for the bits. I heard a little jingle. I want something kind of nicer. All these are so dark. Here we go. You know this is gonna end up being fucking dark too. Alright. Sub-Hero. I've created this spell for my campaign's BBEG, a powerful Death Knight Lich. Here's some flavor text for the spell. Evil voice recommended, okay. You think you're something, don't you? Nonsense. When you call a what you call a 9th tier spell is simply an affront to Lady Shaw and her creation. But this is what true dark magic looks like. Okay, so this is a spell specifically intended for a villain, for a BBEG to use. So keep that in mind. Oh, the music got spooky, but it kind of fits the vibe. Excuse me. 9th level, 2 actions, which means it takes, I guess, 2 turns. You must use your action in 2 consecutive turns to cast this spell, with it being cast immediately afterwards. This is a weird wording, but that being said, it is a weird casting time, so I think it's kind of fine here. When you cast this spell, a white ball of light appears in your hands and streaks towards a point you can see within range. I would clarify that this happens at the second time you use your action casting the spell and not the first. Any creature with unused leveled spells within 100 feet of the orb must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, all of their tiered spells, level spells, are taken from them and absorbed into the orb, up to a max of 50 levels split evenly between each creature, starting at the lowest level spell slot. For example, one 9th tier spell would be 9 levels, one 1st tier. Yeah, so they're not called tiers, they're called levels. Upon absorption, everything within a 10-time diameter of the orb, 10 times being the amount of spell levels absorbed of the orb, would need to do a Constitution saving throw or take XD4, XP. Oh my god, dude, this is too much fucking math. Halved on a save. Okay, so what does this actually do? What this actually does is it removes everybody's spells around you up to 50 spell slots worth of spells, and then deals that back in damage. So here is the long and the short of this. 100. I would make this the range farther than 100 feet. I would probably make the range something like 300 feet. I would also not make the radius 100 feet. I would probably make the radius smaller. I'd probably make the radius 60 feet. The other thing is I would not do all this fucking math. I would have the explosion deal a amount of damage equal to the number of spell slots absorbed, but I would have the radius of the explosion stay the same. And I also think that I don't know how I feel about you absorbing everybody, taking all of the spell slots of creatures for a 9th level spell. That feels a little too strong for a 9th level spell. Maybe. Cheap Tax 6 says, if you got 50 spell slots worth, it would be 500-foot radius, dealing 50 d4 damage. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I would probably just keep the radius of the explosion the same regardless, and just do the multiplication for the damage. And the main reason why I say that is because you're doing just too many levels of multiplying here in a way that I kind of chuckled to myself by the time I got to the second half of the sentence, and I shouldn't be doing that when I'm reading the mechanic. It's an interesting spell. Your goal is for a villain to use it, so do you want this bad guy to take everybody's spell slots? Like, I guess my question is, will this be fun for your players to face? I want to suggest an alternative, because the way that it's worded right now, the players have no choice in the matter. I want to suggest there's an element of control the players have over how they lose their spell slots. So, like, for example, what if when you cast this spell, this is not the thing that you should do, but just for example, when you cast the spell, you roll a d12. And when somebody fails the save, they have to sacrifice a number of spell slots equal to the number you rolled. So they have some choices there. They are deciding, do I lose my 9th level spell slot and not have to lose as many spell slots, or do I lose all my 1st level spell slots? So you know what I mean? Like, give the player some choice in that, because if you're just sucking everyone's spells out immediately, that will probably feel kind of shitty for a lot of the spellcasters. It's 10 times N and ND4. Hearing complaints about it being too much math sounds so weird to you. Some dude, this is one of those situations where you need to really genuinely accept that your perspective is your perspective. And it is so different than everyone else's perspective. And everyone's perspective is so different than everyone else's perspective. That's not a specific thing to you. That's one of those things where I get into this argument all the time with people where they have a lot of complicated math or any amount of math that is not super simple. And I always say, this math is too complicated. And they always say, this is fucking easy math. It's like, I don't care. This needs to be easy math for idiots. This needs to be easy math for 10-year-olds. This needs to be easy math for somebody that's sitting there with a pen and paper and doesn't want to have to do a lot of math. So I appreciate that it's simple, but I would also acknowledge that just because it's simple for you doesn't mean that it's simple for everybody. It's just going to make your writing easier, more easy to be approached by other people. Do over here like it's the Riemann sum of n goes to 50d4. Yeah, I don't like... There are a lot of spelling mistakes there or words I didn't know. Yeah, so that's what I would say. I don't know if I would, from a fun perspective, like this is being used in your campaign against your players. My question is, what will this be fun for your players? Will it be fun for your players for them to lose all of their spell slots? If that's the case, then I'd say go for it. If it would kind of be shitty, then maybe change it in a way that they don't lose all their spell slots. They have to strategically pick which spell slots they're giving up. That's what I'd say. This spell breaks the 4th wall, as my characters would likely punch the DM. Gotta go in a circle and collect people's spell slots. It is designed specifically to be used by themselves. They probably know what they are able to add zeros to at the end of a number. Some dude, it doesn't matter, man. You've been here. This is I genuinely, I'm going to be real honest. I genuinely don't understand why you're making this argument. You have been a part of this stream for a long time. I don't need to explain to you that when I give feedback, it is always with the goal of how do I make this more easily acceptable, more usable by a wider audience. That is always the goal. You know that's the goal. You're arguing as if that's not the goal. So I just don't get it. I don't know why you're doing that. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts, and I'm sticking to them. So if it's just for your home game, is that going to be fun or not? That's up to you. That's up to you to know more than I. Oops. You have stated to yourself that isn't always the goal, and you often give different advice based around the usage context. That is true to a certain extent. I believe that is true in terms of balance, much more in terms of than usability. That is my thought on that. I think that it is genuinely worthwhile to strive for to strive for the larger denominations if possible. Thank you for the raid, Origami. Yeah, I'm gonna stick by my guns. I think having to do a lot of math is a bad move. And if you disagree with using solve for X things as too much math, then we can agree to disagree, and that's okay. We don't always need to agree. Like, you have literally mentioned basically the same point as I just did in the past. Okay, buddy. Dude. Some dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. There's no way you're going to convince me that doing I don't even remember what it was, that doing that sort of math is a good idea. It's just not for me. I don't know what to tell you. As always, you can ignore me if you think I'm talking out of my ass. Fourth or fifth time is the charm, maybe. Got some feedback on the server. Thank you for the gifted. Got some feedback on the server, but it needs more polish. This is my first homebrew I've made. Also, there are 2 versions of this doc, Zeta and ETA. Please read ETA. I left comments and thoughts I had for possible changes. Okay, Way of the Closed Hand version Zeta. Okay, so this is the version you want me to read? Okay, cool. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out that complaining that I shouldn't know not to be making these kinds of points is confusing when you've made those kind of points. I understand. I guess what it comes down to for me is I'm judging things based on my ability to use them and my understanding of them. And regardless of whether it's for a home game or not, when I look at that amount of math, even if it's not that much, but it's a multiplier and a multiplier and a multiplier kind of thing, that genuinely, I feel like there's always a better way to write that. I just don't think that that's good design at the end of the day. Way of the Closed Hand Zeta. Let me put this in the docs here. Like, some dude, to your point, while I do agree there is a difference between the things you need to do to get a piece ready to use in a game that is just for your home game versus a piece that you want to use publicly, there are things that I think that you need to address regardless. And I think specifically when it comes to certain designs in terms of the amount of work that they put on the player or the dungeon master, it is good to learn it is good to look at those things critically, even if at the end of the day it's just for your home game. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I don't know if I see a lot of value in saying it's for your home game, so it's fine. I feel like there is more value in saying it's for your home game. This is what I would change. You don't need to change anything. That's where my head is at. All right. Monks that follow the way of the closed hand enjoy a good brawl. They train their bodies to take hits and deliver devastating potent strikes. While those of the open hand use techniques for messing with their opponents, those of the clone hand use their techniques to strengthen themselves to enhance their strikes. The longer they practice, the harder they can hit and get hit. They embrace the feeling of crushing their opponents with their well-placed strikes, living for the punch in the fight that takes their opponent down. Huh. I'm curious to see how this is manifested in combat, because I kind of feel like Way of the Open Hand does what you're saying this does. Cinder go down? Go down where? Oh, new version is on page 4? That's so confusing. I got you. Okay. Thank you. I'm dumb. Guys, I don't know this. 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 Gu All right, some dude, it's okay. Don't drag it out like this. It's fine. I am both imperfect and a human being. I say contradicting things. It's almost as if different people can use different advice depending on where they're at in their writing process. Now I'm going to move on from that. If you want to keep harping on it, you are more than welcome to, but I am done with the conversation on it. All right. Is this the same flavor text? Looks like it is. Okay, cool. This Iron Skin, this monk has the monks that follow the way of the closed hand train their body to endure hard hits. Starting at 3rd level, your hit point maximum increases by 3 and increases by 1 again whenever you gain in this level. Okay, so you just get a little bit beefier. The way of the closed hand tech teachings are all about strengthening yourself. Your martial arts die is 1 size larger, giving you a D12 at 17th level. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. It's interesting. It kind of... I guess my first thought is, I feel like these could be enough. You know? The basics. Starting at 3rd level, you learn the basics of brawling with your fists, how to guard against attacks, and how to set up a combo attack to deal some big damage. Guard. You can use your action to gain resistance to the damage of incoming bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from one opponent. What does that mean, from one opponent? Like, when you are hit with an attack, you can use your reaction to gain resistance to that type of damage to that attack? Or you pick an opponent and you gain resistance to damage against that singular opponent? I'm not sure. You got to clarify your wording here. Set up jab. A straightforward, unarmed attack you are proficient with, which has not much power that aids in delivering a powerful follow-up combo. What? That's not a full sentence. For your first attack on your turn, you can make a special attack called a setup jab. When you use it, on a hit, you roll for damage as normal. However, you do not add your ability modifier to the damage. This also allows your next flurry of blows to not cost key points. What? Okay, wait. I gotta turn the music off and focus. What the fuck does this do? Chat, help me understand. I'm getting lost in the sauce. A straightforward unarmed attack you are proficient with, which has not much power that aids in delivering a powerful follow-up combo. Okay, so that's just flavor text. That is not a full sentence. So, on your turn, when you make an attack roll, you can make a special attack called a setup jab. On a hit, you roll for damage as normal. However, you do not add your ability modifier to the damage. Period. You can make a flurry of blows at the cost of no key points. Is that what it is? I think you drop these features. Personally. I think you drop them. I think you just drop them. I think if you want to have your dice roll be up by 1 and you want to have higher number of hit points, then I think having this all turns it into bloat. This is too many things. So -5 damage max, and you gain another hit of an enhanced die. Well, you basically get a free, you get an extra attack. It's sort of if you flip it around, it's basically like you're getting it's literally exactly the same as getting your flurry of blows for free, but not adding your damage modifier to one of your flurry of blows attacks, because that's just putting that extra attack at the end instead of at the beginning. So it's essentially the same as that. I don't love that. I also don't know why that feels like Way of the Closed Fist. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I have weird feelings here because I think you drop these, but also these are both really passive. So it's like you're not doing anything that unique or new or interesting with them. But with all of these together, it feels like a lot too much. And these, I think both of these both feel a little off. Because one of them is when you make one attack, you get a bunch of extra attacks if you make one attack weekly, which is like okay, I guess, but this makes me feel more like you're like what's the fighting style that they use in Ip Man? Wu Chen is what it's called. I don't remember, but like a bunch of little punches, which is kind of just like extra that, which is okay, but I don't know, the vibe of the flavor text I got was more like big punch. And then I genuinely just don't think the guard feature fits, and it needs some clarification that I would just drop. So yeah, Wing Chun, thank you. Yes. Hey, I never played D&D, but I love your videos. You got me to reach out to the local game store and contact D&D to get started. Very nice, very cool, very cool. Wing Chun, thank you. Counters. Starting at 6th level, monks of the closed hand gain new insights. In the midst of combat, skilled monks of the closed hand can see and react to attacks in a mere instant of time. Instant. You can spend 1 key point as a reaction to an enemy's missed melee attack within 5 feet of you to attack them. So when an enemy misses an attack within 5 feet of you, you can use a key point. You can use a reaction to spend a key point and make one attack against them. I'd probably clarify it as an unarmed strike. Delayed instant. You can spend 1 key point as a reaction to improve your defenses against one enemy's attack. Gain a +5 against one opponent for any attacks they make towards you till the start of your next turn. This causes an attack to miss. You can use an instant for free. What is an instant? Oh, so I would just say you can get an attack for free. Also, this is getting too strong. So basically, you can use a key point to get +5 to your ace. It's basically a key point to get a shield that is against one creature, and then a free hit against them if they miss. I don't know. Bait and switch. After you use guard, you can take your turn after you use guard, you can take your turn after the target that triggered the reaction finishes their turn. This ability can only be used once per round. Your order in the initiative resets to where it was before this ability was used at the top of the round. Adjusting wording for clarity. Would like to keep ability, but fine if others think it should be scrapped. Man, I don't know. I don't like the idea. It's going to get real fucking wonky. You're going to end up getting 2 turns in 1 turn a lot, which is like a capstone feature of a couple subclasses. Like that is the capstone feature of the Thief Rogue. Yeah, I would just drop this feature, man. No such thing as too strong for a monk. Bait and switch is a battle master maneuver, which might get confusing. Oh, that's a good point. It does use the same language as bait and switch. Yeah, I disagree. I think a good example of too strong for a monk is both this feature and this feature. I think they are 2 really nice examples of too strong for a monk. I don't love the idea of, I'll tell you what, I don't love the idea of doing initiative order things. Basically can never be used for 2. What do you mean? How can it never be used for 2? I don't understand. Let's say I go on initiative 20. I have my turn. Pa, 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 pa. Next, it's initiative 19. Another creature goes. I use my bait and switch feature. I immediately go after them. I'm getting 2 turns in 1 turn. How is that not 2 turns in 1 turn? Oi boy. Your turn just goes next. What about that specific situation that I just said? No, this is a very easy way to get multiple turns in a round. Very easy way. Unless there's something radical that I'm missing here, or just not understanding. Is it like just delaying your turn? Yeah, I don't really know. I don't understand it. If you're still only getting one turn around, then what's the point in it? Because the thing is, you can... Here's the issue. It's not an issue if you haven't taken your turn yet. If you haven't taken your turn yet, it just bumps you up in the initiative for that round. But if you have already taken your turn and you still have your reaction, it gives you a second turn that round. That's the problem. Also, wouldn't getting your turn reset your reaction? Technically, yes, it would. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I would probably just drop this feature. Again, I also don't see why this feature is important for this monk specifically. I get the punching them when they come into range. I kind of get the defense thing, even though I think it's too strong. But I don't think this fits the vibe, and it's confusing enough that there's not clarity on it. The design was just to move it faster if you rolled poor. Yeah, but what if you roll great, dude? You got to take that into account. You're going to have a high dex anyway, so you're going to be rolling pretty decent most of the time. Let's look at 11th level. Starting at 11th level, your training has led to revelations on new powerful punches and ways to affect your strikes. You may pick to... You guys see it? See that? All right. Sorry, buddy. Got to stop looking at your piece. Them's the rules. It's the month of May. Thank you for sharing, and I hope that was somewhat helpful before we had to stop looking at it. All right, let's spin the wheel. First May of the night. All right, we got a piece from Data Bank. Back to my Artificer Compendium. Artificers, I'm going to say this. I've said it before. I'll say it again. One of the hardest classes to make subclasses for because they are so inherently complicated. All the time. Everyone makes them complicated. It's very hard to make simple ones. I feel like people have an inclination to avoid simple ones, and inevitably when you have a lot of combat, new mechanics, they get chonky. I don't know why they always get so chonky, but they do. Back to my Artificer Compendium. Excuse me. Trying to get this one seen for a while, so now I have to hijack the Patreon wheel. Amen, Brother Bear. Pretty sure you haven't seen the Calligrapher before. I have not. If you have, just scroll down to the next one if you haven't. I do not think I've seen the Calligrapher. I will tell you if I recognize it pretty quickly, but I don't think I have. Calligrapher. Calligraphers bring words. Let's make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Calligraphers bring words to life. Words they scribble, peel off the page, and warp reality to what was written. Oh, that's interesting. They can use their words for good or ill, but above all else, they will show the power of the written word. Okay. I go off on artificers every time. I don't find it complex. I do. That's okay. We're all different. Tool proficiencies. When you adopt this specialization at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in calligrapher's supplies. If you already have proficiency, you gain proficiency in another one. At 9th level, you gain proficiency in a forgery kit or painter's tools. Huh. I am curious why you don't just... Can I make a suggestion? I almost want to suggest you pick one of these 3 at... We don't know what the class is yet, so we'll look at it. But I almost want to pick you... Instead of forcing you to do calligrapher's supplies at 3rd level, I almost want you to pick one of these 3 at 3rd level and get access to the other 2 at 9th. But that's just me. All right, let's see what the spell list gives us. Command, Dissonant Whispers, Phantasmal Force, Suggestion, Enemies Abound, Sending, Compulsion, Phantasmal Killer, Modify Memory, Telepathic Bond. Okay, so this is a subclass that is largely about communication, manipulation, and using words as weapons. Communication, manipulation, and using words as weapons. Okay, interesting. I do think that there's some good flavor here in that specific direction. Let us see let's see what else we're working with here. Tinkered writings. 3rd level. Yeah, sorry, old boy. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like I said, I don't make the rules. I just follow them. Your training with calligrapher supplies has made you skilled with their magical application. The following abilities are added to your magical tinkering. You can tap a pen to make it float and write. It will write anything you say. If you wish, you can have it write anything you think. After writing words with your... Okay, wait. Let me say that again. You can tap a pen to make it float and write. It will write anything you say. If you wish, you can have it write anything you think. All right, I would probably put a limit on that for a range. Like, it has to be within a certain range of you. After writing words with your calligrapher supplies, you can tap the words to cause them to actively flow or shift around the page. Okay, I think that's fun. The other thing is that all of these things need to fit into the action economy. Are they actions? Are they bonus actions? All that needs to be clear. How long does it take to do these things? Okay, you can tap words you've written up to 1 page worth. Only you can see what's written. Other creatures see random sentences. You put an E here instead of an A in the middle of your choice while reading the words, not its true context. Okay, switch the wording up here. You can tap a page worth of writing that you've written to hide the true words. All other creatures see them as random sentences of your choice. Also, seeing them as random sentences and sentences of your choice are very different. Because if you make them see sentences of your choice, there's a lot more trickery that you could do. So I would take out the word random, and I would just make it so that you can make it look like whatever you want it to look like. The other thing is that there probably should be a way that they can see past this. Maybe, like, you know, if they can do true sight, or they can make an investigation check against your artificer spell save DC to discern the illusion, something like that. I think this is interesting. I like it. Again, I think all of these manipulation things need to require action economy and range in terms of the things where they're not being touched by you. Spinning words. You've learned how to animate the words you create. As an action, you can write an arcane word in the air in front of you. That word then slowly circles around you for 1 minute. As a bonus action, you can send that word into someone within 60 feet. The target must make a wisdom saving throw against your artificer spell save DC or be affected by the spell command. Wait, okay. Which follows whatever word was written. If a creature succeeds on its saving throw, it is immune to all command spells cast this way for the next 24 hours. The maximum amount of words you can have floating around you is 2 at 3rd level, 3 at 9th, and 4 at 15th. If you exceed your maximum, 1 word disintegrates of your choice. Okay, this is weird. Okay. You animate the words around you. As an action, you write an arcane word in the air. It floats around you. It circles you for 1 minute. As a bonus action, you can send it to someone. They have to make a wisdom saving throw. So basically, you can, like, write a word. It floats around your head, and then you can throw it at someone as a bonus action. How many times can you do this per long rest? This should not be an infinite use ability. In its current state, it sort of feels like it's infinite use. It looks like you can have only 2 up at a time, but it still looks like it's infinite use, and I disagree with it being infinite use, so I would make some adjustments there. Yeah, it is an infinite use in its current state. I would change that so it is not infinite use. It's a neat idea, though. I do like it. I like the flavor of the words floating around your head and you launching them out. That is fun. I'm wondering if it makes, and it fits with command too. For clarification, does this allow you to get around vocal components by writing words? Oh, that's pretty cool. I would say, yeah, it does. It seems like it does. That's not gonna be, but that's not such a, that's more, I feel like that's so situational a thing that it's kind of just neat more than it's something that we need to think about for balancing purposes. I do think the balancing thing here, though, is we shouldn't get an infinite use of the spell command is the main thing that I feel here. But other than that, I think it's pretty cool. Pen is mightier. 5th level calligrapher feature. When you write what you write influences others. You can spend 1 minute magically writing any statement on a piece of paper with your calligrapher tools, after which the paper becomes infused with magical energy. As an action, you can touch the paper to a creature. The paper disappears, and the creature makes a wisdom saving throw against your Artificer spell save DC. On a failure, the creature thinks the thought written on the paper and believes it to be its own. The creature who succeeds on the save are immune to being charmed and do not experience these effects. You can use this effect once per long rest or spend an hour or 25 gold material to use it again. A page becomes non-magical after 24 hours. This is a little bit too strong. This is stronger than Modify Memory. And Modify Memory is like a 5th level spell. You wouldn't have access to Modify Memory until level level 17 as an Artificer? Level 16, 15, one of those? There needs to be a little bit more limitation on this, because this is, by being able to incept an idea into a creature's head, if you're clever with that, this can be more powerful than Dominate Creature. So there needs to be some parameters on this, some big parameters built on this. The idea that you can incept an idea into a creature's head is interesting, but I feel like it kind of needs to work like the suggestion spell, where like you can't convince a creature of something that's like against their nature or like illogical to them, because you could write a 25-word message that would be like, you know, like you know that you have repressed memories about wanting to give the kingdom back from the after taking it over, so you should do that. And then you're like, oh shit, I have those repressed memories. That is a genuine thought that I have. I guess I will act on them. Like, it's just a little too strong in its current state, but it's an interesting idea. What if the creature can't read? I don't know, man. Distant writings. Like, if you want to do a feature like this, I think it's okay, but this should be like a capstone feature, not a 5th level feature. And even as a capstone feature, it's got to be a little bit toned down. Distant writings. You can magically write on any paper you can see from any distance away, as long as you can tell where on the page you'd be writing. So the other thing that I want to point out here, is there a way that this ties back into like things you can do in combat? Not really. So the other thing that I'll point out here is that pretty much every single Artificer, their 5th level feature helps them do more stuff in combat. Helps them be more effective in terms of how much damage they deal specifically in combat. So this is a big divergence from that. There's not something inherently wrong with that, but that is making me feel more inclined to be like, let's pull this feature somewhere else and figure out how to make you more effective in combat at 5th level. Because, yeah. So just something to think about. This does not write scrolls in its current iteration, no. 9th level calligrapher feature. When you use your spinning words feature, you can write or send an arcane word as an action or a bonus action, but not both. That is, what's your arcane word feature? Spinning word. That's the command thing. I guess that frees up your action or bonus action in other ways. I think that's fine. We need something. Okay, we do get another feature. Okay, cool. I was gonna say that's not enough for a 9th level feature. The words you've spun now help block incoming attacks. As a reaction, you can move one word from spinning words to intercept an attack against you. You gain a bonus to your AC equal to 2 times the number of words currently spinning around you until the end of the turn. After this, the word pops out of existence as though used. Okay, so I like this, using your spinning words as armor as opposed to as the thing that you're throwing. But again, it ties back into, I don't think they should be infinite in use. I think there needs to be an element of resource management here. Let's look at the 15th level feature, or they have to do something kind of different in a way that makes it more okay for them to be infinite in use. Let's look at the 15th level feature, Signature Specialist. The spells you are pouring out, the spells you are using are pouring out of your pen. If you use your action to send an arcane word, you can instead cast any spell from the Calligrapher's spell list. It's pretty strong. Once you cast a spell using this feature, you cannot cast another spell of the same level using this feature until you take a long rest. So it's not a once a day, it's a once a level. So it's a 5 times a day, basically. You also gain the following benefits. You can no longer misspell words. That's funny. You can cast Illusory and Skywrite at will without expending spell slots. Okay, I like both of these. These are fun. I would make this a once a day feature, not once a spell level feature. Okay, so I feel like you have a lot of really good flavor here. I think Tinkered Writing is really fun. I feel like Pen is Mightier Than the Sword should probably not be the... honestly, I think you either completely remove this feature or figure out how to make it the 15th level feature. The one thing that I want to point out here, and it's okay, but it's definitely worth noting, is this thing really has no damage output at all. None of its features tie to damage output, which is pretty uniquely different than every other Artificer, which might be okay. I don't know. I feel like it's a decision that if you are like, this is the choice that I made, I want this thing to not at all have damage output, then I think that that's okay. I don't think you need to give it that damage output, but you need to still address the overpoweredness of the infinite command spell and the essentially super mind control ability. Tiny suggestion, because it's bugging me, change all instances of spinning around you with variants of just orbiting you. Oh, that's probably a good idea, actually. How about using the words as attacking options? The 5th level ability is already named after attacks. You could do something like that, but that's not built into the core thing. Like, if you wanted to be able to chuck words as attacks, that would be the spinning words feature. And then the Pen is Mightier might give you more oomph of it. But that doesn't feel like the design intent. The design intent is much more manipulation. So, which is why I'm like not pushing back against it, not doing extra damage too much, because I don't think that's the goal. It's just very different than the norm, but it's an interesting subclass. I think you need to move some things around, but overall I think it's pretty cool. Boop. Oh shit. Sub-Heroes getting looked at twice. Is it the same piece we just looked at? Guess we'll see. Hey Cinder, here's the idea. I like Death Knights. You like Death Knights. They like Death Knights. Why not a class about them? Yes, I know Oathbreaker is a thing, but I just need more than just a subclass. I hope you enjoy. Well, Sub-Hero, I will happily take a look at the 1st and 2nd level features, depending on how long they are. But as you know, whenever I look at a class, I do not look at the whole class almost ever. The wheel sound got you? Yeah, it gets us all. Okay, Death Knight. A dim blue glow emanates from his eyes as he sits in his armored heavy plate. Okay, so it's gonna just be Death Knighty stuff. I think we're gonna move right into the features here. We're gonna skip the flavor text on this one. Uses a D10. All armor, shields, all weapons, con and charisma saving throws. Is it a spellcaster? No, it has runes and profanities. Interesting. Okay. Let's see what we get at 1st level. Honor bound. Wait, do you not list class features by level? Okay, so we have runes, weapon, death's pact, Eye of Fear? Eyes of Fear. Honors Bound Death Pact. I would make the name exactly the same as it is in the table you put above. Death has made a pact with you to allow your necro existence between undeath and life. This pact binds you to service and allows you access to class abilities. One of the effects of the pact is that you age at a slower rate. For every 10 years that passes, your body only ages 1 year, and you are immune to being magically aged, okay? Death's Pact. Why is there bullet points? Are these just the rule? These are like your tenants. The Death Knight is expected to protect the secrets of the necromongers and their origins. When able, the Death Knight is obligated to protect sites. Okay. Let's look at some mechanics. I don't want to look at the tenants. Let's see. Are there mechanics in here? There are not. Let's skip ahead a little bit. Breaking the Death Knight's Pact. Again, this looks like it's not mechanics. Let's jump to mechanics. Rune Weapon. As a Death Knight at level 1, you have been armed with this order signature equipment, the Rune Weapon. You need to touch an already existing weapon to make it a rune weapon. So to write this a little bit more cleanly, just say at first level, you are granted a signature rune, the ability to craft a rune weapon. You touch an ordinary you touch a weapon, like, touch a weapon and put your energy into it as an action, and it becomes a rune weapon. There should be action economy here, or maybe it takes 10 minutes meditating with it or whatever. If you change to a new weapon, you must inscribe all runes on the new one for it to gain the effects of the new one over a short rest. Okay, cool. So over the short rest, you take a weapon and you transcribe it into a rune weapon. When making attacks with your rune weapon, you can use your charisma modifier for attack and damage rolls instead of strength or dexterity. Okay. The rune weapon is always with you, and you can store or draw the weapon from the void itself. Doing this requires a bonus action. You can only have one rune weapon at a time. Okay, so I'm going to just point something out. At first level, so far, this is a Hexblade. Just saying. We need to see some difference quick. Eyes of Fear. At first level, you can use your bonus action to activate an aura and make your eyes glow blue. When you do this, put a period here. This doesn't need to be a comma. When you do this, a number of targets equal to your charisma modifier of your choice within 60 feet must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or can become frightened by you for 1 minute. 60 feet's too long a range. On a success, they become frightened of you for 1 minute. On successive rounds, on subsequent, I think you mean, rounds, at the end of each of their turns, you can just say at the end of each of their turns, they can make an extra saving throw to end the effect. This does not affect undead or constructs. Okay. So how often can you use this ability? As part of the Void Essence ability at level 2, you can now use 2 Void Essences to make any creature that is affected by your Eyes of Fear do the Wisdom saving throw with disadvantage. Don't put this here. If this is part of a second level feature, put it in that second level feature. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. You regain any expended uses when you finish a long rest. You also gain advantage on saving throws against being frightened. Okay, so at first level, let's talk about this for a second. How do you guys feel about this? So at first level, you get the Hexblade Warlock's charisma-based weapon, and you have a number of charisma times per day. You can make every creature within 60 feet of you frightened for a minute. And you have advantage on saving throws against being frightened. That feels like a little bit too much for first level, if I'm being honest. I did not send the link. I'm sorry. I forgot. There you go. It does feel like a combination Warlock Paladin. Eyes of Fear. I feel like it's weird. So it does not feel like a first level feature, Eyes of Fear. It is a feature that a lot of creatures get at like much higher levels, like the 10th level Berserker Barbarian, for example. Or I think it's the 14th or 18th level Dragon Sorcerer. 15 feet for 1 round, I think makes a lot more sense. I agree. All right, let's look at Void Essence for a second. Well, there's a lot going on here. Starting at 2nd level, your connection to death allows you to harness the essence of the void. Your access to this energy is represented by a number of Void Essence points. Okay, you get points based on your level. You can use these points to fuel things. Everything is based on your charisma. It's basically spells. When you spend a Void Essence point, it is unavailable until your next short or long rest, at the end of which you can draw on it. You must spend at least 30 minutes rest. Okay. I don't really see what we're doing with them yet. We're not going to worry about it. Necro Strike. At 2nd level, if you hit a creature with a rune weapon, you can choose to activate this ability, dealing an extra 1d6 necrotic damage equal to half the amount of runes you have on your rune sword, rounded down. What? So you deal not 1d6, a number of d6. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. You regain all uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, so main feedback so far. Every single thing should not be based on charisma modifier. So far, every feature is based on charisma modifier. That's a little too much. Switch some of them up. Make them based on other things. The other thing that I want to point out that somebody else said was this does feel like you basically are putting a paladin and a warlock together. There's not necessarily something wrong with that, but I do think that I don't know what makes this thing distinct and unique yet. Like, it genuinely feels like paladin plus warlock, and by the time I'm on the 2nd page, there should be something noticeably distinct. The noticeably distinct thing right now is Eyes of Fear, which is not a bad ability if you tone it down, but I also think that it's... I don't like that only one of the 3 or 4 1st-level features feels unique. I kind of want more to feel unique. Those are my first thoughts. Good luck on it. Go with God. All right, we got Joe. An updated Blood Mage with changes to make it more clear. More of a hit point caster and a more clear way to understand the spell casting. Removed redundant features. I genuinely don't understand why people send me so many classes. I mean, you're more than welcome to, but I think that it's the least helpful I am is when I'm judging a class, to be honest. As a Blood Mage, you gain the following features. So basically the Blood Mage in a nutshell is an alternative spellcaster. That's the goal. They're a con caster, yes. Constitution caster, that's the goal. Let's look at and the last time I looked at it, the 1st level, I couldn't even get to 2nd level because everything was just confusing. So we got D10 hit points. Saving throws are con and intelligence. At cantrips, you learn a number of... Okay, so you have a couple Okay, at 1st level, you know the Hemomancy cantrip Blood Focus, and one of the other of your choice from the Hemomancy cantrip list. You learn additional Hemomancy cantrips of your choice at higher levels, as shown in the cantrips known column of the Blood Mage table. So if we go up here, you have 1 cantrip up until level 5, in which case you have 2. So... basically, up until level 5, you basically know 2 cantrips. Let's look at what the Hemomancy cantrip does. I genuinely don't know. Do I not see it? Or did it have a different name that I missed? You know the... Oh, Blood Focus. I'm dumb. Blood Focus. Bonus action. You gather a ball of concentrated blood, focusing arcanic energy through it. For the cantrip's duration, it is treated as a focus for your Hemomancy spells. When held or within 5 feet, it is considered a tiny construct with 1 HP, AC of 8, and a 5-foot fly speed. It becomes a focus for hemomancy spells. You can manipulate it to move and levitate in your hand as a free object interaction. On each of your turns, you can cast the cantrip to recall it to your hand or move it 5 feet. You can dispel the orb on each of your turns as an action, and it is automatically dispelled if you are further than 30 feet away or it reaches 0 hit points. What does it do? So you just need this to cast spells, I guess. Okay. I would probably clarify that. I just discovered that no action required is language from D&D rules, apparently. No relation to this work. I just felt that needed to be shared. Dude, that is something that is a very true and weird thing. Yeah, whenever people say there's a lot of argument over how that right. It's actually one of those. It's so weird because it's one of those nitty gritty things that I don't care about as much as I do care about. Like I care about may and can. I don't know why I don't care about it, but a lot of people say, free action, and then people say you can't say as a free action, but it's also like, but what you do say is no action required, and it just seems so similar. I don't know. Maybe that I could apply that same logic to my strictness about may and can't and learn to be a better person. By the way, some dude, can I talk to you for a second? We're gonna pause for a second. I yelled at you before and I feel bad. You called me out on something that I think you had some merit calling me out on because I was being somewhat maybe hypocritical. I was going against feedback that I had given in the past, and you were calling me out on it. And I responded poorly, and I'm sorry. And I apologize if I put you on blast in a way that made you uncomfortable or upset with me. The truth of the matter is, you should not expect me to be perfect or remember all the things I say. And it is likely that I will contradict myself often, and I apologize for that. It's also one of the reasons why I regularly say I don't know everything and that you shouldn't listen to me if you don't want to. Either way, shouldn't have put you on blast in that way, and I'm sorry. All right, let's get back to business. Okay, well, I felt bad. Because the thing is, dude, I don't actually like yelling at people unless they're people like that person that was just being a dick. And then I love yelling at people. Okay, but, I just needed to lay that out there because I felt bad. It was tearing at my soul. I wasn't able to focus. Okay, so it looks like the Hemomancy cantrip just makes you able to cast spells. As a blood mage, you don't have spell slots. Instead, you must expend your life force to create blood slots, which you can use to cast spells. To create a blood slot, you need either a blood focus or a sharp object. Jeez. And as an action, you can expend maximum hit points to the cost of the blood slot level shown in the chart. To create blood slots, maximum hit points expended this way can't be recovered by any magical means. You regain all maximum points at a long rest. Okay, so you can spend 2 hit points from your maximum to gain 1 blood mage slot. So you're not actually trading hit points for spells. You're trading hit points essentially for spell slots. So it's like every time you lose the hit points, you're filling your battery. That's interesting. I would want this thing, and then we have maximum. Okay, this is good. Then you have you have accomplished the goal of my initial feedback. I understand what the fuck is happening, which is good. Now, what I want to say is weird feedback, but I don't know how else to put it. But like, in order for this class to feel good, I want you to put a piece of writing in it when it's done. And the piece of writing I want you to put in it when it's done is like a DM tip, like in a text box. And what you should say is, if somebody is using this class on their character sheet, they should pick a specific place where they are keeping track of how much of all this stuff they're collecting. Like you should I almost want to suggest you explain to them how to allocate space for tracking all of this stuff on the character sheet, because the D&D character sheet traditionally, whether it's the printed out one or the Roll20 one or whatever, it doesn't accommodate this sort of stat management well. It just doesn't. It won't. So what I would suggest you, this is totally separate from design, but it's like, I actually think really important, is coming up with an explanation for how a player, like an advice for how a player could manage this stuff on their sheet. It's weird advice. I understand it's not exactly about the mechanics of the thing, but because this is like such a new thing, I think it's worthwhile. Because what you basically have to keep track of is a couple things. How many, like you have to keep track of how much your maximum hit points have gone down in relation to the maximum they can go down. And then you have to keep track of how many blood batteries you have. And those numbers are like kind of fluctuating. So it's just, there's not a good way. I can't think of how I would do that on a character sheet off the top of my head, because it's a little different than just keeping track of a resource. There's like levels to it. Doesn't mean not to do it, but you will need to make this easier to manage. Or I would suggest making it easier to manage. All right, let's look at Vampiric. Also at first level, your Hemomancy cantrips draw the life force of your foes to heal you. You can regain hit points when you damage a creature with your Hemomancy cantrips. This should be limited. You regain hit points up to half your Blood Mage level, rounded down, plus your Intelligence modifier when you damage a creature with a cantrip. This only occurs once per cast. You can't regain hit points in this way when damaging undead or contracts. Okay, the way that this is worded, I know this is not your intention, but it sounds like regardless of the damage you deal, you regain hit points up to half your Blood Mage level rounded down. So like if I do, oh, I guess that is what you mean. So that means if I deal 6 damage, I gain 2 hit point, or I gain 1 hit point, and if I'm level 2, I gain 1 hit point basically. So if I'm level 2, no matter how much damage I'm dealing, I gain 1 hit point. Huh. Once per round. Is that once per round? I would not make it more than once per round. I would probably limit the use of this too. I don't think I would make this every round that you could do this. Infinite healing, even if it's not a lot of healing, is still pretty nasty and pretty brutal. You could eventually shock yourself and heal. That's true. Agree 100%. If you're using D&D Beyond, I wonder if you could create some kind of entry in the extra tab to keep track. Yeah, it's a little bit hard. Oh, it's plus your intelligence modifier. Yeah. So it's a lot. Yeah, so this should be like, you can use this a number of times per day equal to your intelligence modifier, something like that. Or proficiency bonus times per short rest or long rest or something like that. Your understanding of blood magic expands. You have found a way to... You know what's so funny? I just was talking shit about sending me classes, but the truth of the matter is I do think this one has improved a little bit since the last time I looked at it, so maybe there is some value there. The main reason why I don't feel good about reviewing classes is because in order to review a class genuinely well, you need to read the whole thing before you start reviewing it. You need to understand the totality of the thing because it's brand new. When I'm reviewing a subclass, there's like a million subclasses that I can use for a reference point to kind of base power levels and stuff. But when you're bringing something totally new to the table, there's not a lot of reference point unless you're like really basing it off of a pre-existing class, in which case, why not just make a subclass? So that's why I always feel a little guilty reviewing classes and always cut it off short, because in order to review it actually well, I would need to look at the whole thing, which is just not something I'm going to do on stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this all feels a lot more solid so far. Keep on working on it. Let's look at we'll look at mutations for a second. Your understanding of blood magic expands. You've found a way to alter the essence of your being. You learn how to mutate yourself. You gain 1 mutation of your choice. So these are like invocations. When you gain certain blood mage levels, you gain additional ones. All right, let's quickly take a look at 1 or 2. When you make a dexterity or strength saving throw, you can choose to add a d4 to the roll. The limit maximum blood you can spend is up by 4. You can add your intelligence modifier to the damage rolls of Hemomancy cantrips. These all look pretty good. I think that the main thing that I would say is based on them so far. Let me read one or two more. You can use your blood as invisible ink when writing. Only you and creatures of your choice can see the writing. A creature with true sight can see the writing as normal. Oh, I like that one a lot. You innately gain 1 first-level spell slot. When expanded, you regain the slot on a short or long rest. I'd make it on a long rest. Weird. Interesting. These are pretty cool. I like them. They don't feel like Okay, I understand why you use the word mutation, but I would challenge you to use a different word. Because when I think mutation, I think like... I don't think like altered use of magic. Mutation feels like too physical a word here. But okay. Augmentation is not bad, yeah. All right, cool. Joe, those are my thoughts so far. It does feel a lot more focused. I would suggest, if you want me to look at things on it again in the future, I would suggest picking something specific to look at that you want me to look at, and I would also suggest making it something that I can kind of give a sense of outside of the context of the whole class. So like if you want me to review some specific spells that they get access to and be like, this is the equivalent of a 3rd level spell, and show me what that is, that'll make me more effective, I think. You were told to self-post and self-promotion? Depends. Yeah, if you have something you want to promote. I would not just post your homebrew there. That self-promotion is for like your website or your if you're going live on stream or stuff like that. If you want to post homebrew, post it in one of the homebrew channels. Okay, this is the first homebrew. It's a bruiser. It's a class again. Oh man. Ever go big or go home. People love making classes. Yeah, no problem, dude. There's like, also, you're going to get a lot more of attention if you post it in one of the homebrew review channels. Bruiser, a class that is primarily a mix of monk, fighter, and barbarian. The Bruiser is an aggressive martial, you spelled martial wrong, class specializing in mid-high damage attacks and fast movement. Okay? While also taking lots of abuse. This is shown even further when you see the 3 subclasses. Champion, Underground, or Monstrous. I wouldn't call one the Champion Fighter, considering there's literally a fighter subclass called Champion Fighter. While a monk is akin to Kung Fu masters, crafting their bodies to the epitome of perfection. Bruisers craft their bodies for one job, to fight. Okay. Their muscles become armor. All right, okay, so the first thing that I'm gonna say is if you want somebody to read a class, you gotta structure it like a class. You do not need to put it into a fancy document, but you need to have that in the same way that Joe's last piece had a table. This needs a table. We need to see levels 1 through 20. We need to see what features they are. We need to see that proficiency bonus. If there are any extra features or stats or things that they get associated with it, we need to see those tables. We need that table. The biggest challenge you face when you are giving someone a class to review or to use or to try to sell them on is that it is a lot to read. That's genuinely the biggest challenge. Every single step you can take to make it easy to navigate, easy to understand, is going to help you so much. Like, so for example, these should all have titles. These should all be bullet pointed. I see a subclass at level 3 thing here, but I can't tell exactly, there's just a lot going on that is hard to navigate because of how simple this is in a not organized way. So please, please, please take the time to write it out like a class, and it will make people more eager to read it. There's a couple things that are missing here. For example, what are the saving throws? What are the skill proficiencies? What are the tool proficiencies, weapon proficiencies, armor proficiencies? All of that is missing. It needs to be here. Ability score improvement is probably just regular. This looks hard to read. I would look away for a second to lose my plays every time. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's hard to find your spot. All right, let's take a look at some of these level 1 features. Now, they said they want it to be a mix of a monk, barbarian, and a fighter. The danger there is if you create something that is the best of all of those worlds. Starting gear. Good call, Cheap Tactics. If you make something that is the best of all of those worlds, then you find yourself in a situation where it's too strong. Oh, I can zoom in. I'm sorry. Here we go. Is that easier to see? Yeah, that should be easier to see. I'm sorry. It's little. It is hard to see. All right. So what you don't want to do is make a class that just pulls things from the fighter, barbarian, and monk and puts it into a class. You want to have a class that does something new. So what I'm looking for here is not just reuses of other class features. What I'm looking here is for something new. Level 1, unarmored defense. While you're not wearing armor, your AC equals dex plus con modifier. So it's barbarian unarmed fighting, okay? Also at level 1, fighter's movement. When you attack, you can add both your strength and dex mods to your hit or damage. This can only be used 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Why is it 3, 4, 5, 6? What does that mean? And recharges after a long rest. Recharging 1 after a short rest. That is also... So you get 3 uses per day, but at a short rest, you get 1 use also. Don't do both. Pick one or the other. This ability levels up at 6, 10, 13. Can be used even after a roll. So what is the thing? Okay, so what does this actually do? When you make an attack roll 3 times per long rest, you can add your strength and dexterity to the attack or damage roll. That is interesting. I would say one of 2 things. If you want to go with that feature, you should make them decide whether they're going to add it to their attack or damage roll before they make the attack. Actually, you might even just want to have it just be I think it should just be the damage roll. I don't think it should add that to the attack roll, first of all. I think it should just be the damage roll. I don't know how strong that is. If it's just to the damage roll, it's not that strong. It's weird as hell. It's very odd. It's very odd. It's certainly different. I'll give you that. Huh. Yeah, I would just make it just on the damage roll, not the attack and damage rolls. Very interesting. Very odd. It would be interesting if they had a pseudo-resistance as a feature if they wanted a frontliner. I don't want them to be dancing too much with barbarians. This, I will say, is a different feature. I like this. I don't know if I would use it, but I like how unique it is. It's weird. It's kind of like... it kind of punishes you a little bit for focusing on strength or dex. Like... This is a very multi-stat dependent class in a lot of ways. Weird. Very weird. All right, let's look at the second level feature, Grapple Master. When grappling a target, you can roll a strength check to beat the DC comparative to their size class. What does that mean? If lost, it wastes a turn. If won, you can either throw the target up to 20 feet, dealing 1d4 damage, or slam them to the ground, causing 1d6 damage and forcing prone. Okay, so when you have a creature grappled, you can do something. That thing should require some action economy. And then it's based on this creature's size, which I don't think makes sense. It should be some sort of contested roll. And if you succeed, then you can throw the target 20 feet, or slam them to the ground. Either way, it doesn't do that much damage. It does just a little. That's interesting. It's also unique. It's a little odd, too. I don't know what this thing is supposed to feel like. Yeah, it is worded weird, but the whole thing's worded weird. The organization is like the main thing this person needs to work on. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what this thing is supposed to. I guess it's weird feeling. Yeah, I like throwing guys around. Don't get me wrong, that's really cool. The thing that's throwing me is the adding your strength and dex thing is fucking weird. And by weird, I don't mean bad. Level 5 is a bit broken. We're not even going to worry about level 5. We're going to stop looking at it now. But it's an odd piece so far. It's odd. It's odd. I don't see how it ties together just yet, but it's not bad. I just don't know if I'd use it in its current state, but I also only looked at a couple levels of it. So there you go, Gunpowder. Hope that was somewhat insightful. That was a weird one. I've never seen, I don't know, I can't think of any abilities. Chat, maybe you can. Are there any abilities that add dex and strength? I know there are abilities that add, where it's like, you can add your wisdom modifier to your charisma rolls. That's like a ranger thing at some point. But are there any things where you can add strength to dex things or dex to strength things? I don't know. It's interesting. Okay. You looked at it once and gave me an immense amount of awesome feedback, so thank you. This time around, I'd mostly like to see if the racial features are good, but if you could gloss over the changes I made, I'd appreciate it. Thanks again. May the wheel rain on. Long live the wheel. This is the Lamia. All right, so the last time I looked at this thing, it had a lot going on, and the lot was too much. So let's see. Did you put a change log somewhere? That would be the best. No. Okay. So the main thing that the problem with this thing so far was it was way too powerful. It was just way too fucking powerful. I'm wondering if you made it less powerful. Let's take a look. Speed of 25 feet. Size about as big as a human. +2 to dex. You have blind sight within 10 feet and advantage on wisdom checks relying on smell, resistance to poison damage, and advantage on the... I don't think you... Did you not tone this thing down? Okay. Tail swipe. You have advantage on saves and checks to be knocked prone. You can also grasp items with your tail, which can lift a number of pounds equal to strength modifier. In addition, you can use your tail to make a special unarmed attack. It has a reach of 10 feet. It deals 1d6 plus your strength damage. 1d6 plus your strength and bludgeoning damage. This can deliver touch spells. Okay, so I'm just going to say something right now. I'm going to say something again right now. This is a lot. You've given it a lot of power here. These 3 features are all very good. If the sub-race features are not majorly toned down, I'm going to say, I don't know what you changed, because this still feels quite strong. You took, like, when you first made the tail swipe feature, it had like 6 things it could do. Now it has like 3 things it can do, which is still a lot. It's way more than any other unarmed attack that creatures get. Okay, let's see. This one gets a +1 to charisma. It gets 2 special features. I already feel like that might be too many. When you complete a long rest, you can make venom. 1 dose, if extracted, can coat a melee weapon or 5 pieces of ammunition that deal 2d4 plus your con modifier poison damage on a failed con save. A dose, whether applied or not, and regardless of effect, lasts until the end to your next long rest. If you have vials, you can expend a dose of your venom to fill one as an action, allowing another creature to use it. The attacker uses your DC. Okay. Venom bite. In addition to your tail, you can use your snake-like fangs to bite a target. These fangs deal piercing damage and count as having the finesse property. Additionally, when you attack using this, you can immediately inject a dose of your sweet venom if you have one. Did you not change these subclass features at all? The DC is based on your Constitution modifier. Did you not change these at all? This still feels like too much, dude. If you want to do the Viper Bite thing, I feel like the tail attack thing becomes redundant. You should lose the tail and get a special Viper Bite. A powerful tail, your carrying capacity and weight. You can push, drag, or lift. Okay, you can use your tail as a 3rd appendage to militarily objects. It doesn't cover 2-weapon fighting, but it can... It's muscular. It can hold a bunch more weight. Its damage deals 1d8. And you can force creatures to make... and it can grapple creatures, and creatures can attempt to break free of the grapple. I feel like it's still just too strong. Am I being crazy, guys? Like this one. Okay, let me just see. How many more are there? Okay, so there's just one more. Let's look at the last one. When you fall at least 10 feet, you can use your reaction to extend your wings to glide horizontally a number of feet equal to your walking speed, and you take 0 damage from the fall. Okay. Descending from divinity, you learn 1 cantrip from the cleric list. Wisdom is your spellcasting modifier for this spell. In addition, you may wrap your tail. Okay, you put the wrong use of the word may. I would love to give you more feedback about things that I think you could work on here, but unfortunately I can't. Sorry, buddy. Them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. Second May of the night. To be honest, just 2 Mays of the night is not bad. You guys have been killing it with the Mays. Kerbeks. See what Kerbeks says. My first scaling magic item. There are elemental crystals in my campaign. By adding those to the hilt is how you increase the level of the item. Katanas are an item I'm allowing 2d4 slashing and finesse. Okay. Excuse me. I know the wheel's crazy. What we're gonna start doing after May. After May, the plan after May is gonna be twofold. One is I want to have more stream nights. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to either split the member wheel to a separate stream or have that's one thing that I was thinking about doing. The other thing that I was thinking about doing is that we're going to do we are going to hyper focus in on specific things. So, for example, right now it's just sort of open forum. Send me something. But I think we're going to start doing things where it's like, send me a very rare magic item with a theme around the forest or something like that. So it'll make it more of like an assignment that I think will not help at all with there being a shit ton of stuff, but might make the wheel a little bit smaller because it requires more work to send the thing in. And then I might also just split it into 2 totally separate streams where there's one focused stream and one open-ended stream. I don't know. These are all the things that I'm thinking about. I'll probably put polls up at some point. But for May, we're keeping it as this just because May's kind of busy for me. I don't want to plan any more streams. My brother's getting married at the end of May. I got a lot of stuff I need to do for the wedding. I'm the MC of the wedding, so I need to not be thinking about things other than that, and things as normal until then. But whatever's after May, January, what's after May? January, February, March, April, May, June. Okay, so come June, we're probably going to start having more than one stream a week to help alleviate the wheel stress. And what I'll do is I'll keep the wheel for both streams probably. So like, if you don't get picked on one stream, all the stuff that didn't get picked on one stream will pop up in the next. That's what I'd like to do. That's what we're probably going to do. So that's the goal. And somebody said, did Kerbek get viewed already this stream? I think they did, but they did on the member wheel. One of the benefits of being a patron of mine or being a $5 a month YouTube subscriber is that you can submit 2 pieces a week. You can submit a piece to the member wheel and to the big wheel. Sometimes you get picked twice. It happens. Snowguard. Legendary weapon. Snowguard save DC 13. Okay, if you want to have a weapon that grows over time, this save DC should also grow. So it can be, I would make it 13 at stage 1. I'd probably make it 14 or 15 at stage 2. And then I would probably make it, oh, you did that. Cool. Okay. Nice. Never mind. It's a weapon that grows over time. So the idea, I think, is that it starts around rare and then becomes legendary. Would be my guess. Congrats to your brother. Thank you. As the MC for your sister's wedding in December, you totally get the stress. Good luck. Yeah, man. I'm medium excited about it. I know I can be goofy when I need to be, but it's also stressful. You have a plus bonus to attack and damage rolls with the weapon. Attacks made with this weapon deal additional 1d6 cold damage. I'm going to say something to you that I said to the last. This is something that a lot of people are doing, I'm noticing. When you make expanding items, I strongly encourage you to either give them a +1 bonus that grows over time, or a extra damage per hit that grows over time, but not both. Because the both kind of mesh each other up a little bit. You can do both, but if you want to do both, you need to understand that you are no longer making a legendary item. You are 100% making an artifact. And that is an important distinction, because artifacts are a lot more powerful than legendary items. And a dungeon master that understands item balance, or at least is thinking about it, is going to look at a legendary item differently than they're going to look at an artifact. So if you are going to do the +1 to attack and damage rolls and the bonus damage, that scaling turns it into a artifact, in my opinion. Also, in the opinion of Wizards of the Coast, if you look at the Vestiges of Divergence in the Wildmount campaign book. Hey, yo, just joined the stream. I hope you have a good day. Are you having a good day? I hope so. I am having a good day. Snowpass. As an action, you can spend a charge. This thing of charges? Okay, I see. Item has 2 charges, regains all expended charges daily at dawn. Okay. You can spend a charge to create a passing snowstorm. Each creature in a 15-foot cone has to make a con save against the weapon's save DC. Creature takes 36 cold damage on a failure, or half as much on a successful one. Okay, so it's like a big... It's like basically there's a spell that does this now. It's called like Icy Fingers or some shit. All right, cool. I think that's pretty solid. Can I tell you, I genuinely think if you pull one of these things out, you could put something else cool here. Because right now, it's kind of just doing snow damage, right? It's like, here's special cold damage, here's more special cold damage. Okay, all of this stuff increases, you gain resistance to cold damage. As an action, you can spend 2 charges. How many charges do we have now? 4. As an action, you can spend 2 charges to create a snow eruption. Each creature in a 20-foot cone must make a con saving throw against your spell save DC. The target takes 66 cold damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success. This is literally just a bigger version of this. So I would strongly encourage you to not make the same feature again, which is basically what you did. Come up with something new here. New feature. Make it new. You can just make this feature evolve into this feature. The weapon's bonus increases, everything increases. As an action, you can spend 3 charges. It's all, yeah, so let me, I want to point something out to you. So whenever you're making like these expanding items that do multiple things, I really, really think that you should not make them just do one thing that gets better. It's a missed opportunity. It's a missed opportunity. I becomes it's very one note. Because if the only thing that happens is that it just gets bigger numbers, then like, sure, it's always kind of useful, but there's not like a thing we're excited for. Like if at the 3rd level feature, you could, use all the charges and become an ice golem for, a minute or something, people are going to be like, oh, fuck, I can't wait to be an ice golem. That's going to be so cool. Literally the only thing that people are getting, it's like, oh, all the numbers go up a little bit. Like, it makes me think of in video games when characters and weapons get upgrades. And which ones are more fun? Are more fun the upgrades that give you like lateral ways to play? Like, oh, this upgrade makes your bullets explode, or this upgrade makes your bullets ricochet, or this upgrade makes your bullets go through walls. Is that more fun? Or is it more fun to be like, oh, this bullet does 10% more damage? Like the incremental more damage, I don't think is super evocative. I would strongly encourage you to just come up with some new goofy flavors for it. Rebel, Ba-dee-dee-doo. I got some ice cream and I got a shoe. I can count to 1 or 2. Lemon squares make pee and poo. Okay, what does this say? If my name comes up in the big wheel, disregard it because of the same... Oh, no, that's the wrong... I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm so stupid. Some dude, sorry about that. I tried writing a magic spellcasting focus this time. Oh, interesting. In the future, I think I might write more in that category with less complexity, but I'm always one to jump on a deep end, so hard I created the floor rather than merely dip my toes in. So a magic item that is a spellcasting focus, I think is what you mean? Interesting. So it's a very rare magic item. Nice art. Let's see what it does. Oh, you guys can't all see it. There we go. It's a little bit better. Kismet. Okay, you know I need to look this word up because this feels like it's a word. Is it a word? It's not a word. Kismet is a word. Right? Destiny, fate. Okay, so it's probably tied to fate or destiny. That's my guess. Okay. This luminescent orb of... Yeah, I got you. I figured it out. I sometimes can figure it out. This luminescent orb of green crystal was crafted to nudge the hand of fate, to put a finger on fate's scales. However, makes those scales... Wait, let me restart that over. To put a finger on fate's scales, however, makes those scales all the heavier, for good or for ill. Okay. I think that makes sense grammatically. I just needed to adjust my tone while reading it. I don't love that I needed to adjust my tone while reading it, but I also think that might be a me issue, so maybe just ignore that. The item can be used as a spellcasting focus. It has 7 charges. It gets 1d4 plus 1 expended at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. It detonates, dealing on a 1, it deals 4d8 force damage to all creatures within a 5-foot radius. On a 20, it regains 1d4 expended charges. Does that mean if you roll a 20... Oh, I see. Okay, so if you use the last charge, there's a if you roll a 1, it blows up, but if you roll a 20, it still recharges. So it could have more charges the same day if you get a natural 20. Okay, I got it. Sorry. Took me a second. Fate manipulation. When casting a spell with a spell attack roll using the Kismetary focus, after rolling, but before the outcome is determined, you can expend 1 charge. No action required. Ah, there's where you looked it up. To re-roll. You must use the second roll. Okay, cool. So it gives you like a slight bend to fate. I like that. That very divination, chrono, shenani kind of vibe. Oh, is that an orc? 40k AJ? What's up? If the result of this reroll is a natural 20, the DM can choose to roll the following effect table. Alternatively, the Kismetary focus regains 1 charge. Wait, if it's a roll of a natural 20, why are there critical fail effects? Oh, I see. If the result of this reroll is a natural 1, they can choose to... Can I make a suggestion? Some dude, make these the same thing and say, if the result is a natural 20, the DM can roll on the critical roll effects table, and if the roll is a natural 1, the DM can roll on the critical fail effects table. I think that will be, and just have the tables on top of each other. I think that'll make it a little bit more organized feeling, just like a little thing. Okay, let's see. What happens on a good crit? They gain 7 hit points. They regain a charge. They gain a +2 to all spell attack rolls until the end of their next turn. They gain +1 to all attack rolls until the end of their next turn. They gain a bunch of temporary hit points. They gain a spell slot used to cast the spell. All right, let's look at what the bad ones are. They lose a charge, or it gains less charges. They take damage. They have a -1 to stuff. They have a -2 to stuff. The caster makes all rolls with disadvantage until the end of their next turn. The caster loses the ability to cast spells until the end of their next turn. Huh. Kismetary ain't bad, though. It's kind of fun to say. But then how do I fold in the effects? But then... Okay, wait. But then how do I fold in the effects that should happen if the DM chooses not to roll on the table? I would put that all in the same thing. So here's what I would say. If the resulting roll is a natural 20 or a natural 1, the DM can choose to roll on the effects tables below. And then in parentheses, you put critical success for a natural 20, critical fail for a natural 1. Period. Alternatively, the DM can... Alternatively, if the DM does not choose to do this, or maybe you don't need that part of the sentence, the Kismetary focus regains 1 charge. I would write it something like that. Now, the one thing that I want to point out here that I don't think is a bad thing. I don't think... Well, let me rephrase that. I don't feel like it's an unbalanced thing. Because is that all of these features... Yeah, it's not exactly right. But if you write it down and say it out loud, you'll probably figure out where I fucked up. Oh man, I have such mixed feelings about this. Okay, I like it so far, but what I want to say is I almost want the critical positive or critical negative effects to be a little bit more wonky. But I understand why they're not, because this is very much about fate and sort of the success, the altering the outcome of a thing. So changing the roll makes sense. Like, I get it. But they feel very similar. Maybe that's okay. But, like, I don't know how I feel about the fact that... Okay, let me tell you what I mean. I don't know how I feel about the fact that one of the features is just regaining a charge, if alternatively you can regain a charge. I don't know how I feel about 2 of the features affecting attack rolls. That's kind of where my head's at. Like, I want you to make them weirder, because these aren't happening that often, right? It's like, first you have to use the thing, and then you get that second roll, and then that second roll has to be a natural 20 or a natural 1, and then the Dungeon Master has to choose to do it. Both of the alternative effects are just one of the effects from the table. What is that? What table? No. Maybe I'm not... Okay. Maybe I'm not clarifying. Or maybe I'm not clarifying. Basically, the same idea as having the dice... Basically, the same idea as having a dice number and the average in parentheses. I'm not following. But I don't know what that was in reference to. I think it makes sense for this to kind of be a mirror of that. I like that. But I'm not 100% sure. Oh, so the DM can either roll or take the average effect from the table. Like when you are using average hit points and you roll. Okay. I still don't understand what that has to do with this feature being basically the same as this feature. If you're seeing something that I'm not seeing, then ignore this feedback. But what I see is 2 things that feel very similar and another thing that feels very similar here. And I feel like there might be space to put new things there. But it kind of sounds like a couple of you are picking up on something that I am not. In which case, ignore me. But that's my thoughts. It's funny. You said you were jumping in deep. You said you were jumping in deep. Wait a second. What? I was responding to just the alternative effects exactly the same as one of the effects from the table. Okay. You said you were jumping in deep, but this doesn't feel crazy. I feel like this is you could tweak this a little bit and very easily make it legendary, but I don't think you have to. I don't think you necessarily even should. Yeah, exactly. It's me wanting more varsity. I just think that there's too much JV. Too much JV going on here. We need more varsity. We could also use more variety, but varsity is definitely what I was going for. But I don't think you went crazy here, dude. I feel like, if anything, this feels like a pretty gentle step into the pool. I think you set me up for something crazy, and then I was expecting crazier. I don't know what changes, if any, I would make to this other than reorganizing some of it structurally. And yeah, I would play around with maybe more variety, but that's just me. I think he was going for predictable. Yeah, I got you. Oh, man, you have auto carrot? Yeah, that's hectic. I have auto onion sometimes. But I think it's pretty solid, dude. I think that like this is a piece that, like, if one of my players was like, I really want to use this item, I would 100% say, okay, we can use this, but we are going to go at it from a playtest perspective, because I don't know numbers well enough to predict if this is tactic or not. It feels good. It seems solid, but I feel like it's in playtest mode. Does that make sense? But I like. Nice. Good. Also, the good use of the word kismet. Spin, oh mighty wheel. Let us know where you'll take us. Let us know what you think about. How many times? Ooh, we have a second Joe. A new Joe enters the arena. First time sharing and relatively new to Homebrew. This is an item I made to go along with a BBEG for a campaign I'm running as a sort of introduction to the character, if the players happen to come across it. Keep up the good work. Thanks. I made that item to go along with a BBEG. But it's not a BBEG item that they have. It's an item that the players would find to, like, wink at the BBEG. It's an interesting idea. Originally, the effects table paragraphs had many. I think the usage was correct, but I removed them anyway. I gotcha. You went simplified. And nothing wrong with simplifying it. Okay. Medium length. We'll see if we get through it. The Tome and Talisman of Black Bart Haze. That's a cool title. Hidden in haste and awakened once more, this seemingly ordinary spellbook and saber radiate a palpable sense of malice. That's a fun opening sentence. Once belonging to a powerful warlock, these items were used in dark rituals devoted to their fiendish patron, and have been cursed to torment all but their original master. I said that they had may, like the word not many. Did they say may? Did I miss a may? I'm confused. I might have missed a may. I apologize. I'll try to be stricter if I did. A creature attuning to either the tome or talisman. I'm usually so good at picking it up. A creature attuning to the tome or talisman becomes obsessed. Oh, I didn't? Okay. Obsessed with the contents of the tome, desiring to learn its secrets. They cannot unattune from the item until they have finished learning its secrets and cannot willingly part from them. If separated from the tome or talisman, they will seek them out until they are found to the best of their ability. During a long rest, you can choose to decipher one chapter of the tome and gain its corresponding spells, abilities, and flaws. We should have a list somewhere of how many chapters the tome has and how long it takes to read the whole thing. Deciphering chapters of the tome must occur in chronological order. Spells are cast using... What level is this? Legendary? This should probably be a artifact. That's going to be my guess. We'll see. Spells are cast using either your intelligence or charisma modifier. Pick one when you attune to the item. I would probably limit it to spellcasters and let them just use their spellcasting thing. You prepare spells that are available, or if it's a warlock thing, just limit it to warlocks and wizards. You prepare the spells that are available for you to cast not everyone also is prepared casters, so I feel like you might just want it to be wizards or just prepared casters, because there's a lot of people that aren't prepared casters. To do so, choose a number of spells equal to your chosen spellcasting modifier. The spells must be from the chapters of the tome that you have deciphered. You can change your list of prepared spells when you finish. Okay, so you basically get a separate list of prepared spells from this book. The tome has 8 charges, and it regains 1d8 charges daily at sunset. You can use charges in the following ways while holding it. If you spend 1 minute studying the tome, you can spend 1 charge to prepare a different spell contained within the tome. You can spend charges equal to the list in order to cast a spell. You can spend 2 charges to cast a spell contained within the tome at 1 level higher than usual if applied to the spell. Okay, so like if I use 1 charge to cast the first level spell, I can spend 2 more charges to cast it at 2nd level? If that is not what you mean, clarify it. You must be wielding and attuned to the talisman in order to use the associated abilities. The talisman is attached to a cutlass, which deals 1d6 necrotic damage on a successful hit. I would say, is that extra damage? Okay, so let's see. Let's just see. We read the prologue. Umbral Sight. We gain dark vision out to a range of 60 feet. If we already have it, we get it to a range increased by 30 feet. We have expertise in intimidation. We also learn the spell Cause Fear. Flaw. Distant light, such as moon, stars, away begin to look like eyes. They're all watching you. Okay. Elements of the arcane. You learn the spells Misty Step and Darkness. You feel the shadows as if they were fur. That's a weird phrase. The darkness feels like a heavy blanket over you. You treat darkness as difficult terrain. That's kind of fun. Dim or bright light does not impose this effect. This is an interesting mechanic for an item. This is much stronger than a legendary item, in my opinion. Maybe not much stronger, medium stronger. You can as an action spend 2 charges to. Where are the charges? How does this thing work? 1d8 night. Okay. To assume a. Did I post this in the chat? If I didn't here, there it is. You can as an action spend 2 charges to assume a billowing smoke form with the attributes of a shadow for up to 1 hour, or your concentration is broken. If you're polymorphing into a shadow, you need to include all the rules for how that works. So, like, do you still have access to the other abilities? Does damage you take fold over? Are your stats changed? Are your items absorbed into you? Like, you need to look at the spell polymorph. You need to look at this ability wild shape, figure out how this is going to work. How often can you do this? It says it's an action you can turn into a shadow. 2 charges. Okay. Amorphous, you can move through little spaces. You can take the hide action as a bonus action. Your stealth becomes +6. While in this form, you do not treat darkness as difficult terrain. All right, so we got a darkness as difficult terrain earlier, and now we lost it. I'm going to be honest. This kind of feels like too many things. I would strongly, strongly encourage you to, if you want to make each chapter do a thing, I would keep it similarly structured. Each chapter gives you 1 feature and 2 spells. Or each chapter gives you 2 spells, etc. I wouldn't have it bounce all over the place. And because the more variety you put in the things that this does, the harder it's going to be for you to balance. And I believe you said you were new to Homebrew. Yeah, you did. You're new to Homebrew. So one of the things that a lot of people do when they're new to Homebrew is they throw everything into a thing. You don't need to throw everything into a thing. This is going to be overwhelming. People are going to have a hard time remembering these features. You already are getting a separate prepared spell list that you need to keep track of. So, like, I would just cut a handful of stuff out. That's what I would do. I would simplify. That is my main feedback. But the meat of it, the idea that it is a tome that you read over time, and the more you read it, the more power you get, and the more corrupted you get is cool. It's very cool. I like that a lot. I think that this should probably be an artifact, though, not a legendary. I would be wary of giving it to your players anywhere close to early in the campaign because it's very strong. I would also probably just tone it way down. But those are my thoughts. Hope that was somewhat helpful. Thank you very much for sharing. I think it's a pretty neat idea, and I hope you keep working on it. Simple is often best. Not always, but often. Disreal. I am co-DMing a Feywild campaign this summer. The other DM and I wanted to create a small animal race for the Feywild. Okay, so we're looking at a race. Small, both for the party to encounter, but also for the intent that we could give the party a sidekick using the racial stat block. So this is okay, looking for feedback on the flavor text as well as the creature would be appropriately balanced to act as a sidekick for a level 2 party. Okay, so I guess my thought process is, I'm going to be honest here. I'm going to read it, but if you want this thing to be a sidekick, and your goal is that this is the thing that people will encounter and will be a sidekick, don't make it a race. Make it a stat block. The only reason to make something a race ever is because you want it to be a player option. If you don't care about something being a player option, there's truly no reason to make it a race. Oh, it is a stat block. Thank the Lord. Okay, let's take a look at it. I apologize for my misunderstanding earlier. Yeah, it is a stat block. I misunderstood because the way that you wrote it made me feel like it was going to be a race, but I apologize. Okay, let's read the description first. Kinlings are small Feywild creatures that take the... Can I point something out to you guys also? When I talk about structure a lot here. So, look at the flavor text. Even before reading it, you see there's like variety here. There's a big paragraph, there's a small paragraph, there's a medium paragraph, and there's some like dialogue. So like it does this thing where your brain immediately is more interested in reading it. If this was all one big paragraph, when I rolled down to it, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, my first thought would be, okay, let's put on a face that we're excited to read this. And then I would probably complain about it having no form. Because when you see a big block of text, your brain doesn't want to read it. When you see text that is broken up and looks like it has some structure to it and some diversity to it, your brain is immediately like, ooh, like a puzzle to solve, a maze to weave through. I cannot stress enough the importance of thinking about that when you are writing your flavor text, when you're writing your stat blocks, whatever. Structure and diversity of structure is so important. Okay, Kinlings are small Feywild creatures that take the appearance of various animals standing on 2 legs. They range in personalities as wild as humans do, oftentimes with traits that reflect the species they mimic. Do they mimic species, or are they looking like them? Like, can they change? I guess we'll see. Most of them are very friendly or playful, though they can also get mischievous at times. Many Kinlings are amazed by things from the outside Feywild. You don't say many, just say they are. Anytime you do one of these, it just sort of weakens the language. Saying many Kinlings are amazed by things, or most Kinlings are amazed by things, is here. Let me just read it to you and you'll see what I mean. Many Kinlings are amazed by things from outside the Feywild. Okay, fine. It works, but think about it. Let me just read it differently. Kinlings are amazed by things from outside the Feywild. Genuinely doesn't make it any different, makes it a lot stronger. And you might be like, well, not all Kinglings, but it's like, yeah, that's true of everything. There's always exceptions to the rules. You don't need to say that every time you say a thing. So I would just cut out the word many there. And that's going to be true a lot of the time in your writing. Watching this well making eggs, and if I burn them, you're blaming me. Hey man, I'm sorry. I could use some eggs. Many Kinglings are amazed by things from the outside world and will trade for trinkets or stories from other planes. Kinlings also make fantastic companions. Despite their small size, they have unwavering determination. They can inspire their allies to their last breath through even the most gruesome blows. This is weird phrasing. I don't know how I feel about that. Kinling typically name themselves after stuff like plants. Kingling race gets its name from the fact that they refer to all of their race as close family, whether or not they actually are related. I like that. Every kindling always knows the name of all other kindlings. Oh, that's weird. They regard one another as if they've known each other their whole lives, even if they've just met. I probably would get some of this weird, we are all a big family and it's sort of magical. I would probably get some of that up in here. I don't want to wait till halfway through that to get to that, unless you want to start giving these like separate, bold introductions. Typical interaction between two kindlings who have never met before might be, hey, is that Cousin Orange by the Queen of Sprig? How long has it been? Thicket, my man, it's been too long. How are you faring? Okay, cool. Yeah, I like this weird, they all know each other thing. Just get that earlier up in here, because that's super interesting and weird. Okay, let's take a look at these guys. Small Fae, CR 1/2, 16 hit points, 13 AC. Let's make sure you're getting all your numbers right here. Okay, so if the con is +1, that means for every hit die, they should have a +1. So if this is 4d6 and the con is +1, this should be 4d6 + 4. It works exactly the same as characters. So in the same way that a character, every time they level up, they add their hit die plus their constitution modifier, it's exact same with monster stat blocks. Same with how much they deal damage, okay? So like, for example, you cannot deal negative, you can't have, actually, I think you can have negative damage modifiers. Actually, never mind, I take that back, you can have negative damage modifiers, but you can't have negative attack modifiers, but you don't, so that's fine. But like, yeah, you gotta just make sure you're following the same rules that you're following for character stuff. It's a little bit weird, a creature this low having saving throws, but it's not the end of the world. Kindlings gain an additional movement type based on their species they resemble, determined by the DM. This movement can either be a climbing, swimming, or gliding speed, and is equal to their walking speed. Gliding is not a mechanic in D&D, so if you're going to give them a gliding speed, you need to explain what that means. The DM can choose to forego any of these things to make their movement speed 40 feet instead. All right, that's cool. I like that. Parting Inspiration. When a kindling is reduced to 0 hit points, it can select a number of creatures up to its charisma modifier. Those creatures gain advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw that they make. I like that. I would not make that infinite. I probably would make it like in the next 10 minutes or whatever, something like that. Inspire. While taking a short rest, the kindling can spend 1 minute singing, playing an instrument, or telling a story, or reciting a poem to soothe and inspire creatures other than itself. The kindling can choose a number of creatures equal to 1 plus its charisma modifier that can see and hear its performance. Those creatures gain 7, 5 plus charisma modifier temporary hit points. You don't need to give the equation here if their stats are never going to change. Just say 7. Elusive, once per day. A kindling can take the hide, dash, or disengage action for free on their turn. Nah, I would drop that. That seems weird. I don't like that. Just make it a bonus action. Just give them cunning action. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Low CR creatures can get saving throws. It's just weird. They don't do it often. If it's for your home game, it doesn't hugely matter. But if you want this to be something that like, I'm sure there are some that do get saving throws. It's just rare. Natural weapons +1 to hit. Why? I think this should be 1d4, not 2d4. In fact, can I make a suggestion? Make their attacks dex-based. So instead of getting a +1 to hit, they get a +4 to hit. And just make this 1d4 +2. It'll still equal out to 4. It'll just be more ordinary feeling. Dagger is the same thing. If they have natural weapon, just give them one of these things. I don't understand why they just drop the natural weapons or make the natural weapons the dagger. It's kind of interesting. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it doesn't have enough distinct features that make me feel like, oh, this makes sense. Like this is sort of different than this. But it's not that different. And getting temporary hit points is okay. I'm wondering... I guess what I don't see here is that when I read this, the main two things I pick up about this creature from the flavor text is that they really like trading like trinkets and stuff, and that they really like family, and everybody's their family. And I don't see features in here that feel like they tie into the feeling of trading and trinkets or the feeling of like family. Inspire kind of does, but I would reword it. I wouldn't call it inspire. I'd probably call it like hanging at the barbecue, or like swapping stories around a fire or something. I probably wouldn't call it inspire. And then parting inspiration, I feel like I would just drop this feature entirely, and I would give them something that has to do with like fiddling with stuff. You know, maybe they have maybe they're good at sleight of hand, or maybe they can interact with objects, something that deals with them like liking trading stuff and shiny things and that sort of thing. But overall, I think it's decently solid. I think that you have space to make it a little bit more flavorful, and I think you can I think that it has a lot of skills and saving throws for the size that it is, for the CR that it is. But other than that, it feels pretty solid. And fix your math. Fix your math for this stuff. Those are my thoughts. That's what I think. Ironically uninspired? It's not uninspired. I just think it can be a little bit more evocative based on the flavor text in terms of how we incorporate the flavor text into the mechanics. But if you were going to use this as like a creature that people would encounter in the Feywild, then I think that the thing to do... Yeah, man, Sea Slug, you think dude, I go until I don't want to go anymore. And that's the way that I do it. These days, I've kind of been going off of the little wheel. I try to get the whole little wheel done. Is usually what I'm trying to do these days. And I think that's what I'm going to do again tonight, and because it feels good to try to do that. Kindling is what they're going to be burning. Maybe something that is socially disarming, like kind of a one-turn charm, if their familiarity can go to non-kindlings. Oh, that could something charm related could work. The thing that I will point out about these creatures is that they feel sort of like the opposite of a lot of fey creatures, in that a lot of fey creatures will like present as very familiar because they're trying to get something from you, or they're trying to play with you in a way that you might not want to play. These guys genuinely seem like they're just sweetie pies. So I don't know if I would give them a charm effect in a way that could potentially be malicious. I would be hesitant to do that. But they're pretty neat. Yeah, I think that you have a little bit of space to add features. I would probably drop Inspire or Parting Inspiration, or both. And Inspire works. You just need to reflavor it so it sounds more like people are hanging out around a fire or something like that. But I would probably drop Parting Inspiration. Come up with something new for it. That's what I thought. Dizzy. I hope that was helpful. Yeah, if you could do like some sort of non-confrontational charm or non-malicious charm, which is like everybody's just chilling. I've been alright. It's a long stream tonight, but you know me. I'm a fucking workhorse at this shit. Now that I have people on my fucking, now that I have like 100 submissions a week, I feel obligated to like go for a while. Hello, hi, I'm Dylan. This is my first homebrew to be submitted to the server. Hell yeah, Brother Bear, let's go. The Troll's Blood Sorcerer. Oh, that's cool. It's intended to be a melee sorcerer in the same vein as a sword bard or a blade singer. Okay. Except more focused on bonking with heavy weapons than dancing around. Okay, I like that. Mostly, I'd like your opinion on whether or not it is balanced compared to other sorcerers. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your subclass. Oh, wait a second. I hope I can see it. I hope it's viewable. Sometimes they're not. Is it viewable? It is. Okay, good. I know, man. The wheel used to be so little. This is why I'm acknowledging that I need to make adaptations. I just need to do it after my brother's wedding. Okay, here we go. Can you guys all see that? Is that big enough? I can make it a little bigger. Sorry, troll. Picture, you're going to the corner. The regenerative blood of a troll has mixed with your own, mutating your biology. Perhaps your blood was mixed when you survived close encounter with the troll as a child, or maybe you were altered in some way. All right. Regardless, you are now capable of recovering from nearly any wound and magic for some reason. No one knows why. You're just a little freak. Cool. All right. That's pretty decent flavor text for a first-time submission. Let's see what we get at first level. Deathly Afraid of Fire. These are just some funny quirks. Are any of them super funny? I like these old quirks. Quirks are always nice. Okay. Thick Skin. This is first level. When you gain this subclass at first level, your blood changes you to become more resilient. Your hit point maximum increases by 1 and increases 1 again whenever you gain levels in this class. Your AC becomes 10 plus your con modifier plus your dex modifier while you aren't wearing armor. This is already stronger than the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer and almost exactly the same as the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. As a result of your enhanced constitution, you have engaged in more physical activities than other sorcerers. You gain proficiency in athletics, as well as simple proficiency in simple weapons. Yeah, so the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer gets this feature here, and then they also get a natural AC. I don't believe it puts two of your stats together. I believe this is a little bit higher. I don't think it's a 10 plus something. I think it's like a 12 plus something. But this is almost word for word the same as the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, but more. So I disagree with this design start. It's 13 plus Dex mod. Thank you for clarifying that. So yeah, I disagree with this. I do not think... I think a Troll Bloodline Sorcerer sounds friggin' awesome, and I do not think the best way to evoke the feeling of it at level 1 is by taking almost exactly the same stuff as the Draconic Bloodline. The Draconic Bloodline gives you the max hit point thing increase, and it gives you a natural AC of 13 plus your Dex modifier. So yeah, I would come up with a new feature here. Let's look at the 6th level feature. When you reach 6th level, the more monstrous aspects of your nature that were dormant have now come to light. Once on each of your turns, when you make a melee attack with a simple or unarmed strike, you can add your charisma modifier to the attack and damage rolls of that attack. Is that in addition to your strength and dex? I would not make it so it's both. That is too much. Sorry. I do not like that. There's a lot of ways that you could sort of juke that. It is the Barbarians on Armored Defense. That's true. But yes, I don't know how I feel about that. Is your intention that you can do them instead of strength or dex, or add them on top of it? I'll tell you what you could do. You could add your charisma modifier to the damage, but I wouldn't make it the attack roll and the damage if you're also using strength or dex. Additionally, the troll's blood within you can be called upon to heal your wounds. As a bonus action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to begin rampaging. While rampaging, you regain hit points at the start of each of your turns, equal to your charisma modifier. This effect lasts for 1 minute. Your rampage ends early if you use your bonus action to end it, if you take fire or acid damage, or you fall unconscious. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Giving an unarmed strike would make sense. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. All right, good night, people that need to leave. An unarmed strike would be a very unique attack, a unique thing of first level for sure. Neo Soul, have a good night, dude. Feel no obligation to stick around forever, man. But yeah, I think this is kind of cool. I like it. I like it. I like the rampage feature. Yeah, the troll weakness. Well, the troll weakness kind of balances it out, honestly. Also, at 6th level, your unstable regeneration causes you to become more susceptible to mutation. Interesting. While rampaging, you can use your reaction after taking cold, necrotic, poison, or psychic damage to gain one of the following mutations, depending on the triggering damage type. The DC for the saving throws of these is your sorcerer DC. Okay, I'm going to say something right now. I don't like that this is going to... I'm hesitant when I see the amount of options. I'm always hesitant about when I see a lot of options. So the more options you give, the harder it is to balance something. At the end of each of your turns... Okay, so if you take cold damage... you can use your reaction to get one of these. At the end, how long is it? Okay, so If you are rampaging and you take cold damage, you can use your reaction to gain this effect until your rampage ends. At the end of each of your turns, each creature within 10 feet of you must make a con saving throw. A target takes 3d6 cold damage on a failed save or half as much on a success. And it scales. Feels a little strong. Feels a little too strong, if I'm being honest. Necrotic damage. At the end of each of your turns, each creature within 5 feet of you to make a charisma saving throw or take 3d10 necrotic damage. Once per turn, you can deal... Nah, dude. Again, feels too strong. Poison. When you take damage of any type except psychic damage, each creature within 5 feet of you has to make a dex save or take poison damage. Once per turn, you can deal extra poison damage. This one feels more strong. I mean, not more strong, more balanced, because it's just the 1d8 damage. Psychic Spirit. You can move through other creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain. You take 5d10 force damage. Once per turn, you can deal extra 1d10 psychic damage when you hit with a melee weapon or unarmed attack. Okay. The damage of these things I don't think should scale. Straight up, I don't think it should scale. Second of all, they're all too strong. Yeah, somebody said what surprises me most is how damage-focused these are. Yeah, this does not feel like a troll bloodline sorcerer. This feels like an elemental blastback sorcerer. Hello, Steel Shore. Oh, hello, Schmant. What's up? Man, I don't know. If you want to keep these things as like area of effect damage, you need to majorly lower the amount of damage they do. And I don't know if that's going to be fun. But like if you, okay, genuinely what I think, honestly, is I genuinely think you should drop this whole fucking feature. Instead, at 6th level, when you attack, you can get a second attack. Because if you want to be melee focused, get a second attack. And if you take one of these damage types, you can use your reaction to infuse one of your next attacks with a die of that damage type. Something like that. And this all feels like a little bit too much. And it also feels kind of not in the direction of trolls. Hey, I know this has literally nothing to do with the homebrew. I just wanted to say that I love watching your shorts, giving you ideas. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you love them. I've been getting a lot of mean comments lately on my shorts. People don't like... People are getting annoyed with me. Whatever. People either think I'm not being silly enough or I'm being too silly. But yeah, I feel like you're missing an opportunity to make this thing feel like a troll and really leaning into like this explosive elemental damage, which kind of just feels... I don't know. It doesn't feel like it fits the vibe. At 14th level, and especially because you said you want it to be a melee-focused thing, give us some bigger melee thing to do. At 14th level, you gain 3 new ways to spend your sorcery points. Bash. As an action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to make a powerful overhead strike. Make a melee attack with a simple weapon you are wielding or an unarmed strike. It deals an additional 4d8 damage. That is a lot of extra damage to deal for 2 sorcery points on top of an ordinary attack. Especially if you're good with that ordinary attack. I would make this cost more sorcery points, or I would change the damage. I'd probably just change the damage. I would make it cost... I might treat it like a smite. I might make it 2 sorcery points for 2d8. Because I feel like 2 sorcery points should equal roughly a first level spell slot. And 4d8 is too much for a first level spell slot. I like the extra attack option and agree on the infusion. If you do want some form of explosive splash, have it limited, use a reaction upon taking damage. That would make sense. With greater popularity comes salt to your critics, of course. That's true. Some of them are so stupid too. People leave the dumbest. This one guy left me like an essay, like a 4 or 5 paragraph message about why he thought my take was wrong on a thing, why he thought I was lame, why he used to like me, but he thinks now I'm trying to stop people from having fun, and why he thinks complicated math is a good thing to put into your design. And I didn't know how to respond to it because there were so many things wrong with what he said. And he said them with such confidence and such arrogance and in such a condescending way. Like everything was like, maybe you don't know how to do math, but I don't mind multiplying by 6 or something like that. And it's like, I just wanted to punch him in the brain. So I think I left a comment and I said, dude, it does happen a lot. It's half my fucking content is people being arrogant and stupid. I left a comment. I think the comment said something like, this is a perfect storm of arrogance, hubris, and misinformation. And then I blocked him. And that's how you deal with these kind of people at a certain point. You just block them. Fuck them. I don't have to deal with them. Yeah, complicated math can be fine. I'm going to be honest. I disagree with it most of the time. Whenever I see complicated math, my first thought is, how can we accomplish the feeling this is trying to feel and the scaling that this is trying to accomplish with simpler math? That's always the first thing that I think. Okay, let's look at these other features. As an action, you can spend 4 sorcery points to steady yourself and prepare for combat. You gain a number of temporary hit points equal to twice your sorcerer level. Damn. That's a lot for 4 sorcery points. That's 4 sorcery points for 28 temporary hit points. That feels like too much. Bleed. As an action while rampaging, you can spend 4 sorcery points to douse a creature within 5 feet of you with your blood. At the start of each of your turns, it gains 1 hit point. This effect lasts for 1 minute until... Okay, that's cool. I like that. That's cool. Good feature. I might even have them gain more than 1 hit point. Make it the same as yours. In my opinion, how good anyone is at math really has nothing to do with how good design is or isn't. It just doesn't fit the mold of D&D 5e. That's usually what my point ends up being. But people are fucking idiots on Twitch. Not on Twitch, on YouTube. Not you guys. Some of you are fucking idiots. But YouTube short comments is like the bottom of the barrel. It's also the top of the barrel. It's just the none of the middle of the barrel. Even if a person likes high math elements, like I make a wizard, I can change AoEs from one shape to another, which requires a lot of math, but it's not too hard. Does it? I don't know if it does. I guess if there's math in the translating the AoEs, but I think that's a kind of a fun, cool feature too. Literally, fuck this shit, I'm out with a single click of a button. It's really an ego for someone trying to someone to try to flexing. Oh yeah, I can count to potato. Yeah. People are dumb. Everyone's an idiot, including me. I think the shorts have been dope for my first character. Oh, cool. Hell yeah, I'm glad you like that. I'm like, you used an idea I suggested. That's sweet. I'm going to be making a new short tomorrow. All right, I made it already. I'm going to post it tomorrow. But it's going to be asking people to give me, I posted a short a while ago that was just like, ask me questions. I'll try to answer them. And that was fun. But I want to do more focused stuff. So I'm going to do, hey, welcome Sweden. I'm going to do a short, I think tomorrow morning or afternoon, that'll be like, hey, give me a creature or character from like a movie or fiction that you would want in D&D, and I will try to help you build that without using Homebrew. So like I'll try to find a monster that fits it, or a class or subclass that fits it. So that's the next Q&A thing I'm going to be doing in shorts. Okay, let's keep going though. Last feature, hyperactive regeneration. When you reach 18th level, your self-healing abilities reach their apex. Your rampage no longer ends early if you fall unconscious. Additionally, when you roll a death saving throw at the start of your turn, if you roll an 18, 19, or 20, you regain 1 hit point. If you are missing any limbs or organs, this is a little bit too much. I think you can keep this feature or this feature, not both. I also feel like I don't love that you now have to take fire or acid damage or you're just immortal. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, overall, I think you got some work to do. I'll be honest, it doesn't feel like a troll, if that's what you want it to feel like. It feels like a bunch of random powerful features. The troll stuff, I think the most troll stuff is the regeneration rampage, which I think is pretty solid. And I think you keep that, but I think I would make a lot of adjustments on the rest of it. Thank you for sharing. Fun idea. You think so? Sometimes Young Sheldon's not bad, dude. I think I've watched several full episodes of Young Sheldon on TikTok by accident. Oops, did I post the wrong thing? Oh, I did. I'm so fucking stupid. Oh, okay. I need to do this. Magnus. Control copy. Control view. Magnus, no comment. What a bold move, leaving no comment. Way of the Ether. It's a monk, I guess? Yeah, looks like a monk. All right, let's see. The Way of the Ether is an ancient art practiced by those we seek a deeper, I think those that seek a deeper connection with the universe. Ether is the energy produced as a byproduct of consciousness. Masters of the Way Ether can manipulate this energy, harness the strength of their emotions to create deadly blades and perform feats of great strength. Don't use the... Did I just put the word? Oh, I did. Never mind. Ignore me. Okay. So they use like the energy of the universe to make weapons. All right, that sounds kind of neat. Let's see what it does. What level do we get these at? Jesus, say what level, man. Say at 3rd level. Say at 3rd level. I see you say at 6th level. Don't forget to say at 3rd level. It's fucking confusing when you don't. When you pick this subclass, as a bonus action, you can create a magical... Okay, at 3rd level, you gain the ability to create a magical blade of pure aetherlight, period. As a bonus action, you can summon one of the following. That's how you write that. A simple melee weapon, which you are proficient with, or you can summon a simple melee weapon that you are proficient with that gains the following features. The weapon deals psychic damage equal to 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier. This increases to 1d10 at 6th level. Okay. Disappears if it's more than 5 feet away from you. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. Why would you need to limit this feature? Why not just be able to keep them? You know? Why can't we just, whenever we want to, we can summon them? I don't think you need to limit the use of this. Okay, so basically, you get extra damage. It's psychic damage. It uses your wisdom modifier instead of your maybe a power restriction, but there's no power at 3rd level that makes sense for you to be able to do this. If if there's a power that's tied to expending these, you tie the limit to that power. You don't tie it to these. I think it's pretty. I think this is all pretty makes sense. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know about the D10 at level 6. I might drop that or push it up higher. Let's see what the other thing we get at 3rd level is. When you pick this subclass, you gain a greater awareness of the emotions of those around you. This allows you the following abilities: resistance to charmed and frightened, proficiency in insight, and if you are already proficient, you gain expertise. Okay. This all feels pretty mellow so far, if I'm being honest. I like that you can be a wisdom-based monk. That's kind of cool, because you got your little daggers. Granted, I like the idea of being able to use wisdom instead of the hard stand of using charm. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is, what you mean. But yes, I like using the wisdom too. And let's keep on trucking. You mean charisma? Yeah. I like being able to use wisdom too. That's the coolest part so far. At 6th level, as a bonus action, you can imbue your body with ether light, and glowing markings cover your skin. Don't say and. Put a period after the word ether light, and then start with glowing markings, and it will sound much stronger. This form lasts for 1 minute and grants you the following properties. You gain +1 to attack rolls made with your ether blade. Your weapon crits on a 19 or 20. While in this form, you gain an additional amount of key points equal to your wisdom modifier. No. This is already too strong. We're going to cut half these features out at least. As a reaction, when you are targeted by an attack, you can use full fucking sentences, please. As a reaction, when you are targeted by an attack, you can spend a key point to roll a d6 and add the number to your AC until the end of your turn. Upon taking this form, you gain +5 bonus to your movement speed. If you move at least 10 feet on your turn before attacking enemy of damage on the attack. This is way too strong. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? This is a once a day maximum with how many things it does. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. Drop the +1. Keep the crit. Keep the reaction AC bonus, maybe. Probably drop everything else. I think this is... I got mixed feelings about this. This is too many powerful things that feel like they don't have vibe. There's no vibe here. This is just give me all the good things with not the flavor. I want more flavor, man. Give me the meat. I want to feel the ether light. I want to feel myself getting good at manipulating the ether. I don't want to just become a better fighter, you know? There's no need for the movement speed. Yeah, somebody said noisy. It's just a lot of stuff. Just a lot of stuff. I would tone this way down. I'm okay with the crit bonus. I'm okay with the AC reaction thing, but I don't really even like them. I'm just okay with them. Like, I wish there was a more... Because the thing is, this is really similar feeling to a monk that already exists, and I'm sure you know that. The way of the astral arms or whatever monk is also one that does wisdomy stuff, is also one that gets special forms that it can activate that give it other things. This feels really similar to that in a way that I don't like. So I think you need to spend some time to genuinely look through the Way of Astral Arms monk and be like, I need this to be so different than that. So start working on that soon. It also vibes like a little like a stronger Kensai. Kind of. Not exactly, but I see where you're getting at there. Either way, though, it definitely... we need some more distinction in here. Starting at 11th level, you gain the following abilities. You only get one ability if it's only one bullet. And if these are going to be more than one, they should be multiple bullets. As an action... In fact, if it's just one ability, you don't need to write it this way. You can just say, starting at level 11... As an action, you can spend 3 key points to teleport to an unoccupied location you can see within 30 feet, creating an intense flash of ether light. Creatures within 10 feet of you before you teleport must make a wisdom saving throw or be blinded for 1 minute. Fuck you. That's crazy strong. For 3 key points, that's so strong. Affected creatures, not fuck you, writer. Fuck you, universe. Whenever I'm cursing, I'm just doing it in the universe. Affected creatures can attempt a saving throw at the end of each of their... Okay, so here's how you make this balanced. Keep it at 3 key points. Make them blinded until the end of their next turn. Boom. Done. They're blinded for a round if they fail. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Also, it should not be a wisdom saving throw against being blinded. It should probably be a constitution saving throw. But other than that, I think it's kind of fine. I like a little bit of a bonus teleport. I think you could go farther. I think you could make it more than 30 feet. But 3 key points to blind... Even if the feature was just, I can spend 3 key points to blind you for a minute, that's very strong. So the fact that it's also a teleport, also it's multiple creatures, is just too much. Most blinding spells and abilities use Constitution, but I could see... why you would think Dex, but I would probably go Con. Yeah, you could teleport up to your movement speed, maybe. I think you could also make it a flat number. Let's look at 17th level. You have gained a deeper understanding of your ether blade. Your blade undergoes the following changes. When you make an attack with the ether blade, you can make an additional attack as part of the same action. Does that mean that you now get 5 attacks instead of 4 attacks? Mixed feeling. I don't know about that. Once per day, when you hit a creature with one of your ether blade, you can spend a number of key points up to your wisdom modifier to add that many dice to one of your attack rolls. So you get a smite. The smite's kind of cool. I don't like the just flat always extra attack. I like the smite. The smite's cool. Why not make it so by, you can throw them or something? I don't know. I would probably make adjustments to this. I don't like that you just get the extra swing. It's a neat, it's neat, but I genuinely think that you should spend a little bit of time and refocus it. What is the goal of this thing? Are you somebody that is summoning light constructs? Or are you somebody that is like manipulating energy? And focus into that. If you want to be summoning light constructs, I would encourage you to make them more different than the Way of Astral Self monk, but also not just turn it into like a Kensai monk or a champion fighter. Like build unique features. The teleport blindness is probably my favorite feature this thing has because it's the only feature that feels really unique. Everything else kind of winks and nods to other things that I've seen. There's another class that gets psychic blades. So I would strongly encourage you to spend a little bit of time and to think to yourself, how can I make this distinct? How can I make this radically not feel like any other subclass, especially not any other monk subclass. But other than that, I think it's pretty solid, pretty cool. I like where you're going with it, and I encourage you to keep on keeping on. Thank you all so much. Tell your mom I said what's up. Oh, we got a piece from Neo Soul God. I wonder if they sent me his whole class again. This is my witch class. You'll want to look at the 1.1 version. There is a subclass. We're not going to even get to it because you know how we do. We just look at the first level features pretty much when somebody sends a class. Brief background on the class. The witch class seeks to center modern witchcraft while also giving a spotlight on African traditional religion and other witchy cultural influences. Cool. All right, let's take a peek. Oh, I don't want to download it, dude. All right, I'm going to download it because you're not giving me an option, but I don't like doing that. Do I need to? I apologize. I don't want to do this. You have to like pull it off screen to do it. Give me 1 second. This is why I don't like. This is why I don't want to download things. In general, in the future, don't make me download shit. Put it on a put it on a website. Put it somewhere where I can just look at it. If I don't remember my password, I'm not going to be able to look at it. Okay, looks like I don't need a password. All right, let's take a look at this thing. Okay. A lot of bruh. All right. We're gonna skip right to the mechanics. This is a full caster. So what I always say is we should feel distinct as quickly as possible. So let's see what we're getting in first and second level to make us truly feel distinct. We know 3 cantrips from the from a witch class. What's our spellcasting modifier? Let's see. Wisdom? No. What's our spellcasting modifier? Setting your intentions. To cast one of these spells you expect. Okay. Okay. Wisdom, intelligence, or charisma, your choice. Oh, weird. Is your spellcasting modifier for your witch spells. Weird. Huh. Okay. That's different. Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. Obviously, there's a benefit to like that from a flexibility standpoint, but it also, what you get from flexibility, you lose from how much intention you can put into the focus. Like, if you know Like, let me give you, like, because you can always just base features off of your spellcasting modifier. So, like, for example, like the Blade Singer, if the Blade Singer was on a subclass that could pick its spellcasting modifier, you could change the Blade Dance so that instead of adding your intelligence bonus to your AC, it could add your spellcasting bonus to your AC. So, like, you could do stuff like that. But there is this also an element, I think, of, like, from a flavor perspective of, like, when you certain classes build in directions. Not all of them, but like a wizard is intended to have high intelligence, or at least decent intelligence. Not just from that's its spellcasting modifier, but from like the way the class feels to play, the types of features that tie into it. So there isn't, when you give something this flexibility, you are losing a little bit of that intended focus. You can build into the deeper side of the class, but that's not inherently a bad thing. It's just worth thinking about. Okay. You learn the Find Familiar spell, which is always prepared, doesn't count against the number of spells you know. Okay. When you cast it, you can choose one of the following new forms for your familiar. Necomata, Carbuncle, I don't know what these are, Flying Monkey, or Jackal. So I'm assuming that these are monsters that you have stats blocks for in here. All right, you do. Cool. All right, I'm not going to go through all of them right now. CR2? I don't know how I feel about you being able to summon a CR2 monster with your Find Familiar spell. That's strong, although the damage of these guys does not seem like they're a CR2. I don't know if these would be CR2, my guy. Might call these CR1. This is not a lot of damage. Or hit points. Yeah, these aren't CR2. Change the challenge rating here. Maybe some of them are? I don't know. All right, I'm not going to go through all of them. But what I would strongly encourage, if you're going to be getting a special familiar and you want it to be stronger, would be to make it have some aspects that scale with your class, so that it can be really strong, but at early levels it's not going to be hectically strong. You don't need to listen to that, but that's probably what I would do. Okay, let's see. Hexes. Harnessing the mystical essence of the occult, you have delved into the forbidden knowledge to uncover the secret of hexes. These enigmatic invocations grant you a potent array of supernatural abilities, allowing you to wield magic in ways beyond the mortal realm. So it looks like, well, we'll see what they do. Beginning at second level, you learn 2 hexes of your choice. When you gain certain levels in the Witch class, you gain additional hexes of your choice, as shown in the hexes known column of the Witch table. A prerequisite. Okay, so are they sort of like invocations, I guess? Additionally, when you gain levels in this class, you can swap them out. All right, cool. So my guess is they're like invocations. Are these the hexes? Solar Witch, Ice Witch, Swamp Witch? Or are these the hexes? I'm confused. I'm going to assume that those are the hexes, and they're not the coven features. Or the Witch Coven. Are they the Witch Coven? Are they the hexes? Now I'm fucking confused. No, they're the hexes, right? Yeah, okay, they're the hexes. They're the hexes. They're the hexes. They're the hexes. All right, let's read a couple of them. Solar Witch. I got confused because they're called Witch. You know, it's like you see Witch, you see Witch, you see Witch. You suddenly... I'm like, wait a minute. Am I looking at different types of witches? A Solar Witch. When you cast a spell that deals fire damage, you can cause a creature to gain a Sunblight. Sunblight reduces the creature's attack rolls by a number equal to your proficiency bonus. In addition, the Sunblighted creature takes fire damage equal to your proficiency bonus at the start of its next turn. Sightblight ends at the start of your next turn. So they basically get a round of a debuff and damage. Okay. When you deal cold damage, you cause a creature to gain Ice Blight. Ice Blight reduces a creature's speed, and it looks like they take some extra damage. Okay, so I want to point something out that I don't know if you need to care about or not, but I do think it's worth pointing out. And I'm not going through all of your spells right now, but there are different amounts of spells that do different damage types. So... what did you say? It's crazy that you stream so many hours every Sunday. You are always live before my session starts and live well after it's concluded. Hey man, I'm fucking here for it. I'm here. Listen, I'm in it to win it. And it's also fun. So the only thing that I'll say here is that I want you to think about, and you might have already thought about, and if you already have, awesome. But like making like there's a lot less spells that deal ice damage than fire damage, for example. And there's a lot less spells that deal acid damage than fire damage. So like depending on which of these invocations you take, there's a certain element of power shifting. Maybe that doesn't matter because they're kind of like invocations, so you can just pick them. I don't know. Think about it. Okay, so overall, I'm not gonna go on much further than this. I think I want to look at one of the Witch Coven first level features. Let's look at the Cauldron one. At first level, you gain the ability to prepare a number of additional spells equal to your spellcasting modifier. This is Coven of the Hearth. Let's do wait. You join a coven. Okay. You also get a cauldron that you can use rituals with. During a long rest, you can spend time to prepare a variety of mystical concoctions in your cauldron. These brews have various effects and can be shared with your allies. You can prepare a number of brews equal to your proficiency bonus. Each brew lasts for 8 hours, and you can only have one active at a time. Healing brew grants a creature... Wait, what? How many can I make? So I can make... so I get... Basically, it's a thing I can make proficiency... It's like a special potion that I can make proficiency... That I can give proficiency bonus times per day. Okay. There's a one that gives temporary hit points. I don't know how I feel about tying things to yours. You should think about this. If you are letting the player pick what their spellcasting modifier is, I would strongly encourage you to make almost everything that would make sense to be based on your magic to be based off your spellcasting modifier. Because this is going to be way stronger or weaker depending on, if you go charisma or with, you know what I mean. Okay, energizing brew. The brew grants a creature a drink to advantage on Constitution saving throws and the ability to roll D4 and add the result to saving throws made with strength, dexterity, and Constitution. How long do these brews last? 8 hours? So if somebody drinks the energizing brew, they have advantage on Constitution saving throws and advantage on... And the ability to roll a d4 and add the result to checks and saving throws made with strength, dex, and con for 8 hours? That feels a little strong. I don't know. It feels a little strong. The brew grants a creature that drinks it advantage on wisdom saving throws and the ability to add a d4. So I probably would not make it have multiple things that it gives advantage on saving throws to. I'd probably give it one thing that gives a saving throw bonus, and the rest I'd probably make skill bonuses, not saving throw bonuses. It feels like maybe too many. That's a lot at level 1. Because at level 1 right now, you get 2 of those potions. You get 3 cantrips, 2 first level spell slots, and a pretty powerful familiar. And then at second level, you're busting out the hexes. Yeah, okay. It feels a little... I would tone the potions back. I would tone the potions back. And yeah. All right. I think it's a cool... It's an interesting thing. So it feels very warlock adjacent, and I don't know if that's your intended goal, but there is something about things that are like invocations, like they aren't spells and they're not exactly activated abilities. They're sort of like these passive alterations to your character. For better or worse, they just make my headspace go immediately to warlock. And then I also think the special familiar makes me go to warlock a little bit too. This would be the craziest multi-class dip ever for 1 or 2 levels. Yeah, it's very front-loaded in a way that you might need to pull some of that back a little bit for those reasons. The flavor is really solid, though. I agree. I like the idea of distinct familiars and making potions and being different types of witches. Sounds very, very fun and very cool. All right, that's going to be all we're going to look at with that one. Thank you, Neo Soul. Last spin. I love spinning this wheel when it gets here. It's so funny. Everyone's like, wait a minute. Why are you saying that? Fuck you. I'd like to see more skill boons at early levels for the brews. That could add variety. Yeah, that can make sense. Okay, I have a question that has nothing to do with D&D or homebrew. What is your favorite flavor of Lifesavers, mint or fruit candy? I like mint flavors more than fruit flavors when it comes to hard candies. Yeah. Those are like, you just listed like my least favorite types of candies, if I'm being honest. I'm a chocolate guy. This is a magic item you can customize by using jeweler's tools. I'm still unsure if this item warrants being rare or if it could be nudged down to uncommon. All right, Fract, let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. What is this name? Lapidary's Morningstar melee weapon range. You don't need to say melee weapon. If it's a Morningstar, you say weapon mace because it's a mace. If it's a Morningstar is a mace. If you did not know, you probably knew, but the people, they might not have known. A flawless crosshatch pattern is engraved along the weapon's shaft. The grip is wrapped in fine black leather that is fastened by 2 metal studs with gnomish symbols inscribed on them. The hinged pommel can be opened like a hatch, revealing a small empty socket that can hold a precious gem. The Morningstar emanates a gentle hum while the gem is set within the socket. Is Morningstar its own weapon in 5e? I didn't even know that. I'm dumb. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with the weapon. Okay, so to insert or remove a gemstone requires jeweler's tools and 1 minute of uninterrupted work. The weapon gains the following benefits based on the gem inserted. All right, let's see. If you have an amethyst, you get dark vision to a range of 60 feet. An emerald, the weapon gains the light property. A ruby, the weapon deals an extra 1d8 fire damage to any targets on a hit. I'd probably lower that damage a little bit. Sapphire, the weapon sheds dim light for a 20-foot radius. Topaz, the weapon gets the thrown property with a range of 20-60. When thrown, the weapon magically returns to your hand at the end of your turn. I like this a lot, dude. So you're not sure if this is rare or uncommon. Well, it's got to be. I'll tell you what. If you dropped the +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls, I feel like it could be an uncommon. But because it's +1 to attack and damage rolls and these things, I feel like it's bumped up to rare. The other thing is because it gives you a pretty solid diversity of options. Also makes me feel like it's rare. Somebody in the chat says the amethyst feature feels a little out of left field. Also, amethyst plus sapphire is redundant. Well, the difference between amethyst and sapphire is sapphire helps everybody in a small area. Amethyst helps you in a large area. But also, I 100% agree with you when you say they're redundant because they do fundamentally do the same thing. The other thing that I agree with you 100% on is that no, cheap tactics. You can't only have one. You can only have one at a time. You have to use jeweler's tools to pop a jewel out and put a new jewel in. But that's still options. Just because you can only have one at a time doesn't mean you don't have all of these options. You can always change it, I think. That was the way that I read it anyway. Yeah. It only takes a minute, too. It's easy. You can do it over a minute. You could go hide in a fight and potentially do it. So, the amethyst makes you have farther vision. The sapphire makes you have farther vision. And notice something else. The topaz, the sapphire, the ruby, and the emerald all affect the item. They all affect the item. The amethyst is the only one that affects you. Which makes me want to underline what I think Zombie said. Yeah, Zombie said, which is that this feels different. I think you need a different feature here. I suggest you find something else that is coming from the item. It could be a different damage type. It could be the reach property. Maybe the weapon gets the reach property. Oh, that's kind of lame. It could have something to do with it could be like maybe a way that you could use it to like defend or something. I don't know, but play around with it. But I would come up with an alternative feature because it is the only one that feels like it doesn't come from the item. Now, I believe you asked if this is an uncommon or a rare. I think it's a rare. It's not a very crazy powerful rare, but it's not a weak rare either. I do think that the light property feature, the throne property, like the problem is the ruby definitely makes it a rare, and the topaz kind of makes it a rare. I genuinely want to suggest you drop the +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls, making it uncommon. Maybe making it a finesse weapon. Oh, that could kind of work too. Just make Amethyst cause a torchlight emanating from the Morning Star. Yeah, but that's the same as Sapphire. We got to make it different. Yeah, I would try to come up with something different here. And then you'd never take that out as a Dex user. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. So maybe finesse isn't the move. Maybe there's a better move. I don't know what it would be. I would think about it though. That is the piece that stands out to me though. I like it though. It's a solid item. Honestly, I think it's a really nice example of a modular item that isn't making me roll my eyes or feel like it's gonna explode my brain. It's very straightforward. It's very simple. And the 1 minute switching out thing, it's a little bit of time, but you know what I would actually, can I make a suggestion here? This is what I think it should be. I think you drop the +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. I think that you make the switching of it from one thing to another an action. And you make it require a certain check with jeweler's tools. Like give it a DC. So it's like you roll a DC check with it. If you roll high enough, you can use your action to switch them immediately in combat. And then if you don't, then you can't. Or maybe if you don't, then you can just attack as normal or whatever. But that makes it so the light property, the throne property, these things that like you might randomly need, like what I'm thinking is it's like if I'm fighting a bunch of guys with this thing in fire mode and then they'll fly up into the air, I like the idea that on my action I could pop a thing out, pop another thing in, and then I could start hooking it at them. So there what I'd say. Somebody says 8 out of 10. Yeah, this is pretty solid, dude. This is pretty solid. Pretty solid indeed. Alrighty. Alright, friends. It's almost 4 in the morning. I've gone for almost 8 hours. I am sorry if I didn't get to your item, but hopefully we'll get to it next time. As always, if you want to, check out the Patreon. Check out the YouTube member thing. If you want to throw me some super chats or coin, feel free. But at the end of the day, if you are like, hey man, I like this fucking Cinder guy, the way that you can support me more than anything else is by telling other people about me. Get people to watch my stuff. Get people to watch my shorts and my longs. Tell them I'm cool. Word of mouth goes a long way. Forwarding people stuff goes a long way. So that is the best way to support me. You guys are amazing. Some of you, I think, have sat with me for the whole fucking 8 hours. So you're a champion too. You should feel proud of yourself. I want everybody to have a great night. Get home safe. Don't forget to feed your pets. And remember that at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is having a tasty ice cream dessert. I love you. Have a good night, and goodbye. I will see you next week, and maybe earlier, but probably not. And yeah, we'll start figuring out more streaming in June. But for now, we're gonna keep it to once a week. All right, I love you. Bye.